question, go to MacArthurCommentaries.com. And thanks for listening to Bible Q&A with John MacArthur.
You're listening to WRJZ Knoxville, Joy 620, FM 102.5 in Knoxville, FM 99.5 in Sevierville, the home of Carson-Newman Eagles football.
Welcome to the 2025 season of Carson-Newman football, second season of new head coach Ashley Ingram. Carson-Newman football brought to you locally by our title sponsor, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, also brought to you by Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, Ted Russell Nissan, Fleet Tire, and Braden's Lifestyles. Get ready for some live college football action as Adam Cavalier and the rest of his crew bring you all the play-by-play action. Keep it right here on the flagship station, committed to helping you grow in the faith. AM 620 WRJZ Knoxville, FM 102.5 here in Knoxville. Catch the game streaming live at WRJZ.com. Go Eagles!
The following is a presentation of the Eagles Sports Network.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network. We're getting you set for kickoff with the Appalachian Electric Cooperative Tailgate Show. Over the next hour, we'll take you around the happenings on Mossy Creek, go in-depth on games in the South Atlantic Conference, and head back in time with a flashback.
Meeks houses it. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Thank you, Karnak. David Needs. Eagles dial up the post. 27-0.
Carson-Newman football is brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative. We're AEC, powering the Eagles in Mossy Creek. By Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. By the Eagle Club, the family of Eagles. By Magaha Electric, providing quality electrical services and products to East Tennessee for more than 40 years. By First Bank, the official banking partner of Carson-Newman Athletics. By Inner Digital, IT support and marketing, laser focused on your success. By Fresh Ideas, a foundation of fresh food and speedy service. By Lisa's Country Kitchen, the best food for the best prices. By Food City, value every day. By Premier Building Maintenance, delivering service with pride. By Trilight, dream big with Gig. By Modern Woodman Financial Planning, touching lives and securing futures. By the Mossy Creek Roasting Company, family-owned and operated coffee fueling the Burt Tarr Stadium press box. And by the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Now, here's your host, Brianna DeCrow.
Carson-Newman and Wingate might not be your Roman Empire, but it's certainly ours. And how could it not be a rematch of last year's SAC championship? Wingate, newly ranked 19 and 17 in the country. Carson-Newman coming off over a victory over number 19 Lenoir-Rhyne. You couldn't have drawn it up better, really. And we're happy to present it to you here on the Eagles Sports Network. Brianna DeCrow with you alongside my fellow Ryder Cup wannabe commentator. I mean, aren't we all? Come on. Matt Scalzo, it's a great weekend to have a great weekend. Don't you agree?
Yeah, well, it's certainly not going the way of the United States in the Ryder Cup, but that's okay because we got a thrilling matchup tonight. And no, I'm not talking about Oregon-Penn State or Alabama-Georgia. Number 19 Wingate and Carson-Newman, second straight week against a ranked opponent for the Eagles. And if there was another slot in the most recent AFCA poll, Carson-Newman would slot in at number 26. So a almost ranked-on-ranked matchup tonight, and it's the gauntlet that keeps on rolling for Carson-Newman. Another measuring stick matchup against Wingate tonight. This is another hinge point in the season. They passed test number 1 against Lenoir-Rhyne last week. It's another tall task, this time on the road against Wingate. Saw how the road fared for Carson-Newman in that loss to Mars Hill.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little later on in the show, too, but Carson-Newman not very good historically here at Irwin Belk Stadium. But we'll break it all down a little bit later in the show. You're listening to the AEC Tailgate Show. Make the right call for your energy efficiency and score big savings today. Contact AEC, your trusted energy partner. We'll be right back here on the Eagle Sports Network.
In 2025, we celebrate 130 years of Carson-Newman athletics. Over the years, the teams at Carson-Newman have been known for their toughness and Christian spirit. Through the decades, teams and individuals playing at the highest levels have brought recognition for this little school on the banks of Mossy Creek. While we remember the past, we look towards the future. So join the Eagle Club today as we continue to support our athletes and coaches through funding and facilities. Talons up.
Join the Eagle Club today. Visit seeandeagles.com/Eagle Club.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
A check of the Eagle Shot scoreboard is next.
Smith's kick, buried, Eagles win!
This is the Eagle Sports Network.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now!
Federally insured by NCUA.
The Eagle Sports Network is a part of SAC Live, the official digital network of the South Atlantic Conference. SAC Live is the home of all your South Atlantic Conference sports action, including 20 SAC championships. Time to get caught up with some SACtion. Here are the happenings around the South Atlantic Conference and the nation. Let's go around the league with a check of the Eagle Shop scoreboard. Now back to the field.
We welcome you back to the Eagles Sports Network with under an hour to go before first kick. Rihanna DeCrow and Matt Scalzo here on the Eagles Sports Network on the AEC Tailgate Show. Looking around the SAC for the first time this evening. Last week, Anderson and Mars Hill battled in Mars Hill. MH would end up winning that one 21-14. Anderson tried with a little late push, a touchdown in the third and the fourth quarter. A late pick, though, by Dante Harbison ends the game, and Anderson's undefeated SAC record goes down the drain. Unfortunate one. Then E&H visited Tusculum, put up another 30-piece to get by the Pioneers, 34-13, that score there.
Yeah, that'll be a good one for Carson-Newman to go back and look at some film. Tusculum also runs the triple option and ahead of next week's matchup. These two teams last week, Wingate was on the road against UVA-Wise. They dispatched the winless Cavaliers 28-7, and then Catawba beat Newberry 21-10. And as we all heard it last week, Carson-Newman got the win over Lenore-Rhine 24-7. That one being the final at Berktar Stadium, along with 3 hours in lightning delays.
And, of course, Carson-Newman last weekend taking down Lenore-Rhine 24-7. As you just said, that one was a big one. But this week, a lot of weather delays still going on around the SAC. Mars Hill hosting D3 University of Mary Hardin-Baylor, a really tough team in that Division III arena. They went to the NCAA quarterfinals last season. They started at 1. Don't know if we have a final just yet. We do not. They're still in the end of the second. Mars Hill up 7-5.
Moving along in the SAC as well, Emory and Henry is taking on Anderson. That's at 1 p.m. And then Tusculum is taking on UVA-Wise. Currently, that one is all knotted up at 21, a battle of the bottom two teams in the SAC. Tusculum looking for its first win on the season, and Tusculum trying to get win number 2 on the 2025 campaign.
Score of that Emory and Henry game is 28-13 in favor of E& H as we move along through the other half of the SAC schedule. Southern Connecticut State at Catawba. That one started at 4. The score there is still 0-0 with a couple seconds in the first. They must be in a weather delay.
Oh, I got
as
it.
well. You got it. All right.
I got it. 35-13 in favor of the Catawba Indians.
Nice.
My neck of the woods, the Owls of Southern Connecticut State, not faring well in their trip to North Carolina.
And then finally, Newberry and Lenoir-Rhyne facing off as well. Lenoir-Rhyne trying to get back in the win category after they come winless at Berktar Stadium, heading back home, trying to see if they can pull off a win there. Well, we're going to toss it to another quick break here on the Eagles Sports Network, but stick around. When we come back, Andrew Rogers is with Carson-Newman women's head soccer coach Simon Duffy. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey, Eagle fans, check out the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Located in the MSAC Grand Hall, the Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel, from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. The Eagle Shop has all your gifts, gear, and accessories. Can't make it in person? Visit eagleshop.cn.edu. That's eagleshop.cn.edu for all your Carson-Newman clothing needs.
Power comes with not only having a voice, but knowing that it is heard. As part of an electric co-op, you're not just getting electricity, you're getting the power to have your voice heard and the opportunity to work together with your community to create a better tomorrow. Here, you're not just a customer, you're a member. AEC, empowering voices just like yours.
This Week at the Creek is next. We're back to the stadium in a moment on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. Is your old car slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, or even wrecked with a bad Carfax? Well, it don't matter. Bring that sled to Ted during our nationwide Fat Finger Sale. I've accidentally ordered too many white Nissan Muranos, so if it'll drive, it's worth $5,500, $6,700, $8,500 for the purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. Ted Russell Nissan with a lifetime warranty on Kingston Pike.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Tennessee residents must pay tax $5.95 fee. All rebates apply. NMHC Financial. One trade per deal.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Let's take a closer look around our Carson-Newman athletic family. It's time for This Week at the Creek.
Andrew Rogers, glad to welcome you back here on the AEC Tailgate Show. Now joined alongside by Carson-Newman women's soccer head coach Simon Duffy. Coach, 4-3 start, getting ready to finish September with a matchup against Newberry, but coming off a nice win at Mars Hill on Wednesday, 5-0 result. Second time this year you've won 5-0. What pleased you about Wednesday's result to break a two-game skid?
Yeah, obviously, you and I spoke about this at length. Scoring multiple goals and having a clean sheet, but how we went about the game was the best thing for me. It was the best football we've played now. Overall 90-minute game we've put together this season. Up 3-0 at the half, similar to North Greenville, but we had a bit of a glitch at North Greenville where we conceded that goal early in the second half. So that was a mindset going into the second half, but we thoroughly deserved what we got on the day. I wish we could have saved a few of the goals for maybe another game that we played before. But, delighted to get the goals. And I thought well-deserved. We went about it in the right way, proper mindset. So hopefully we can continue that on.
Kind of a seesaw start in September. You lost the opener, then won 3 in a row, then lost 2 in a row, and now trying to build up another winning streak. What does this team need to do to be consistent with scoring multiple goals or just getting the results that you want as this season progresses?
Yeah, something we always say to them, Andrew, and I think it was something you brought up to us maybe last year when we scored the first goal, what our record is. So we want to chase and hunt for that first goal and then continue that mindset. So obviously winning is a habit, and we can hopefully get on that good habit of repeating what we did against Mars Hill, but it's going to be a really tough fixture away to Newbury. So for me, it's just players, again, we can't instill a confidence in them, but it's them having a confidence and a bravery to do things on the field and not be I guess, scared of making mistakes. So giving them time to express themselves, but in a way that they're going out there understanding what's at stake. We trust the players, obviously, but training sessions have been wonderful. So again, it's just bringing what they do continually in training every single day and trying to replicate that on game day.
Let's look ahead to this Newbury game. They're one of just 2 teams that have not allowed a goal at the start of this season. The only other team is ranked number 2 in the country, so they're obviously doing things well. What impresses you about this group that's obviously unbeaten to begin the year but has also not allowed a goal?
Yeah, I mean, two great stats there, right? So we have to go down there understanding they're going to be tough to break down. It's going to be a very tough ask for us, but also how are they going to respond when we score? Because we are, and we want to see how that mindset is for them, because it's tough on the ego when you take a hit that you haven't taken yet thus far this season. So hopefully we go out there. We've got players, as you kind of put in your post-game story, multiple players scoring goals. So we've got threats that can come from many different sources for us. So when we score our first goal and we hunt and go for the next, hopefully that will allow us to have a bit of an edge. But we know we're going to be up against it, and we have to do what we can do. Sharp, like we did last time out against Mars Hill. Sharp, moving the ball, fluidity of movement, but just sharp passing and movement is what we're looking for.
Good luck against the Wolves.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Andrew.
That's head coach Simon Duffy. We'll send it back to you, Matt and Ray.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Man, what a season it's been for Carson-Newman women's soccer so far. Still trying to, get on the right track, but a couple really good wins as of late. So exciting to see what they do. Play a really interesting game on Wednesday. I'll be on the call for that one, so it should be pretty interesting to see what happens there. But back to the football here. Last season, the Bulldogs take a 28-13 win in the title game for the SAC championship, but Carson-Newman winning the regular season matchup 31-28 at the time. A really close one, both of these teams battling tooth and nail.
Yeah, this has been an interesting series, and Carson-Newman 2-5 in the last 7 against Wingate. They're trying to get their first win on the road against Wingate since 2015. The last 2 on the road, besides the conference championship game loss, have come by a combined, let's do some quick math, 5 points. So we're expecting another good contest between these two.
Well, we're going to take another quick break here on the Eagles Sports Network, but when we come back, we have a special interview with Matt Scalzo, and you won't want to miss it. We'll be right back. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
We love to cheer for our home teams, like the Eagles. It means more when we're rooting for the people we know. Did you know Tri-Lite is your home team internet provider? We're right here in Jefferson City, serving the people we know with our ultra-fast, ultra-reliable fiber broadband network. And we'd love to serve you. Learn more at trilite.net or by calling 833-847-0824. Go Eagles!
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
This is the Eagles Sports Network. Back to the field after 60 seconds from your local stations.
Hello,
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance 10 and warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Back on the AEC Tailgate Show ahead of Carson-Newman against number 19 Wingate on the Eagle Sports Network. I'm Matt Scalzo, joined alongside Dr. John Aiken, the Director of Church Relations and Campus Ministry here at Carson-Newman. Dr. Aiken, thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you.
So what are your kind of responsibilities on campus?
Yeah, so I have basically an internal function and an external function. So in terms of the role in campus ministries internally, I oversee all of campus ministries, discipleship, chapel, faith-based groups, all that kind of stuff. So all the spiritual life of the campus, kind of like the pastor of the campus. And then the external function is church relations, is trying to build relationships with East Tennessee churches mainly, because Carson-Newman was started by East Tennessee churches, Tennessee Baptist churches. And so just trying to be in churches. I preach in churches in East Tennessee. We have, like this past week, we had a pastors conference where about 100 pastors came to hear teaching on how to preach better, how to lead their churches. And so just trying to provide value to local churches. So that's kind of the internal with students and then external with churches and pastors.
How important is it that, especially with the athletic department, that Carson-Newman is really rooted in its Christianity?
Well, I think that I actually gave a talk at the Eagle Scholar dinner or award banquet a couple weeks ago. I think that sports teaches us lessons about the Christian life. I think that there's a lot of parallels that we can draw between the two, mainly in terms of like overcoming adversity, the need for self-discipline, playing a role on a team, teamwork, unity, common goal, common mission. All those kinds of things are things that we're taught in sports, but that also translate to the Christian life and to church life. And so I was raised playing sports. All my brothers, we watch sports, we talk about sports. Like if we're going to talk about things, it's typically either we're talking about Jesus in the church or we're talking about sports. And there's a lot of overlap there. And so I think in terms of the mission of Carson-Newman, developing students who are educated citizens and worldwide servant leaders that, in a Christian context, that sports is a really important part of that because it is developing leadership. It's developing servantship in terms of chain of command and learning, you're not always going to be the leader. Sometimes you've got to serve. And so it does a really great job at that.
The Bible and Scripture talks about running a good race.
Mm-hmm.
How do these athletes really kind of embody that?
Yeah, so the Bible uses multiple sports metaphors. It talks about wrestling, it talks about boxing, and it talks about racing specifically. And so the need in like Hebrews 12 to run the race with endurance is it teaches us perseverance. It teaches us the need to not be distracted. Hebrews 12 talks about that, not being sidetracked by certain things and pressing on towards the goal. And so student athletes, I think, have to embody that because being able to pour all the time that they do into sports, also pour time into their education and get good grades that they need to be able to get and to be able to excel on the field or on the court or whatever. They can't be sidetracked. They've got to be focused. They've got to have perseverance. They've got to be able to push through obstacles and to keep going. And so they definitely embody that well.
Looking at this week, it's Mental Health Week in the Southern Atlantic Conference. How does having a good spiritual life really help in terms of someone's mental health?
Well, mental health is a complex, it's a complex thing. And I think the Bible teaches us that it involves mind, soul, and body. And so there are all kinds of things that impact how your mental health is going to go. There's physical impact on that. Are you getting enough sleep? Are you outside? Are you do you work out? Are you in good shape? Like, is your body being trained to be healthy? Like, that has a direct impact on your emotional, mental makeup. There's also spiritual factors. Are you reading the Bible? Are you in church? Or do you have people and you have relationships with people in your life that are life-giving, encouraging relationships? So those are all of that kind of plays into the mental wellness picture. And I think for athletes, obviously there's challenges to mental health in terms of if you're not excelling the way that you would like to, or you're not getting the playing time that you would like to, or you're finding that balance between school and the field is a challenge. But there's also a lot of benefits, I think, in terms of, again, you're trying to be, you've got to potentially, you should be eating right. Okay, you're training your body physically. You are exercising. You're not somebody who's sedentary. You have relationships that are built in that other people who come to campus have to work to build relationships. Whereas if you're on a sports team, those kind of relationships should be built in. That's helpful for mental health. And so I love what sports brings to our school in terms of health, in terms of again, physical, but also spiritual. FCA and others who are pouring into these athletes. And so I think it's something that obviously we're becoming in America and in the church more aware of the impact of mental wellness and mental health on people. But I think sports is one of those places where it can be helped to be developed in a more robust way.
Well, Dr. Aiken, we appreciate you hopping on with us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
See you on the other side of this break. I'm Matt Scalzo. That's Dr. John Aiken, and this is the Eagle Sports Network.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser-focused on your success.
Touchdown, Carson-Newman!
More great Carson-Newman memories are headed your way in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now!
Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. Is your old car slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, or even wrecked with a bad Carfax? Well, it don't matter. Bring that sled to Ted during our nationwide fat finger sale. I've accidentally ordered too many white Nissan Muranos, so if it'll drive, it's worth $5,500, $6,700, $8,500 for the purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. Ted Russell Nissan with a lifetime warranty on Kingston Pines.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Tennessee residents must pay tax $5.95 fee. All rebates apply. NMHC Finance and one trade per deal.
This is the countdown to Kickoff, powered by Appalachian Electric Cooperative on the Eagle Sports Network. Over the next half hour, we've got you locked with a scouting report on today's opposition, a live forecast for today's weather, and a conversation with head coach Ashley Ingram.
Jaden Sullins, nothing but clear South Carolina sky in front of
Today's
us.
show is brought to you by Appalachian Electric Cooperative, Domino's, Fresh Ideas, by the Eagle Club, First Bank, by Magaha Electric, Inner Digital, by Food City, by the Eagle Shop, Tri-Light, by Premier Building Maintenance, by Modern Woodland Financial Planning, by the Mossy Creek Roasting Company, and by Lisa's Country Kitchen. Now, alongside David Needs, here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Greetings, salutations, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you high atop Irwin Belk Stadium, where Carson-Newman is taking on a nationally ranked foe for a second consecutive week. Sixth time since moving to NCAA Division II that Carson-Newman has played back-to-back ranked foes in the regular season. Eagles got the better of Lenoir-Rhyne last week in Burke-Tar Stadium 24-7, and hoping it's a repeat performance here in Irwin Belk Stadium against the 19th and 20th ranked Wingate Bulldogs. I'm Adam Cavalier. Glad to have you on hand for this one. Carson-Newman hasn't won in this building in a decade. 2015, the last time that Carson-Newman tasted victory at Irwin Belk Stadium over Wingate, and the Eagles have never won in Monroe County at night. So, Eagles with some historical trends against them. We'll see if they can reverse those trends today against a Wingate team that defeated Carson-Newman on this field last year in the South Atlantic Conference Championship game 28-13. How it all shakes out? Well, Andy the Crow and Matt Scalzo have you on lock with the scouting reports, and those are headed your way when we come back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
The home run hitter to Dorian Miller, 70 yards.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years, I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance Tent and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
Back at Irwin Belk Stadium ahead of Carson-Newman and number 19 Wingate on the countdown to kickoff, powered by Appalachian Electric Cooperative. Make the right call for your energy efficiency and score big savings today. Contact AEC, your trusted energy partner. Carson-Newman's defense controlled the game against Lenoir-Rhyne last week, forcing 4 turnovers. Now Jet Jones and company look to disrupt Wingate's quarterback, Elijah Holmes, who is second in the nation in completion percentage.
D-line, they have to get some pass rush. We have great coverage in the back end, so hopefully that leads to coverage sacks.
Holmes has tossed 9 touchdowns with 0 interceptions and has multiple touchdowns in every game this season, including 5 against Bluefield State in Week 2. Jones has noted how Holmes commands the Wingate offense.
He's a good quarterback. He plays within the system. He's a system quarterback, so he's going to take what you give him every time.
Wingate averages 230 rushing yards per game, fueled by their bell cow running back Xavier Pugh. Jones and the defense are preparing for another physical brand of football after limiting LR to 75 yards on the ground last week.
Knowing Wingate's history, they're a physical team. They're coming to try to pound and rock right down the middle. They're not going to do nothing special, so what we had to come out and we had to come out as a physical team and had a dominant mindset that we're going to dominate the line of scrimmage.
Coming up next, reigning SAC Offensive Player of the Week, Zane Whitson, breaks down the keys for this Carson-Newman offense against the Wingate defense on the Eagle Sports Network.
This is Carson-Newman men's basketball alum Taylor Hawkins. I want to help your family secure its financial future. I'm with Modern Woodman Financial Planning, where we touch lives and secure futures. Let Modern Woodman protect your family's financial security through life insurance, retirement planning, and financial services. You can contact me, Taylor Hawkins, at seeandeagles.com/Modern Woodman. That's seeandeagles.com/Modern Woodman. Help secure your family's financial future through Modern Woodman Financial Planning.
In 2025, we celebrate 130 years of Carson-Newman athletics. Over the years, the teams at Carson-Newman have been known for their toughness and Christian spirit. Through the decades, teams and individuals playing at the highest levels have brought recognition for this little school on the banks of Mossy Creek. While we remember the past, we look towards the future. So join the Eagle Club today as we continue to support our athletes and coaches through funding and facilities. Talons up.
Join the Eagle Club today. Visit seeandeagles.com/Eagle Club.
What a grip and a rip by Des Farrell.
You're locked into Carson-Newman football on the Eagle Sports Network.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
Back on the Eagles Sports Network as we get a look at the Bulldogs defense with the man who made sparks fly in his first start at QB in 2025 last week. Zane Whitson was exceptional in the matchup against LR, but he knows it's going to take a lot more than just him to take on this Bulldogs team.
Everybody just got to do their job. That's been the biggest thing that we focused on this week. I feel like that's where we've lacked in certain areas, is just not doing your job and everybody buying in to do the same thing and have the same goal. But this week I feel like we've really prepared on just doing our job and doing the little things, because that's going to lead us to victory.
As much fun as throwing the ball can be, Whitson says the key to hitting this defense is the Carson-Newman ground game.
This isn't about big plays or hit them over top. This is about directly we're going to run the football, and we think that we're better than them up front. And if we do our job, that we're going to be all right.
It's going to be a tough test, though, and Whitson and the Eagles have a lot of respect for the program they have built on the other side of the ball.
I think the biggest thing that sticks out is it has to be their culture. Every guy that they have has been in their program for forever, and I think that's a testimony to them. Everybody sticking around and buying into what they got going on, and that's something we strive for here. So I feel like it's helped them in that way.
However, Whitson commends his teammates, saying the new talent isn't always a bad thing.
It could not help them because of experience, and so you never know. Sometimes you need experienced guys out there, whether it's bringing in transfers like we got, like Jaden Griffith. I mean, you never know. Sometimes you need them guys.
That's Zane Whitson on the Wingate defense. Gonna step aside here quickly, but don't leave your seats. When we come back, Matt and I give our final thoughts on the game before we turn it over to the man with the plan, Ashley Ingram, as he joins the show. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
Tri-Light is proud to support Carson-Newman Athletics. We salute the student athletes who are working hard to make great things happen on the field, in the classroom, and in the world. It takes vision, commitment, and teamwork, qualities we share at Tri-Light. Our mission is to provide life-changing opportunities by building a world-class fiber broadband network. If you'd like to learn more, please visit trilight.net or call us at 833-847-0824.
There's new fresh ideas on campus. From Chick-fil-A to Maples Coffee to Sabarijos, Fresh Ideas has tons of high-quality dining options for whatever taste you may need. Sabarijos is open Monday through Friday for lunch and dinner in the Health Sciences Building. Sabarijos features all your Mexican favorites, from burritos to nachos to quesadillas to tacos to anything you can think of in a tortilla. Follow Fresh Ideas on Instagram at Carson-Newman Dining.
Derek Evans, 79 yards on the first play from scrimmage.
You found the home of Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan, and we're having a fat finger sale.
Gerald, you're having a what?
We're having a fat finger sale. I fat fingered the 4 button and ordered 45 new Nissan white Muranos.
You ordered 45 new white Nissan Muranos?
Yep, sure did.
So now what?
If it'll drive, it's worth $8,500 worth of purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. So bring that sled to Ted, and it's worth $8,500 during the fat finger sale going on now at Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Rain's starting to come down here at Irwin Belk Stadium, and that's not stopping the fans from piling into the stands. Pretty busy one here at the stadium in Wingate, North Carolina. Everybody coming out for this ranked matchup. Obviously, Wingate, ranked 19-17 in the nation. Carson-Newman receiving votes right now after their win against Lenoir-Rhyne last week. You thought maybe they might jump into that top 25. They have yet to do so, but Ashley Ingram said post-game against Lenoir-Rhyne he's not sure how this Wingate team hasn't been ranked. Well, here they are. They've made noise in the SAC. They've made noise in the non-conference schedule. Have put up a couple 70 pieces on the season already. They have just been firing on all cylinders, man.
Yeah, they are a tremendous, well-oiled machine on the football field. And there were a lot of question marks coming into this season for Wingate. Not as many returners back, but they have steadied the ship, and it's been a strong start to the season. Their quarterback, Elijah Holmes, he's second in the country in completion percentage. I said it in my scout. I'm sure Cav is going to say it on Wingate's opening possession of the game. This is an offense that really runs through its system. And Holmes, what a quarterback's best friend is always the running game, and this is an awesome running football team. They're going to establish that run early. They average 230 yards per game on the ground, paced by their star running back Xavier Pugh. He's got up over 300 rushing yards this season, already 6 touchdowns through 3 games for the running back. So it's going to be a bit more of a taller task for Carson-Newman than last week against Lenoir-Rhyne. The Bears were a little banged up, had some stars out. Wingate seems to be a healthy bunch, and it's going to be a tall task to get things going. But rain coming down, we'll see if it's a consistent factor throughout tonight.
I think it's also worth bringing up that the Wingate punter, Rivers Teeter, was the D2 football special teams player of the week. And I just happened to think back of that game against Mars Hill where Carson-Newman really struggled with field position. Obviously, that wasn't too much of an issue against LR, but, with someone who is able to put the ball that deep in the field, definitely something you got to think about.
Yeah, the special teams there's always 3 phases to the game. We could talk about offense and defense with both these squads a lot, but special teams are also, I think these are 2 of the strongest special teams units in the country. You look kicking wise for Carson-Newman, Bennett Smith, he could probably drill it from anywhere on this field, really. Even 50-yarders, he was making them pretty easy kicking into the end zone. But that punter, he can be a real game changer and flip the field in one possession.
Final thing I want to bring up is this Carson-Newman defense has been giving other teams fits, really, and it's been historically really good against Wingate, even looking back to last season. 12 sacks across the 2 games last year. Definitely something that's going to be in their minds.
Yeah, there's been, I forget how many consecutive weeks it's been that Carson-Newman's had a sack. I think
35, right around there.
Somewhere in the high 20s, maybe in the 30s now. But they've got after the quarterback. They did it last week against Lenore Ryan. And they put the Bears behind the sticks, and even when they were close, they were able to really force them into a hole. They forced some turnovers on downs early in that contest, and then even coming out of the rain delay or the lightning delay rather, they have forced them to a long field goal. They missed that, and then of course Zane Whitson, he did the rest with that long touchdown run that somehow wasn't in the SAC top 10 plays of the week. But that's besides the point. So we'll see how this progresses.
Well, heavy raindrops continuing to fall here in North Carolina. We'll see if we get a weather delay anytime soon. But for now, we're going to step aside and let the guy who knows what he's talking about take over. Ashley Ingram joins the show when we come back here on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey, Eagle fans, check out the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Located in the MSAC Grand Hall, the Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel, from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. The Eagle Shop has all your gifts, gear, and accessories. Can't make it in person? Visit eagleshop.cn.edu. That's eagleshop.cn.edu for all your Carson-Newman clothing needs.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City and Morristown wants to help feed your business. When you're hungry at lunch, show your business card at Domino's in Jefferson City and Morristown when you make your purchase for pickup or delivery to get 25% off the entire order. That's 25% off your order at Domino's in Jeff City and Morristown when you show your business card. Call 865-471-6700 to get a pizza. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
An interview with head coach Ashley Ingram is headed your way in 60 seconds after these messages from your local stations on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance Tent and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Time to check in with the Eagles head man. Here's Carson-Newman head football coach Ashley Ingram, alongside the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Back on the AEC countdown to kickoff as Carson-Newman comes to you tonight from Irwin Belk Stadium, taking on the Wingate Bulldogs in a rematch of last year's South Atlantic Conference Championship game. I'm Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Ashley Ingram. Ashley, you revisit the site of last year's SAC title game. I don't take you for a guy that has revenge-minded, I suppose, just for my own personal confirmation. That doesn't seem to be a motivating point. Is that a fair assessment for you?
That is a fair assessment. This is a different team. They've got a different team. We're just trying to win tonight. If I thought it would help me, then I guess I would be revenge-minded, but I don't think that's going to help us win tonight.
You look at Wingate. Last year, you were able to get tremendous pressure on their quarterback, Brooks Bentley. Sacked him 7 times in the meeting, and Burke Tarr 5 times in the SAC title game. What's it take to generate that level of pressure on this year's edition of the Bulldogs?
I think it all starts, you got to stop the run. If you can stop the run and put them in passing situations, I think we'll have a chance. But I think, stopping the run against these guys is it's going to take some work and a great effort
It is the number one offense in the SAC in terms of yardage gained and points scored, and they're incredibly balanced, almost split 50-50 between rush and pass. Is that because their rushing attack has set up their passing attack?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. When you've got to add more people to the box, and it just opens up the passing game. And the other thing is they're running the ball so well, they throw on their terms. So they're not throwing the ball in a lot of third and long type situations.
What does it take to slow down a guy like Xavier Pugh at tailback?
The line of scrimmage. We got to be really good on the line of scrimmage up front. We got to win some battles. We got to not get knocked back. And if we can do that, we'll have a chance.
Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Ashley Ingram. Teddy Gleaton out last week against Lenore Ryan with some dings from the Mars Hill game. Zane Whitson comes in and starts and earns SAC Player of the Week honors in his stead. What do you do with your quarterback room this week?
Well, Zane's going to start. He's earned the opportunity to do that. And Teddy will be available to us. Mario Sanchez will be available to us. So we're ready to roll at quarterback.
Last year around this time, your refrain was, you got to get the fullback going, you got to get the fullback going, you got to get the fullback going. You haven't said that this year, but you've moved the ball effectively in other ways. What's your mindset with distribution in 2025?
We do need to get the fullback going. We've not been great there. I don't really worry too much about distribution. Last year we couldn't distribute, so we needed to get the fullback going. This year we can do a few other things, but we need to get the fullback going. And if he can get going better, it'll set everything else up as well.
Your quarterbacks so far this year between Zane, Mario, and Teddy, that's three of your top six leading rushers. Is that a byproduct of some of the changes that you've made offensively?
I think so. We're trying to do a little more offensively. I think last year we were a little limited as the season progressed. But it's been good. And then the other thing is because we've been able to run the football, our completion percentages are up, our yards per completion are up. And for the most part, we've been able to kind of throw on our terms. So for the most part, it's been good.
Ashley, pleasure as always. Good luck today against the Bulldogs.
Thank you.
It's Carson-Newman head football coach Ashley Ingram. We've got tonight's weather report, keys to the game when the AEC countdown to kickoff returns after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Looking to make your home more comfortable and affordable? Maybe with a new electric heat pump or new attic insulation? And don't forget new doors and windows. AEC is here to help. We have a quality contractor network, easy financing, and incentives for home upgrades. Plus, AEC carefully inspects every job to ensure the highest quality satisfaction. Visit our website at aeccoop.org for applications, contractor lists, and more details. AEC, power what matters most.
Dorm food got you down? Need a home-cooked meal? Then Lisa's Country Kitchen is for you. Lisa's Country Kitchen has been feeding Carson-Newman students for 15 years. Lisa's has a family-friendly atmosphere all day long. From the morning with her $2.99 breakfast specials to dinner with Lisa's fresh, never-frozen steaks. Carson-Newman students get a 10% discount with their student ID.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
What a drip and a rip by Des Farrell.
You're locked in to Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey folks, Joe Dennison with Ted Russell Nissan. Is your old car slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, or even wrecked with a bad Carfax? Well, it don't matter. Bring that sled to Ted during our nationwide Fat Finger Sale. I've accidentally ordered too many white Nissan Muranos, so if it'll drive, it's worth $5,500, $6,700, $8,500 for the purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. Ted Russell Nissan with a lifetime warranty on Kingston Pine.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Business residents must pay tax $5.95 fee. All rebates apply. NMHC Financial. One trade per deal.
You're listening to WRJC Knoxville, Joy 620, FM 102.5 in Knoxville, FM 99.5 in Sevierville, the home of Carson-Newman Eagles football.
This is Carson-Newman football.
Turner to the 40, the 30. Turner to the 20. Nobody's going to catch Vernon Turner. 80 yards, a touchdown on the first play of the game. Vernon Turner has Carson-Newman up 6-0.
131 All-Americans.
Williams, house call, touchdown, Carson-Newman.
21 sack titles.
He throws down into the end zone, wide open, touchdown, Carson-Newman, Alvin Sanders.
5 national championships.
That's it from Wilberforce, Ohio, and Carson-Newman will play for the national championship.
1 legendary history.
So we can find an excuse or we can find a way, and we found a way.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network. Today's game is brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative, Domino's, Fresh Ideas, by the Eagle Club, First Bank, by Magaha Electric, Inner Digital, by Food City, by the Eagle Shop, Tri-Life, by Premier Building Maintenance, by Modern Woodman Financial Planning, by the Mossy Creek Roasting Company, and by Lisa's Country Kitchen. Now, here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
All right, back atop Irwin Belk Stadium, Adam Cavalier alongside David Needs. Glad to have you on hand for Carson-Newman and Wingate in a rematch of last year's South Atlantic Conference Championship game. David Needs, yards were hard to come by last season for Carson-Newman against the Bulldogs. Wingate does lose a lot defensively. Your keys for this contest?
Well, for the Eagles, Adam, they need to be able to throw the ball when they want to, and not just because they need to. And that's going to be an important and key component for the Eagles, that they have to throw with success. They threw for success in the first game at Carson-Newman, but they were not able to throw for success. And then on defense, you got to make Wingate uncomfortable. You got to put them in long yardage situations, deny first down big gains so that they have to throw the ball when they're not comfortable so that they can't be successful.
Well, Wingate has won the toss and deferred, so Carson-Newman will start out with the football for the first time since the West Virginia State game. And while we have a moment, let's send it down to the field. Check it with Rayanna DeCrow, who has today's
rain
weather.
Certainly wasn't in the forecast, Adam, but it is coming down here in heavy drops at Irwin Belk Stadium. Not sure how long it's going to last. Checking the radar, it just looked like there were a couple cells around, but regardless, it is coming down here. Going to see how the turf reacts to that. If it's slippery, see how it all plays out. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you very much, Rayanna DeCrow. So Carson-Newman in white jersey tops and orange pants. We'll get the football first against Wingate wearing all blue. Blue tops, blue pants, gold numerals trimmed in white on the front and back of the jerseys. Eagles have that iconic orange helmet. Blue, white, blue stripes up the middle with the eagle head on either side. For Wingate's helmet, it is a navy blue with a gold W on either side, outlined in white with a double gold stripe tapered at the rear for Wingate.
Adam, you have a multiple-purpose field too, so you're going to see some wear and some slippery spots probably, or spots, especially when you're playing sports like lacrosse or field hockey out here.
Yeah, this doubles as Wingate's lacrosse field, as the Bulldogs will send out Thorne to kick off with Jaden Griffin and Cade Meeks deep to receive this kick. Carson-Newman wearing the white on orange for the first time since September 16th, 2023. That was at Limestone, a game that Carson-Newman immediately threw in the garbage afterward at Saints Field. 45-17 Limestone win that day. Hopefully the
stink of that has washed itself out of these jerseys over the last 2 years.
Amen to that, Adam.
Thorne strides forward, right boot to ball, and end over end kick is high arcing, and rainbows down to Cade Meeks at the goal line. He will return it straight ahead across the 10, jumps and gets cut down at his thighs over the numbers left side by Anthony Goodlow up at the 12. Just a 12-yard return for Cade Meeks. Great kick by Thorne. Spent a lot of time in the air and let Wingate's bullets catch up to it. 1st and 10 Eagles from their own 12.
And that's where you got to be smart. You just take the fair catch right there, and you know that you get it at the 25 with the way that it's just really, really long and high in the air. You really don't have a chance to block them long enough.
So the Eagles come out in the flex bone. Whitson will take and give on the dive to Jaden Sullins. Nowhere to run there. Manju Berthe and Elijah Barnes combo and bring him down for no gain at the 12. It's 2nd and 10.
Eagles were trying, and like Coach Ingram said in his pregame, Adam, he just tried to establish the dive. And when you establish the dive, what you do is you draw that defense in, and you just open it up on the outside. Center right there, because of the pressure, was not able to get any movement, and then that just caused the problem.
First career start at center for Lewis Baker. First career start at left guard for Laney Best. Give is on an end-around handoff for Jeremiah Carroll left side. He stumbled in the backfield, and Elijah Barnes caught up with him from behind and drops him for a loss of 2 back at the 10-yard line. 3rd down, 12 to go. Carroll had the handoff, stumbled as soon as he strode over the blue stripe of whatever part of the lacrosse field that is.
Yeah.
And the turf monster got him and was aided by Elijah Barnes heavily.
Yes, and you know, Adam, you're going into the short side of the field, so the defense doesn't have to go very far to move to that. So when he did stumble, they were on him pretty fast.
3rd and 12 for the Eagles. Left hash at their own 10. Flexbone look for Whitson under center. Sullins, the fullback. Give is to Sullins straight ahead. Sullins kicks it to the right. He's across the 15. Stiff arm past the 20, and he has 1st down yardage to the right sideline up to the 24-yard line, where Omar Baugh finally wraps him up. So a gain of 14 up to the 24, and the Eagles move the sticks.
Great job right there of continuing to work with his legs. You know, Wingate probably could have stopped him once or twice early, but you know, great credit Jaden Sullins, and moving is what he did with it with the legs still churning.
1st and 10 Eagles, right hash at their own 24-yard line. Whitson under center from the flex bone, fakes the dive, pitches right. Griffin to the edge, across the 30, across the 35. Now check that, stepped out shy of the 35, back at the 32-yard line. Omar Baugh had the pressure from his safety spot. Still good for an 8-yard pickup. 2nd and 2.
You know, Adam, you watch a lot of flexbone teams today, and they don't pitch it and get outside. In fact, they don't run the option very much. And what that has done is it makes them pretty pedestrian. When you do run the option and you aren't afraid to pitch it, you really create problems for the defense.
Double-barreled pistol for Zane Whitson. Bradley and Sullins, the running backs. Handoff goes straight ahead to Sullins. He's got 1st down yardage outside the right hashes, across the 35, and he's brought down up at the 38-yard line by Cross and Perry. That's a 6-yard gain for Jaden Sullins and a 1st down for the Eagles. 6th play of the drive coming up, 3 minutes in. Scoreless between the Eagles and 20th-ranked Bulldogs. Here from Irwin Belk Stadium, site of last year's SAC title game. Title game rematch between these two teams. 1st and 10 Eagles, right hash at their own 38. Shotgun for Whitson. Sullins off of Whitson's right hip. You got 2 slots, Griffin and Bradley. Griffin in motion to the short side right. Whitson takes, design quarterback run to the right, and he is overwhelmed at the line of scrimmage and pushed down by Ryan Green and Diego Alvarez. No gain, back to the 38. 2nd and 10. Wingate could push that time.
They did, and you know, one of the things that you're trying to do in that situation is they've been pretty. That has been one of the places they've run. Eagles wanted to see if as they moved the running back over, did Wingate shift or adjust in the defense? They did slide a little bit, But going into the boundary again, you got to really seal it off if you're gonna take advantage on that play.
No score, 4 minutes in. 2nd and 10 for the Eagles, right hash from their own 38. Whitson will hand off Bradley left side on a sweep, and Bradley's across the 40 up to the 42-yard line. Over the left side hashes David Squires, able to get his mitts on him and stop him after a gain of 4 up to the 42. 3rd down, 6 to go.
Got to run with got to have kind of a little bit of a field vision right there. Don really ran into the tackler right there. If he makes a little bit of a move, he probably has a little bit longer. His blocker out on the perimeter had stalemated him, and you either got to go inside or outside of that. He just kind of ran him over.
3rd down, 6 to go for the Eagles for this drive that started back at the 12. Eagles have converted on 1 3rd down so far on the drive. Ball on the left hash for the Eagles from their own 42. Need the 48. Whitson out of the gun, takes the snap, hands Sullins straight ahead. He gets back to the line of scrimmage over the left hashes, and that's it. Jonathan Cross was the first guy there, and then Barnes helps finish him off. So no gain. Eagles run 8 plays. Drive stalls out near field, and Grayson Campbell will come on to punt it away to Warner.
And this is, Adam, where we talk about field position. If you do the same thing, but you have the ball at the 25 and start instead of, you're going to be in a much better position to pin them back deeper.
No rush from Wingate. Campbell gets off a spiraling kick. LaRon Warner retreats to his 12, grabs it, and is immediately buckled down by DJ Thornton at the 11. No return there. Eagles covered it well. At the very least, Carson-Newman flips field position, 9:27 to play in the first quarter. Wingate takes over. InterDigital strives to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services. InterDigital, they are laser-focused on your success. So the Bulldogs start out 1st and 10 with 9:27 to go in the first quarter from their own 11. Holmes back to pass, going to throw long along the left side numbers, and it's right to Isaiah Kane, who then fumbles it, and it's scooped up by Jacob Madison at the 42. Isaiah Kane with the gift of an interception, lost the football as he was tackled by the intended receiver Estranza, and then Jacob Madison, nobody else around. He's the guy that's able to scoop up the pigskin, and the Eagles get some sudden change. One pass for the Bulldogs. Wingate no longer among the 15 teams in the country without an interception. Isaiah Kane has the INT.
And it almost looked like a miscommunication from quarterback and receiver. It looked like the receiver was going to run like a deep comeback, and the quarterback threw a flag, and that's why Carson-Newman was in position to get it. But, hey, got to love it, ball inside on Wingate's side of the field with a chance to start off.
1st and 10 Eagles. The spot actually the 42 out of the flex bone. Whitson will give to Sullins, and that's blown up by Cross at the mesh point. A loss of 2 back to the 49, 2nd and 12.
You got to get movement, Adam. If you're not, it's going to be a long day. So you got to get movement, especially in A gap and in B gap, so that you can and let the dive go. You can only pitch it outside so many times without if they're going to control the A gap and the B gap.
8:50 to go, rolling clock, first quarter. No score between Carson-Newman and 19th ranked Wingate. Whitson out of the gun. Sullins to his right. Griffin in motion, short side right. Play action for Whitson. Sprints out to the right. Whitson throws on the run through the hands of his intended target, Griffin at the sticks. Right sideline down at the 37. Collins was in coverage, but Whitson saw it go right through Griffin's hands for an incompletion. There is a Bulldog shaken up on the play. And so we'll let the Bulldogs sports medicine staff sort that out. Eagles facing 3rd down and 12 to go when we come back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
It's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com. Join us now. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance Bin and Warehouse. Doors reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
On 3rd and 12, Zane Whitson drops back to pass and scrambles for a first down toward the left sideline across the 35, down to the 34-yard line. Needed 12. He gets 15 on 3rd and long. Second third down that Carson-Newman has converted. That's been 3rd and long or greater. And the Eagles have it 1st and 10 with no score. 8:05 to play in the first quarter from the Bulldog 34-yard line after Isaiah Kane's interception.
Wingate is really committed to playing strong up front. And what that has done is it's kind of left them vulnerable on the perimeter. And so when Zane took it, he was able to get outside and make a play.
Whitson out of the flex bone, gives to Sullins on the dive. Sullins army crawls between the hashes down to the 30-yard line. Ryan Green and Jonathan Cross grab him at his legs and take him out after the 4-yard gain. Second down and 6 to go. Jaden Sullins up to 24 yards rushing on 6 carries now.
Great call so far, Adam. Eagles are really kind of spreading it out. They're not abandoning the A gap or B gap with a dive and just really forcing Wingate to play them honest, and it's opened up stuff on the outside.
Jalen Washington split to the wide side left. Whitson out of the gun, play fake, going to throw out to the flat left side, complete to Don Bradley. He's across the 20, across the 15, and knocked down by Ryan Green with a shove out of bounds along the left sideline. Spot him down at the 13-yard line. 17 yards and a first down through the air to Don Bradley. Eagles move the chains, looking to break this scoreless tie with 6:54 to go in the first quarter.
Eagles did a really good job of getting the running back out there in the flat. Because they are playing 7 in the box, they really only have 4 to cover. So when the Eagles flood a zone, they don't have that extra guy because he's really staying on the line of scrimmage.
6:38 rolling clock, first quarter. No score between Carson-Newman and Wingate. Eagles have it 1st and 10. Left hash at the Bulldog 13. Whitson out of the flex bone, turns and hands off, bin back dive Sullins. Sullins splits the hashes inside the 10, and he's snatched at his shoe tops by Paul Thompson down at the 5-yard line. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
Really bounce that one outside, and when you're bouncing it outside, what you get from that is you really, because they're trying to squeeze that A gap because they're worried about midline option. When you bounce it outside, what you get from that is just that extra little gap, and you make the defense end have to collapse tight. But that will later open up plays to the outside.
5:53 rolling clock, first quarter. No score between Carson-Newman and Wingate. Flex bone for Zane Whitson. Meek split to the wide side left. Midline for Zane Whitson. Powers it down inside the right hashes, down to the 4. Guy Taylor and Jonathan Cross grab him around his shoulders and sling him down. It's a yard for Zane. 3rd down and a yard to go for the Eagles.
Yeah, got behind his dive back and there was not much movement right there, so didn't have a lot of choices as far as keeping it. It's kind of a little bit of a quarterback follow, and when you can't get your feet to move, what happens is that you're just kind of limited in where you go.
3rd down and a yard to go for the Eagles. Toward the right hash at the Bulldog 3. Whitson, quarterback sneak. Vintage Carson-Newman for a first down. Running inside the right hashes down to the 1. Needed 1. Zane Whitson gets 3 and moves the sticks.
Adam, most teams have this standard rule, especially on first down or second down. But then in this case, 3rd. If you can get 2 or 3, you should call the quarterback sneak, especially in situations like this where you can get 4. You always want to call that quarterback sneak because you want to make the defense have to really play honestly in A-gap.
1st and goal from the 1 for Carson-Newman. Whitson under center. Sullins, the fullback, in the flex bone. Whitson takes, gives in around Griffin right side. Doesn't quite sneak it to the edge. And it's stopped by Avilés in the boundary right side. Bulldog shaken up on the play. He loses maybe a half yard back to the 2. It's 2nd down and goal to go regardless, as Wingate has a player shaken up. It's a chance to remind you that Tri-Lite is your home team internet provider, providing Jefferson City with ultra-fast, ultra-reliable fiber broadband. Let them serve you. Visit trilite.net. Carson-Newman has possessed the football for pretty much the duration of this first quarter. 4:26 to go. Wingate had the ball for 10 seconds. And Elijah Holmes threw his first interception of the season. On Wingate's first play from scrimmage, Eagles have put together 2 8-play drives. The first one went from the 12 up to the 42, ended in the punt. This one started at Wingate's 47, has made it down to the 2, and the Eagles have it 2nd and goal from there. But a Bulldog shaken up on the previous rush for Griffin, and that is Jonathan Cross, who had 3 tackles for loss between the 2 games last year against Carson-Newman and has been all over the place so far in this game.
Adam, on that last play, I'm not a huge fan of taking the ball off the line of scrimmage, especially down where you are, because the defense is going to try and penetrate through the gap. And so when you do take it off and run the zone sweep or the jet sweep, it does. Chances are most of the time that you're not going to get something positive out of it.
2nd and goal from the 2 for the Eagles. Ball on the right hash. Whitson under center in the flex bone. Washington slot left. Bradley slot right. Sullins the fullback. Whitson, quarterback sneak straight ahead. Whitson burrowing to the goal line. Carson-Newman says it's a touchdown. So do the officials. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Zane Whitson, 2 yards out on the quarterback sneak. And the Eagles are up 6-0, 4:10 to play in the first quarter. Eagles take advantage of the Wingate turnover and pay it off with Whitson's 2-yard sneak.
Great call right there, because look, if you're going to play wide, if you're going to play head up, and you're leaving the 0 uncovered or your center basically uncovered, always you need to take that when it's short yardage, because you think you can get 2, even with a quarterback just laying down if he's 6 feet tall.
Bennett Smith on for the point after. Snaps back. Campbell's hold is down, and Smith's kick is true. So the Eagles strike first, taking advantage of a Bulldog turnover. And we're back to Irwin Belk Stadium after these messages on the Eagle Sports Network.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser focused on your success.
All right, guys. The good news is that Carson-Newman has a 7-0 lead on Wingate with 4:10 to play in the first quarter. The bad news, with apologies to Dave Clabo back inside of network control, we are in a lightning delay. They made the announcement over the PA system that we have entered a lightning delay, and the teams are retreating off to the locker rooms to our right. And it's not raining here in Wingate, North Carolina, but there has been lightning within
8 miles,
an 8-mile radius of the stadium. There's a rainbow also,
yes,
terminating over some trees off to
Thanks,
the left.
Cav. During that timeout, during the injury timeout, the sideline was calling for a tush push. And, well, Zane Whitson and the offense listened. QB dive right up the middle, a huge gap in the A gap led to that touchdown for Carson-Newman. So sideline knew what was going on. Tush push equals 6 for Carson-Newman. Back up to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Matt Scalzo. Matt mistook my signal of pointing at the rainbow that it was go time for the sideline report. He had that one dialed in, and he was ready, and we appreciate that. But that wasn't the cue. That was me pointing out the beautiful rainbow. That's but they were spot on.
And like I said, Adam, when you aren't playing A-gap honest or right over the center, you can get that. You should be able to do that, and you should force those 2 inside guys, those 2 techniques or shades is what they would call them if they, depending on where they play. because there you can get what you hope is you can get a wedge with your center and your two guards to get inside of that, and you really have 3-on-2 then as you go through and just because the linebacker can't come up to the line of scrimmage.
Well, we are going to officially start the stopwatch here. We have, for the record, turned off our crowd mic, so it's going to sound a little bit like David and I are in studio for the next 30 minutes or so. But we will, and I'm going to go ahead and bring Andrew Rogers in because he's been tracking this a little bit more closely. Carson-Newman soccer is in action right now at Newberry. Stephen Lyons' group looking to get its first win of the season. And Andrew, present standing, things seem to be looking good for the Eagles.
Yeah, very good. 88 seconds in, Rydian Williams scores his first goal of the year, and it seemed like early on Carson-Newman's chances were really good. Mounted a lot of opportunities, but just had a 1-0 lead after that early goal less than 90 seconds in. But Carson-Newman has been able to extend that lead. Mitchell Honcup just moments ago, 86th minute goal from well outside the box. It's 2-0. Interestingly enough, 30 seconds after the second goal, Elijah Buford was facing a penalty kick opportunity. He had to save it, and he did, diving to his left. And he's made 2 saves in the last 2 minutes, so that's a 2-0 advantage with about 90 seconds to go. Would be a nice win to end the month of September over there.
One of a handful of games going around the Carson-Newman athletic family today. Just if you're now joining us, lightning delay for a second straight week. We had 2 hours and 57 minutes of these last week at back at Berktar Stadium against Lenore-Ryan. Hopefully this is a little 30-minute nickel-dimer, and we're back to talking about an active football game instead of one that is in a weather delay. But elsewhere in the Carson-Newman athletic family, Carson-Newman cross country took part in the SAC preview meet at the Kinzer Park Golf Course over in Greenville, Tennessee. Men's team placed 6th. The women finished as runner-up in that field. Steep terrain, muddy stretches, pretty big test. Yeah. The word from Tusculum Sports Information, Dom Donnelly, the entire course, save for the finish, uphill over in Greenville. Jenna Pittman placed as the runner-up on the women's squad. She finished, paced the runner-up women's squad. She finished 4th in the 6K, 26 minutes, 0.7 seconds. Carson-Newman missed out on first place by just 6 points. Kiriona Wilson finished 5th in the field, 26:06.7, and Emma Roberts rounded out Carson-Newman's top finishers in 15th with a time of 28 minutes, 5.4 seconds. On the men's side, freshman Wesley Thomas led the way. He placed 20th in the 8K, 31 minutes, 53 seconds, 0.10 for Wesley Thomas. So Carson-Newman cross country, especially on the women's side. Yes. Jenna Pittman setting up for a return to her all-region caliber racing last season for the women's cross-country program. Quality day on the course for her this morning in Greenville at the site of the SAC championships. Right. In late October.
And, you know, Adam, what the women have is a great core group that has been together since they were freshmen, that have been running together with some new additions. The men have had some guys that have graduated and a few guys that transferred out, and so Coach Borden is feverishly recruiting to replace some of those guys. But the women have stayed consistent, and you have people like Jenna and Peyton Couch and others that have been part of the program for a while that are just continuing and will continue to hit their stride as the season goes on. I do think that our women's team at Carson-Newman can do some really good things come tournament time and come region time because they have some very tough competitors.
We are in the middle of a lightning delay here at Irwin Belk Stadium, where Carson-Newman has grabbed a 7-0 lead on the Wingate Bulldogs. Carson-Newman takes advantage of an Elijah Holmes interception, and then Tim plays 47 yards later. 5:07 come off the clock, and the Eagles punch it in the end zone on a 2-yard Zane Whitson quarterback sneak to take advantage of the INT. And as soon as the teams headed into the kickoff formations, the official said, hey, lightning's in the area. It is a purple-hued sky here in Wingate, North Carolina. The rain and the storm is definitely off to our left. I don't know my meteorological details of this area to know if it's moving toward us, if it's moving across. Feels like the weather has been moving right to left, at least as we've been sitting here watching the,
east to west.
Clouds move, but the rain and presumably the lightning is off that direction to the right. Just looks like a pretty evening sky to the left. And not something that you want to be outside in.
No, and you know, it's just in a situation where when you're playing here and you kind of get in a rhythm. You know, we talked about last week, Adam, that when you're the home team and this is the situation, you got a little bit more of an advantage because you know where your training room is. You're close to some resources that you may have. When you're the visiting team, you're just kind of sitting in a small, cramped locker room. You're just coaches are trying to get your attention, but you got to make sure that they don't get stiff, and you got to make sure that you're moving while you're in there so that when you come out to ready to play, especially in this situation where it's not 9 minutes left to go in the game, but there's 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter.
Yeah.
You got a lot of football left to be played.
We have received words from the Wingate folks that it does look like it's going around. Of course, that's what we said last week, and then ate all the crow in the world 2 hours and 57 minutes later as a storm just continued to billow with all that lake moisture and pop up right over Jefferson City. But what Wingate's folks have said is that this is a storm that seems to be moving around. All right, well, if you were locked in with us last week, you got to hear some radio housekeeping. Since we are so early in the format stations, we are going to go ahead and fire local position 3. So we're going to stay within format, and we are going to take local position 3. That's the break we're going to take right now. We're going to step out. We'll be back to Irwin Belk Stadium after these messages. This is the Eagle Sports Network.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to WRJZ Knoxville, Joy 620, FM 102.5 in Knoxville, FM 99.5 in Sevierville, the home of Carson-Newman Eagles football.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium where we are in the middle of a lightning delay. Carson-Newman leads Wingate 7-0 with 4:10 to play in the first quarter. Eagles got the football first. A short kickoff return set the Eagles up at their own 12. 8 plays later, Carson-Newman forced to punt after 30 yards at their own 42. Eagles do pin Wingate at the 11. And then what happens but Elijah Holmes throws his first interception of the season. Wingate no longer one of the 15 teams nationally without a pick. And the Eagles are able to take advantage of the short field. Isaiah Kane intercepted it, fumbled it, trying to return it, but Jacob Madison was there to snag it for Carson-Newman. 10 plays, 47 yards later, 5:07 off the clock, and Zane Whitson calls his own number on a 2-yard quarterback sneak to give the Eagles this 7-0 lead. And that was when officials said, lightning within 8 miles. Everybody to the locker rooms. We're waiting 30 minutes. And my stopwatch currently sits at 9 minutes and 24 seconds. We do not have intel whether or not that timer has reset. Andrew Rogers said he just saw something off in the distance. I didn't catch it with my own eye. I'm going to trust my trusty spotters. eyeballs there. But if it's from the big pocket of rain off to the left, I would say that is within 8 miles, although I haven't heard the thunder. If we're doing the old count method of how fast sound travels, you might be beyond 8 miles. You might have a chance. I haven't heard that thunderclap, granted, through a headset. Modern Woodman Financial Planning, touching lives and securing futures. Let Modern Woodman protect your family's financial security through life insurance, retirement planning, and financial services. Contact Carson-Newman men's basketball alumnus Taylor Hawkins at seeandeagles.com/modernwoodman to help secure your family's financial future. Well, we are not the only ones to observe a game pockmarked by lightning delays. To my knowledge, all 3 of the afternoon games that kicked off also featured lightning delays. And we start over in Emory, Virginia. They have gone final over at Fred Self Stadium, and this is Carson-Newman's next opponent, E&H, and started out heavily in favor of Anderson. It was a 10-0 Anderson lead. And then Emory and Henry got on track, and it was all Wasps the rest of the way. Emory and Henry picks up a 42-13 win over Anderson. Just 314 yards of total offense for the Wasps. They only ran 48 offensive plays compared to 70 plays for the Trojans. But Anderson threw an interception. That impacts things, and E&H got a 72-yard punt return from Cam Peoples, made some short fields happen because of a pick, had a 3-play 14-yard drive, had a 4-play 18-yard drive, were able to take advantage of some hidden yardage, some special teams numbers, and end up winning, running away 42-13. Jordan Jackson had 21 carries for 122 yards and a score for Emory and Henry offensively. Cam Peoples, his usual electric self, had 3 catches for 78 yards and a 64-yard touchdown in addition to the 72-yard punt return. But a lot of little things adding up for Emory and Henry. You just glance at the stat sheets. It's a rock fight. It's a close game. But E&H takes advantage of some short fields, some scores in special teams. That's what Emory and Henry was successful with last year. It works for them today at Fred Self Stadium. Enduring a bit of a delay in the third quarter with a lightning delay. And the Wasps roll past Anderson 42-13, and that is Carson-Newman's next opponent. Mars Hill playing host to Division III power in Mary Hardin-Baylor. The Crusaders a few years removed from a D3 national title. Certainly no slouch, Mary Hardin-Baylor. Mars Hill brought in the Crusaders. This was their week to play Limestone, who closed over the summer. Mars Hill victorious after a lightning delay, 21-7. It is not your typical way to 21-7. Mary Hardin-Baylor kicked a 24-yard field goal and scored 2 safeties. That was not 21-7, 3 touchdowns to 1 touchdown. This was 21-7, 3 touchdowns to a field goal and 2 safeties for Mars Hill to beat Mary Hardin-Baylor. The Lions limited the Crusaders to 228 yards of total offense. Mars Hill racked up 383 yards, including 262 through the air. John Martin, 16 of 27. He was effective for 191 yards. Tim Clifton, he retired, but his old bag of tricks is still there. John Gillette threw a 71-yard halfback pass for the Lions, and Gillette also rushed for 83 yards on 24 carries. Edward Lewis Jr., 6 catches for 109 yards to go with Charlie Grenade, who catches 2 passes for 84 yards, one of those being the 71-yard halfback pass from John Gillette, and it adds up to a 21-7 win for Mars Hill over Mary Hardin-Baylor. UVA Wise was playing host to Tusculum today over at Carl Smith Stadium in Wise, Virginia. And it was tied 21-21 at the break, but it's UVA Wise who gets its first win of the season with 14 fourth-quarter points for a 35-21 win over Tusculum. Wise piles up 487 yards of total offense, and we're pretty balanced doing it. Jake Corcoran, 18 of 34 through the air for 282 yards, a touchdown. He did throw 2 interceptions, both of which were returned by Tusculum's defense for scores. So that 21 points for Tusculum put a little bit of an asterisk next to it. The defense outscored the Pioneers' offense. We do have an update, and the counter has been reset. We are 24 minutes out from potentially being able to resume. So we did have a lightning strike in the area. Andrew Rogers was correct. And here at Irwin Belk Stadium, Adam Cavalier, happy to have you. Dave Clabo running the show back inside of network control. And we are in a lightning delay with Carson-Newman up 7-0 on Wingate. The 20th and 19th ranked Bulldogs trailing 7-0 with 4:10 to play in the first quarter. To finish the thoughts on UVA Wise and Tusculum, Jake Corcoran did throw the 2 pick sixes, but he was 18 of 34 through the air for 282 yards. Tusculum limited to 164 yards of offense. Pioneers 3.1 yards per carry, had 135 yards on the ground on 44 rushes, and were 2 of 12 through the air combined for 29 yards between their 2 quarterbacks, Adams and Hunter. It was Wise who scored first on a Thomas 1-yard rush to cap a 10-play, 65-yard drive, and then Tusculum was up 14-7 after back-to-back pick sixes, a 43-yard interception return for Mobley, a 75-yard pick six for Daly, but then Wise outscores the Pioneers 28-7 the rest of the game. Again, it was a 21-21 game at the half. Tusculum got a 15-yard touchdown run from Celestin with 27 seconds left in the first half to cap a 5-play, 44-yard drive. But Wise goes ahead for good with 11:58 to go in the fourth quarter on a Rogers 16-yard rush. That finished off an 8-play, 55-yard drive in 3:08, and then delivered the death knell when they got the football back. A 63-yard pitching catch from Corcoran to McClanahan put the nail in the coffin and gave the Wise Cavaliers a 35-21 win over the Tusculum Pioneers. There are a slew of games at night. The Northeast 10 has come down to the Southeast in the SAC to play a intra-region contest. Catawba playing host to Southern Connecticut State. The Owls being treated rather unkindly by the Catawba Catawba Indians. It is 63-20 in favor of Catawba. Preston Brown has been hyper efficient. He's 20 of 22 through the air for 259 yards with 6:46 to play in the fourth quarter of that game. Kevin Lawlin, the Limestone transfer tailback, 8 carries for 140 yards. Marquise Williams, 5 carries for 126 yards and 2 scores. And their third running back, Galloway, has 8 carries for 87 yards and 4 touchdowns on 8 carries for Galloway. The Indians have 363 yards rushing on 25 attempts. That is a Veer-like 14 yards a carry for Catawba against an outmatched Southern Connecticut Owl group. So no issues for Catawba in its non-conference game against Southern Connecticut State. 2 other games that I believe one is in a lightning delay. Newberry and Lenore-Rhyne were set to kick off at 6. There is no update from that game. And that is the final game on the docket. We do have one other game score to pass along, and that is win number 1 for the Carson-Newman men's soccer program. Eagles victors over Newberry. Newberry did get a goal late in the 88th minute, but men's soccer prevails over the Wolves 2-1 to stay unbeaten all time against Newberry. That was an unbeaten Newberry team, too, and no slouch for Newberry at 4-0-1. But the Eagles hand the Wolves their first loss, 2-1. Eagles were outshot by Newberry 19-15, but Carson-Newman's chances were of higher quality, 9 shots on goal to 4 for the Wolves. And the goals scored by Ridian Williams in the opening minute, and then Mitchell Honcup in the 82nd minute. So Carson-Newman's men's soccer team victorious over the Wolves 2-1, and the starters are in for the women's game, which is set to kick off at 7 p.m. According to my clock, we have 20 minutes remaining in this lightning delay, as long as it has not been reset. So, stations, we are going to go off format here, step aside for a 3-minute break, and return to Irwin Belk Stadium after these messages on the Eagle Sports Network.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source. When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
There's new fresh ideas on campus. From Chick-fil-A to Maples Coffee to Sabarijos, Fresh Ideas has tons of high-quality dining options for whatever taste you may need. Sabarijos is open Monday through Friday for lunch and dinner in the Health Sciences Building. Sabarijos features all your Mexican favorites, from burritos to nachos to quesadillas to tacos to anything you could think of in a tortilla. Follow Fresh Ideas on Instagram at Carson-Newman Dining.
Tri-Light is proud to support Carson-Newman Athletics. We salute the student athletes who are working hard to make great things happen on the field, in the classroom, and in the world. It takes vision, commitment, and teamwork, qualities we share at Tri-Light. Our mission is to provide life-changing opportunities by building a world-class fiber broadband network. If you'd like to learn more, please visit trilight.net or call us at 833-847-0824.
Hey, folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan, and we're having a fat finger sale.
Gerald, you're having a what?
We're having a fat finger sale. I fat fingered the 4-button and ordered 45 new Nissan white Muranos.
You ordered 45 new white Nissan Muranos?
Yep, sure did.
So now what?
If it'll drive, it's worth $8,500 worth of purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. So bring that sled to Ted, and it's worth $8,500 during the fat finger sale going on now at Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium, Adam Cavalier alongside David Needs. Happy to have you on hand. Our whole crew here, Andrew Rogers, Rihanna DeCrow, Matt Scalzo, Dave Clabo running the show back inside of network control. For a second straight week, we do find ourselves in the middle of a lightning delay, and so thankful that you have chosen to spend it here with us here on the ESN on a not quite stormy Saturday night in Wingate, North Carolina. The lights of Irwin Belk Stadium are on. There is some cloud cover in the area, but the storm seems to have moved off and beyond to the left. To our right looks clear. To the left looks like an area you wouldn't want to be outside right now. But there was lightning that struck within 8 miles of the stadium. That was at 6:18. There was another strike about 17 minutes ago, and so we are inside of 13 minutes, we believe, from being able to see more football here at Irwin Belk Stadium, where Carson-Newman leads Wingate 7-0 with 4:10 to play in the first quarter. The sun has poked out from behind Irwin Belk Stadium, and it is bathing the far side of the stadium, some cars, and Wingate's, I believe, field hockey venue, lacrosse venue in a golden hue. But the press box has obscured the surface here at Irwin Belk Stadium of that golden sunshine as we wait out this lightning delay. Go through some scores around the Division II landscape writ large. We took you through the South Atlantic Conference. We'll give you all of Division II now. Boy, what a world of difference the league change is for the Shepherd Rams. Perennial powers in the Mountain East and Weviac for years. They're in the PSAC now and have been hammered by Kutztown 49-10 at Monty Carter Stadium. So Kutztown, the top 5 team, flexing its muscles against a Shepherd team that is below 500. Out of the Northeast 10, Bentley flummoxes American International 41-34. Northwood no longer unbeaten. They fall to the Ashland Eagles 21-13. Chowan ekes one out in Rome, Georgia in a Conference Carolinas match over the Shorter Hawks 30-29. It's the Fighting Scots of Edinburgh picking up a narrow 21-20 win at home over Clarion. Westchester, no issues on the road at Millersville 38-7. Indiana, PA, Thunders past Seton Hill in a PSAC matchup 40-13. How about this one? This was a dark horse game on the docket in a Conference Carolinas versus Gulf South matchup. North Greenville playing host to West Alabama, and it turns into a shootout. West Alabama, though, victorious on the road 52-44 over the Trailblazers. Johnson C. Smith is back on the winning track out of the CIAA with a 69-13 thumping of Bluefield State. Jamestown comes away with an NAIA win over Concordia St. Paul 33-22. Albany State romps Allen 57-14. Shippensburg in a rock fight wins over Bloomsburg. The Raiders hand the Huskies a 10-7 loss. Central State, the Marauders, pick up a win over one of Tennessee's Division II institutions, Lane. The Dragons fall 42-13. Virginia Union, no issues on the road against Shaw. Panthers prevail 59-7 in that one. East Stroudsburg by a field goal over Lock Haven. The Bald Eagles fall 24-21. Winston-Salem State goes into Maryland and picks up a 28-21 win over Bowie State. St. Anselm ekes by the Pace Setters 31-29 in the Northeast 10. And Franklin Pierce's hot start comes to an end at the hands of Assumption. The Ravens fall in Northeast 10 action 28-26 to Assumption. Fayetteville State has handed Virginia State its first Division II loss. The Broncos victorious 34-14 over the Trojans. No issues for the Quincy Hawks on the road at Wayne State. This is the Wayne State of Michigan. The Warriors, who fall 31-14 to Quincy. Charleston heads into Glenville State and picks up a 31-28 win over the Pioneers. Concord romps West Liberty 44-21 in Mountain East action. Minnesota Duluth continues its hot start in the Northern Sun with a 28-14 win over in-state foe MSU Moorhead. Good win for a Carson-Newman opponent out of the Mountain East. West Virginia State hangs 60 on Fairmont State. The Falcons were 4-1. The Yellow Jackets' only losses to Carson-Newman. And West Virginia State a 60-39 win over the Fairmont State Falcons. The Peacocks of Upper Iowa, no troubles with Lincoln out of Missouri, 31-10. Nebraska Kearney picks up an MIAA win over Washburn, 31-24. And Wayne State, Nebraska, the Wildcats, trounce Southwest Minnesota State. The Mustangs go down 51-6. Central Missouri, no issues with fellow directional Missouri school, Missouri Southern State. Mules in a romper, 62-10. Augustana, out of the Northern Sun, collects a 34-26 win over Winona State. Minot State, Beaver battle between Minot and Bemidji. Minot, triple option team, 28-21 victors over Bemidji State. Pittsburgh State, who has arguably had the hardest schedule to start the year of any team in America, was at Emporia State, who is just outside the top 25, and Pitt State wins a third straight game, 42-29 over the Emporia State Hornets. Hillsdale blanks Kentucky Wesleyan 44-0. Northwest Missouri State lost their opening game of the year, but the Bearcats have been on a heater, and they pick up a 38-16 win over Central Oklahoma for a fourth straight victory. Indy, no issues on the road with Truman State. Greyhounds win it 30-20 over Knoxville Mayor Glenn Jacobs' alma mater, Truman State, 30-20. How about that nugget? You're welcome. Fort Valley State, a 27-20 win over Tuskegee. Benedict, no issues on the road at Clark Atlanta on the Inferno turf, 59-24 over the Panthers. Morgan State playing host to Miles, upper division game for Miles playing in the FCS. Morgan State, 24-17 victors over the Golden Bears. Shadron State, how about Shadron State scoring an upset over Colorado Mesa, 34-27. Western Colorado blanks New Mexico Highlands, 30-3. Minnesota State Mankato, Mosey's Pass, Sioux Falls, 38-12. And Colorado School of Mines has gone final against Black Hills State, 36-27. There's 4:10 remaining in the first quarter here at Irwin Belk Stadium. Carson-Newman has a 7-0 lead over Wingate, and we are, at last check, 7 minutes away from getting the all clear for players being able to return to the field and warm up after this lightning delay. There is no rain at Irwin Belk Stadium, but there is a storm off to our left inside, or it has been, inside of the 8-mile radius where if lightning strikes, you enter the weather protocol. But it seems to be moving beyond us, and hopefully it continues to do so. Division II games that are in progress. 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Northern State thumping UMary, 53-14. How about this one? This was a big one out of Super Region 2. 4:11 left in the third quarter at Bazemore Hyder Stadium. UNC Pembroke 24, Valdosta State 0. The Braves putting it to the Blazers for a potential second loss, and that would go a long way for UNC Pembroke for a playoff resume win there. Adams State is at Colorado State Pueblo. Thunderwolves no issues with the Grizzlies, 55-7. Tiffin up 27-14 on Lake Erie with 54 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Fort Lewis, the Skyhawks trying to hang on against South Dakota Mines. The Hard Rockers are down 2, 21-19 with 57 seconds left in the fourth. Southern Nazarene trails Southeastern Oklahoma 27-21 with 7:17 to go in the fourth quarter. The Blue Bears of Livingstone are blanking Lincoln out of Pennsylvania 31-0 late in the fourth quarter. William Jewell trails McKendree. Bearcats up 40-24 with 6:19 to go in the fourth quarter. Kentucky State leads Savannah State 6-3 midway through the second. And Edward Waters has a 14-7 lead on Morehouse with 8:52 to play in the second quarter. We are inside of 5 minutes remaining on the lightning delay from Irwin Belk Stadium. It is a 7-0 lead for Carson-Newman over Wingate with 4:10 to play in the first quarter. And we are going to step aside for another 3-minute break and come back to Irwin Belk Stadium. Hopefully we've got football on the other side when we return after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
In 2025, we celebrate 130 years of Carson-Newman athletics. Over the years, the teams at Carson-Newman have been known for their toughness and Christian spirit. Through the decades, teams and individuals playing at the highest levels have brought recognition for this little school on the banks of Mossy Creek. While we remember the past, we look towards the future. So join the Eagle Club today as we continue to support our athletes and coaches through funding and facilities. Talons up.
Join the Eagle Club today. Visit cneagles.com/Eagle Club.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
Every day brings new challenges, and those challenges look different for everyone. But no matter what each day looks like, your local energy co-op is here to power every moment. Whether it's at home, in the office, or on the field, AEC is committed to bringing you safe, affordable, and reliable power to get you through the day. We are your local electric co-op, and we are here for you. AEC, empowering every day.
This is Carson-Newman men's basketball alum Taylor Hawkins. I want to help your family secure its financial future. I'm with Modern Woodman Financial Planning, where we touch lives and secure futures. Let Modern Woodman protect your family's financial security through life insurance, retirement planning, and financial services. You can contact me, Taylor Hawkins, at cneagles.com/Modern Woodman. That's cneagles.com/Modern Woodman. Help secure your family's financial future through Modern Woodman Financial Planning.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years, I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance Tent and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium. Beautiful sight. Adam Cavalier alongside David Needs. We're not the beautiful sight. I mean, we're all right.
Yeah.
But the much better sight is there's football.
That's right.
Football players on Irwin Belk Stadium and the Founders Federal Credit Union Field. Carson-Newman's out to the left warming up. Bulldogs are out to the right warming up. At least David Needs for Carson-Newman. Eagles went through this last week.
Yeah, and you know, you have a great sports performance staff. Jeff Boschman and staff who travel with the team do an incredible job of keeping the team up, focused, and ready to go. And so this is where you know those guys really get to shine, because you're coming out of the locker room, you got to get warm, you got to get ready to play, and when you have guys that are high energy like Jeff and staff, you know that is really critical here, because when in about 5 minutes here, when they get back out on the field at them, they got to go, and they can't say, well, hey, I'm not warm. You know, you got to go, and you want somebody that can get your team ready to play football.
Carson-Newman up 7-0, 10-play, 47-yard drive with 5:07 off the clock, and Zane Whitson scored on a 2-yard quarterback sneak David needs momentum-wise. You enter this, it'll be all told about 42 minutes with the delay immediately after scoring a touchdown. Where's the balance happen momentum-wise with the delay?
So you worry a little bit on defense because tackling is something that you kind of got to get warm for too, right? And so we saw it last week, you and I did, at Lenore-Ryan versus Lenore-Ryan, that there were some missed tackles when you come back off that break because the guys aren't ready and in position, and you got to really, to tackle somebody, you got to play at a high speed. So you do have a little bit of concern. The Eagles are going to be on defense first, and that's going to be important. Offense is going to wait a little bit to get back on the field. And again, like we talked about last week, Adam, your offense hasn't played in a while either. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Coach has somebody taking some snaps and everything else. But the rain is coming down big time now.
It didn't rain at all during the delay. And Wingate has these downward tilted LED lights. They don't point up at all. They just point straight down. And I don't know if that makes it look heavier than it is, but it looks like it is coming down furiously after we didn't have a drop during the course of the lightning delay, and the umbrellas are out with the fans coming back into Irwin Belk Stadium. I think the other thing that you have to consider here, Carson-Newman's offense, we've played 10 minutes and 50 seconds.
Right.
Carson-Newman's offense has had the football for 10 minutes and 40 seconds.
Right.
When you factor in Wingate's interception.
It's a big thing. I mean, you talk about Wingate. They have not had established an offensive rhythm because the first play was a miscommunication and they threw an interception, and so they haven't even played football yet today. And you know we're already at 7 o'clock, so an hour into where things would have been, and you haven't even played. So you've gone through all the warm-ups and you played one play on offense.
Carson-Newman is huddling up over the hashes on the right side at the 20. Wingate has already made its way to the sideline. Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. MagahaElectric.com, your source for whatever electrical contracting needs you may have. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source. Housekeeping for our stations. We will resume our regular format at network position 4. Again, stations, we are going to resume our radio format. Our next break will be at network position 4. So, for all of our stations joining us, we're glad to have you. For all of you joining us on a sodden Saturday night at Irwin Belk Stadium, we're grateful that you're with us here on the Eagles Sports Network. Carson-Newman will kick off from right to left.
Almost like the new start of a game, Adam. You got to kick off, and you're in the rain and everything here. I mean, it is almost like a new start to this game. And this is one of those times where you were glad if you were an offensive coach or defensive coach and you were a press box coach that you were a little bit drier than those poor souls that are standing on the sideline.
All right, Bennett Smith has it teed up. And he will boot it away to Estranza, who stands on his 10 over the left hashes. And Bash, who's back at his 1 on the goal line. Or toward the goal line on the right hashes. Smith strides forward, sends a sidewinding in-over-in kick that will bounce out of bounds at the 2. It hit inside between the numbers and the sideline at the 4, and it checked out of bounds, spiraling to that left pylon. Bulldogs with good field position at their own 35-yard line after what amounts to a 44-minute lightning delay all told.
Yeah, so if you're Wingate and you had the one, usually trying to establish yourself as a run first team and control the ball and get good yards on first down. Be curious to see with only one play in their resume so far this game as to if they go back to that and try and establish that.
4:10 to play first quarter, 7-0. Carson-Newman leads 19th ranked Wingate. Bulldogs start this drive 1st and 10 right hash at their own 35. Empty set for Elijah Holmes. He's in the gun with trips to the wide side left, 2 to the short side right. 3 down linemen for the Eagles. They rush 4. Holmes throws middle of the field. It flutters. Incomplete at the 50. Was aiming for Warner on a crossing route at the 40. He was in single coverage with Terry Lemon, but Holmes tossed it over top of his head and lands incomplete at midfield, 2nd and 10.
So when you go no back at him, you got to have that quick throw that you can get away so that if pressure does get in your face, you can't just have 5 verticals running down the field or your quarterback's going to get sacked every time. And so that was their crossing route, just couldn't get the timing down.
Heavier set for the Bulldogs, 2 receivers, wide side left. Holmes from the gun. High snap is over his head. Holmes will race back to the 16 and fall on it with Mekhi Brown bearing down on him. Snap sailed from Will Hart. He's a backup center. Porfirio Acosta didn't start for Wingate today. High snap, loses yardage, back to the 16, a loss of 19, and it's 3rd and 29 for the Bulldogs.
Going to probably look at some kind of draw or shallow cross here. The Eagles just got to be solid here on defense. I don't know if I'd necessarily come after him here just because you know you're probably going to get good field position.
3 receivers set, 2 wide side left, 1 short side right. Pugh to the right of Holmes in the gun. Holmes claps his hands, pulls in the shotgun snap. Will give to Pugh left side. He wiggles over the 20 and runs into Mekhi Brown and Terry Lemon up at the 23-yard line. Got 7, but he needed 29. And the bad snap on 2nd down forces a Wingate 3 and out with the rain really pouring down here at Irwin Belk Stadium.
Yeah, this is where you got to feel good about a guy like Cade Meeks back here catching this punt. Just pretty sure hands, not going to try and do anything flashy. You're going to make sure that you get possession and go with where you can catch it. With the way that the ball is and with the turf is, and the turf is well used, it can be slick even with the rain when it's not raining.
D2Football.com National Punter of the Week, Rivers Teeter. Back to boot it away. High snap, pulls it in. Gets it off with his right foot. It's a spiraling kick. Meets, retreats, and fields it at his 25. He starts left and is off and running. He's across the 30, the 35, and he's knocked down out of bounds across the 40, up at the 43-yard line by Bryce Coulter and Josiah Hill. Good awareness by Cade Meeks. Started right, saw daylight to the left, and he has a 21-yard return on the punt. Eagles start out 1st and 10 from their own 44-yard line, leading 7-0 with 2:25 to play in the first quarter.
Very reminiscent of his touchdown catch last week. Just got the defense to overcommit to trying to stop him and just was able to cut back against the grain.
1st and 10 Eagles, left hash at their own 44. Whitson out of the gun, Sullins to his left. In motion, Carroll. Whitson drops back to pass. Steps up, runs. Whitson has room, has a good gain across the 50, spins, and gets knocked down near 1st down yardage in Wingate territory by Perry in the boundary right side down at the 47-yard line. Gets 9 yards. It's 2nd and 1.
Just, ran a long way to get 9 yards. He probably ran 40 yards to get those 9. But good job, because what you're doing is that when you have 7 in the box, if you do break contain, there is nobody left out there because the safeties are playing so deep.
2nd and 1 for the Eagles, right hash at the Bulldog 47. Whitson under center in the flex bone. Will give Sullins on the dive. He's got 1st down yardage over the right hashes. And he pushes the pile inside the 45 down to the 44. Coulter and Aviles knock him down after 2 yards down to the 45. It's 1st and 10.
Officials are trying to do a really good job of keeping the ball dry. You probably each team brings about 6 or 7 footballs, and you're just really trying to make sure that you hope that they stand over it a little bit and keep it dry between the snap and when it's been spotted.
70 seconds left first quarter, 7-0 Eagles leading. 1st and 10 from the Bulldog 45. Give on the dive to Sullins. Sullins hurdles a pile and lands down at the 42-yard line. A 3-yard gain. He was upended by Guy Taylor. Bulldogs have a player shaken up on the play. 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7.
Eagles did a really good job of just continue to attack the A gap, and you got to keep doing that if you're going to have success against Wingate today.
55 seconds left in the first quarter. 7-0. Carson-Newman leads Wingate, and we return to Irwin Belk Stadium after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium, Adam Cavalier alongside David Need. 2nd down and 7 to go for the Eagles after the injury timeout. Zane Whitson will read it and keep it on a fake jet sweep handoff and get down to the 40-yard line for Manju Berte tackles him after a gain of 2. 3rd down and 5 to go with 34 seconds left in the first quarter. And the Eagles leading 7-0. We should give credit for where credit is due. The radio booth here at Irwin Belk Stadium doubles as the office for head cross-country coach Jackie Kirby. She's won a national title, and we've stolen one of her lamps, and we greatly appreciate the soft lighting that she has provided. Give is on the dive to Sullins. Sullins splits the hashes down to the 35 and moves the chains before Ryan Green wraps him up. 5 hard yards on 3rd and 5 for Jaden Sullins on the final play of the first quarter. Eagles have it 1st and 10 at the 35 when we return to Irwin Belk Stadium. After these messages, this is the Eagle Sports Network.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. Is your old car slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, or even wrecked with a bad Carfax? Well, it don't matter. Bring that sled to Ted during our nationwide fat finger sale. I've accidentally ordered too many white Nissan Muranos, so if it'll drive, it's worth $8,500 for the purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. Ted Russell Nissan with a lifetime warranty on Kingston Pike.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Tennessee residents must pay tax $5.95 fee. All rebates apply. NMAC Finance and one trade per deal.
You're listening to WRJZ Knoxville, Joy 620, FM 102.5 in Knoxville, FM 99.5 in Sevierville, the home of Carson-Newman Eagles football.
1st and 10 for the Eagles from the Wingate 34-yard line. Whitson will pitch it left side for Keithan Washington. He's across the 30, spins through a tackle and has 1st down yardage inside the 25, down to the 23-yard line. He was upended by Torrey Kelly along the left sideline, but not before Keithan Washington gobbles up 13 yards and moves the chains with a 1st down.
I was talking to Coach Ingram last week and talking about that split-back shotgun formation that the Eagles have been utilizing from time to time, and it is really creates some mismatches out on the perimeter with the opposing teams.
Teams are exiting Irwin Belk Stadium, and it appears that we are heading into another lightning delay. So mark the time at 7:13. We got about, 20 minutes of game action in?
Yep. Change the quarter at least.
Yeah. 14:35 to play in the second. Carson-Newman 7, Wingate nothing. Eagles have it 1st and 10 from the Bulldog 22-yard line. And we hope only 30 minutes from now. The rain continues to pelt Irwin Belk Stadium, but lightning has struck within 8 miles. So we'll hold the phone. step aside for, we're going to break from format, go to a 3-minute break, and come back to Irwin Belk Stadium after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
There's new fresh ideas on campus. From Chick-fil-A to Maples Coffee to Sabarijos, Fresh Ideas has tons of high-quality dining options for whatever taste you may need. Sabarijos is open Monday through Friday for lunch and dinner in the Health Sciences Building. Sabarijos features all your Mexican favorites, from burritos to nachos to quesadillas to tacos to anything you can think of in a tortilla. Follow Fresh Ideas on Instagram at Carson-Newman Dining.
Tri-Light is proud to support Carson-Newman Athletics. We salute the student athletes who are working hard to make great things happen on the field, in the classroom, and in the world. It takes vision, commitment, and teamwork, qualities we share at Tri-Light. Our mission is to provide life-changing opportunities by building a world-class fiber broadband network. If you'd like to learn more, please visit trilight.net or call us at 833-847-0824.
In 2025, we celebrate 130 years of Carson-Newman athletics. Over the years, the teams at Carson-Newman have been known for their toughness and Christian spirit. Through the decades, teams and individuals playing at the highest levels have brought recognition for this little school on the banks of Mossy Creek. While we remember the past, we look towards the future. So join the Eagle Club today as we continue to support our athletes and coaches through funding and facilities. Talons up.
Join the Eagle Club today. Visit seeandeagles.com/Eagle Club.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years, I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance Tent and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium, Carson-Newman and Wingate have entered a second lightning delay. The first one started at 6:18, lasted 44 minutes. We resumed play at 7:04, played for 9 minutes, and then hit another lightning delay. It is pouring now here at Irwin Belk Stadium. Carson-Newman leads 7-0, and the Eagles have the football 1st and 10 from the Wingate 22-yard line. When this 30 minutes, we presume, expires. We do not know if the timer has reset. But to help pass the time this time, we are going to throw it back to 2019 and the opening game of the season. Carson-Newman, under then third-year head coach Mike Turner, was taking on West Florida, who would eventually go on to win a national championship. It's a classic game, and we're going to let you listen in to a little bit of Carson-Newman versus West Florida from September 1st, 2019.
Back at Berkshire Stadium for Carson-Newman's opener against the West Florida Argonauts. Time now to meet the starting lineups, and we'll let Carson-Newman's players introduce themselves to you.
Derek Evans Jr., Macon, Georgia, senior, quarterback.
Antonio Wimbush, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, senior, running back.
Toot Johnson, FM County, sophomore, running back.
Quentin Phillips, Augusta, Georgia, senior, wide receiver.
Lane Kelly, Spartanburg, South Carolina, true sophomore, wide receiver.
Reese Swain, Johnson City, Tennessee, senior, offensive line.
Philip McDowell, Inman, South Carolina. I'm a senior. I play left guard.
Jordan Sill, Morristown, Tennessee, senior, center.
Cole Fritz, Philadelphia, Tennessee, senior, offensive guard.
Dylan Wilson, Bluffton, South Carolina, senior, left tackle.
Trevor McCarriff, Madison, Alabama, senior, tight end. Nick Owens, New Market, Alabama, true freshman, D-line.
Michael Fenor with 2 Fs, from Naples, Florida, junior. I play defensive end.
Marcel Presley, Bushnell, Florida, senior, nose guard.
Brian Bembry, Parrish, Florida, 5th-year senior, D-tackle.
Antonio Henderson, Palmetto, Florida, red shirt senior, outside linebacker.
My name is Rondro Peoples Jr. I'm from Knoxville, 8'6", 5. I already know. I'm a junior, play middle linebacker.
Danny Dixon Brooks from Greenville, South Carolina. I'm a junior. I rep the 864.
Dez Farrell, Miami, Florida, senior, DB.
Darius Williams, true senior, safety, 727 St. Petersburg, Florida, the Bird.
Jaquan Smith, Greenville, Alabama, senior, defensive back, 3-3-4 stand up. Jameer McDonald, I'm out of Florida, red shirt junior, DB.
Those are the Eagles starters for tonight's game against West Florida. Kickoff is next on the Eagles Sports Network.
You are listening to the flagship station for Carson-Newman football, AM 620, WRJZ Knoxville.
This is Carson-Newman football, a legendary history.
Turner to the 40, the 30, Turner to the 20, nobody's going to catch Vernon Turner, 80 yards, a touchdown on the first play of the game. Vernon Turner has Carson-Newman up 6-0.
125 All-Americans.
Williams, house call, touchdown, Carson-Newman.
21 sack titles.
Throws down into the end zone, wide open. Touchdown, Carson-Newman, Alvin Sanders.
5 national championships.
That's it from Wilberforce, Ohio, and Carson-Newman will play for the national championship.
Fear the fear.
We're going to roll up our sleeves and we're going to go to work starting today so that you are better as a football player, so that you are better as a man, and this program is better because it's bringing glory to God.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagle Sports Network. Today's game is brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative, Domino's, the Carson-Newman Chick-fil-A, by ShopCNEagles.com, by the Kate Insurance Agency, the Eagle Club, the Bible Insurance Agency, by Coke Zero, the Tennessee National Guard, by Magaha Electric, InterDigital, and by Lisa's Country Kitchen. Now, here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
We welcome you back to Berktar Stadium. Adam Cavalier alongside Michael Watrang. Our spotter tonight is Brandon Roberts, and sideline reporter is Leanda Carey. Michael, your keys to this one as Carson-Newman wins the toss and elects to receive.
It's got to be start fast. You look back to last season and that inability to score in the first quarter and give West Florida points early and often in that contest because you couldn't move the ball and then you fumbled it twice. I think that's going to be the big key for Carson-Newman. Come out quick, come out hot, and protect the football.
Beautiful day here on a Thursday night at Mossy Creek as the Eagles and Argonauts meet for the second time. Eagles guard in blue tops and white shorts, orange helmets. West Florida wears white jersey tops, blue pants, and blue helmets. Now let's head down to the sidelines, check in with Leanda Carey for today's weather.
Thanks, Adam. Right now it's bright and clear with just a few purplish clouds off in the distance beyond the stadium. It's been sunny all day. Right now it's 83 degrees. The high for today was 85. Winds are light and variable, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Humidity isn't too bad, just about 48%. Warm but comfortable fall weather out here today. Sundown is at 7:56 p.m. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Leanda Carey. Marcus Williams, Ray Arterbridge deep to receive the kick from West Florida's Colton Norris. Interesting change there for the Argonauts. You've got an All-American in Austin Williams who can kick off for you, but instead it's Colton Norris, a junior punter from Niceville, Florida, who will kick off. He has it teed up on the left hashes and will boot this one away from left to right. Norris strides forward, toe to leather, Bob's your uncle, off we go. 2019 is underway as the kick backs up Marcus Williams into the end zone. It bobbles through his breadbasket. He picks it up on the E and Eagles and takes a knee for a touchback. Carson-Newman starts off 1st and 10 at its own 25.
See what the Eagles offense brings to the table. I think with all the talk of the ability to throw the football of this year's group, do you come out on first down, try to chuck it around, or do you go to the bread and butter here on the first play of the 2019 season?
Be interesting to see what Carson-Newman does up front as well. For all the Eagles' experience on the offensive line, a ton of folks were hurt throughout preseason camp, and in fact, as a result of that, Jordan Seal making his first career start at right guard today. To Johnson, Antonio Wimbush, the split backs behind Derek Evans. It's a toss to the left side for Wimbush. That opens up nicely. A stiff arm across the 35. He picks up first down yardage up to the 38-yard line. 13 yards before Johnson cuts him down. 1st and 10 Eagles after the 13-yard tote.
I like it a lot. Good blocks from Romaine Kelly and Trevor McCarriv on the outside. Wimbush paves the way, and good first play of the season for the Eagles. Split backs again for the Eagles. Johnson to the right, Wimbush to the left. Evans, option pitch, right side Wimbush. Wimbush with a massive hole. He's into the second level, into West Florida territory, across midfield and across the 40, forced out of bounds at the 35 by Ferguson. It's a massive 27-yard tote for Antonio Wimbush. He is closing in on the 3,000-yard mark for his career. 1st and 10 Eagles from the West Florida 35. Well, Antonio Wimbush was one of the best in the country in terms of yards per carry. Felt like he was getting 10 yards a pop every single time. Last year, he burst one open, and the Eagles' first 2 plays, they're going to the outside using the speed. Wimbush and Johnson again, the split backs behind Evans. McCarriv, the tight end, right, a wide receiver each way. Evans under center, brings McCarriv in motion to the left. Handoff on a trap to the left side for Toot Johnson. Johnson lowers his shoulders and pulverizes a couple defenders inside the 30, over the left hashes, down to the 29-yard line. 6-yard tote. Montgomery with the stop, but the Eagles chunk yardage each time they touch the ball. I love what they're doing offensively, too. They go to the left with the option, with a little pitch. They go to the option to the right. They go with a little off-tackle play to the left. They're switching things up nicely here on the first 3 plays. Minute 15 in, scoreless, but the Eagles have it 2nd and 4, middle of the field at the West Florida 29. Evans back to pass, freelancing, sprinting out to the left side. He'll duck it. Evans, shake and bake move, back to the right, across the 25, down to the 20. He picks up the first down before he gets upended by Bell around the shoulders. 29-yard gain for Derek Evans. He did that one all by himself. Well, it's interesting. I really thought Braxton Westfield was wide open on the outside. He elected not to throw it to him. Probably would have been an easier play for the Eagles, but instead he tucked and run, and that's some of that freelancing that Derek Evans is able to do. 3 wide set for the Eagles, 2 to the short side right. Evans takes, hurry up. Evans, option to the left, keeps it himself and slides down, gives himself up for just a yard down to the 19-yard line. Ripped down by Montgomery and Cox. For the first time today, West Florida holds Carson-Newman to less than 5 yards. First quarter, 12:55 to play. No score, but the Eagles on the move. A 4-play, 56-yard drive at present standing. Got to cap it with the touchdown here on the first drive of the season. Eagles go 3 wide. Wimbush split into the slot to the wide side right. Evans back to pass, pressure in his face, dumps it out to the flat to McCarriv, the tight end, catches it, but loses 2 yards back to the 21-yard line. Led him a little too far, and McCarriv can't keep his feet. 3rd and 11. Yeah, not bad there from Derek Evans. Probably the only option that he had. Be interesting to see what they go to here on 3rd and long. Eagles have been able to run that draw and screen very effectively over the last couple years. But in this situation, you wonder if they try to go to the air at all. No score, 12-10 in first quarter. 3 wide set for the Eagles, 2 to the wide side left, 1 to the short side right. Evans back to pass. Now he hands off on the drive to Wimbush. Wimbush slips a tackle in the backfield. Stop and start move across the 10. He's got the first down between the hashes, down to the 9. Antonio Wimbush moves the chains with a 12-yard run.
on the draw play. 1st and 10 Eagles. They convert on 3rd down. Really good last year at that, 44%. Eagles do it on 3rd and long this time.
Really good job by Phillip McDowell and Nick Rude on the left side of that offensive line. They collapsed everything, and Antonio Wimbush read it nicely, and a big gain for the Eagles. 1st and goal for the Eagles. Dindy and Johnson, the split backs behind Evans. 2 wide receivers to the right, ball middle of the field. Evans takes, gives on the trap, right side Dindy. Dindy a stiff arm, moves down to the 5, and gets brought down to the boundary right side. Gain of 4 to bring up 2nd and goal from the 5. Good job by these Eagle running backs, though, on this first drive. Each of them have had to make some nice blocks. Duke Johnson, Antonio Wimbush doing excellent jobs getting to the 2nd level and paving the way for some extra yardage. 70 yards rushing now for Carson-Newman. It's 2nd and goal from the 5 for Carson. No score. 11:04 to play first quarter. This is the opening drive of the game. Johnson and Dindy, the split backs behind Evans. Evans takes, option to the left side, a late pitch to Johnson. Ball's on the ground and picked up by the Argonauts. Potential for a return here for West Florida. Montgomery is charging his way down the right sideline, and Superman grabbed by Romaine Kelly to bring him down up at the 46-yard line. It's a return of 40 yards for Montgomery. Picking up the mishandled fumble by Toot Johnson. This was Carson-Newman's problem last year against the Argos. And now in game 38 of West Florida's tenure as a college football program, 34 of those have featured a turnover. Eagles give it away deep in West Florida territory. Well, Derek Evans was kind of under pressure there, had to make a late decision, but it was still a good pitch. Toot Johnson took his eyes off the football and was looking to run rather than secure the football in that situation. And deja vu from last year.
10:46 to play first quarter. No score. J.C. Robles, Colorado State transfer, into the game at quarterback for the Argos. He takes the shotgun snap, stands in, runs over the middle of the field, makes Nick Owens miss at midfield. He's got the first down, running left boundary, and slides down in front of Jaquan Smith down at the Carson-Newman 40. 14 yards on the QB scramble by J.C. Robles. 6'5", 215-pound senior out of Visalia, California.
Should have been 7-0 Carson-Newman. Instead, now the defense has to buckle down.
Robles in the gun with Newton to his right. Trips go to the wide side right. 4-man front for the Eagles. Snap back at the chest. Handoff Newton straight ahead. Newton swallowed up, and he'll lose a yard back to the 41-yard line. Alonzo Houston shooting the gap to make the stop for a loss. 2nd down and 11 to go. Rondro Peebles also in the mix. 10:03 to play first quarter. No score. 2nd and call it 10, in fact, for West Florida. Ball on the left hash at the Carson-Newman 40. Robles in the gun. Newton to his right. Coates, Litio, and Randolph, the wide receivers, with 2 of them split to the wide side right. Robles on 2nd and 10 from the Eagle 40. Back to pass. Wants to air it out along the left sideline for Coates. That's incomplete. Jamarian McDonald and Coates tussling with one another up the left sideline, but some equal pushing and shoving there. No flag flies. And it's 3rd and 10 for a West Florida team that converted 37% of its third downs a year ago.
Yeah, there's some jockeying for position down the field there, but still nice coverage by McDonald on the outside. And big 3rd down here now for this Carson-Newman side. Probably out of field goal range. Probably get a few yards, and maybe Austin Williams can convert from there. He's got a powerful leg.
He's been good from 51 in his career with 37 made kicks. Litio in motion to the wide side right. Robles in the gun. Takes the shotgun snap. Eagles rush 5. Robles hit in the backfield and slung down by Peebles. The Mike linebacker shoots through on the blitz, and Peebles drops him for a loss of 9. 4th down, 19 to go. West Florida forced to punt.
Really nice job by Peebles. Good disguise as well by the Eagles defensively, and Larry Slade dials it up, and the Eagles defense is able to make sure that the miscue from the offense doesn't come back to haunt. And now Carson-Newman's offense, which was great on that first drive, probably should have had points. We'll see what they're able to do on this 2nd drive.
All right, that is a listen back to the first 6 minutes and change of Carson-Newman and West Florida from 2019. We've got that on standby. We are in the middle of a lightning delay that started back at 7:13. You can reset that 30-minute timer because we just saw a flash, and there was thunder following it. You can no longer see the sky. Dusk is fully set in, and it is dark, stormy, rainy, and something out of a Hemingway novel. This is not football weather. This is Andrew Rogers, our spotter, says this is all Ian Johnson's fault, our videographer, cinematographer today. I don't know why it's Ian's fault, but somebody needs the blame. Andrew has pinned it on Ian. Ian, the sweet boy who said, yeah, I'll come shoot a cinematic. That sounds like fun. So we are in the middle of a lightning delay. 14:35 to play in the second quarter. There's been 14:35 to play in the second quarter for the last 21 minutes. So 21 minutes deep into the second delay. That's going to go to at least 50 minutes. We had a 44-minute delay earlier, and then Carson-Newman came out of the delay and scored. Oh, no, pardon me. Forced a 3 and out. Carson-Newman came out of the delay and forced a 3 and out. Eagles had scored a touchdown right before the first delay. Eagles forced a 3 and out, and Carson-Newman has marched down the field. Eagles are on a 6-play drive that started back at their own 44. They've marched it down to the Wingate 22, where they have it 1st and 10, and they will have it 1st and 10. We hope, boy, oh boy, do we hope, at 8:05 p.m. That is the earliest that this game could resume. So, in the middle of a lightning delay, a 7-0 lead for Carson-Newman over Wingate. We do have a final to pass along, and that is UNC Pembroke and Valdosta State. The country's longest shutout streak is no more. The Braves have blanked the Blazers 31-0. Valdosta State hadn't been shut out since 1991. So the Blazers lose 31-0 to UNC Pembroke. Signature win for the Braves over the Blazers. There were 3 games in the South Atlantic Conference that went final before we kicked this one off at 6. Emory and Henry dealt with a lightning delay, beat Anderson 42-13. Mars Hill dealt with a lightning delay, beat Mary Hardin Baylor 21-7. UVA Wise dealt with a lightning delay, beat Tusculum 35-21. Catawba did not deal with a lightning delay, but the Indians beat Southern Connecticut State 63-23. There are 2 night games on the docket today, this one, and then Lenore-Rhine and Newberry in Hickory, North Carolina. And that game is scoreless with 1:12 to play in the first quarter. Kamoni Robinson is back. He's 3 of 4 through the air for 42 yards. And LR just had a drive stall out after 5 plays and 28 yards. They punted, and Newberry has it 1st and 10 at their own 16-yard line. So 7-0 Carson-Newman over Wingate here in Irwin Belk Stadium. Back-to-back weeks against ranked opponents, back-to-back weeks with lightning delays. And we hope, barring no more strikes, to see football in Wingate, North Carolina at 8:05 p.m. with the Eagles leading 7-0 on Wingate, 14:35 to play in the second quarter. And Carson-Newman with the football 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 22. We're going to break for 3 minutes. And when we return, we'll kick it back to some classic audio from Carson-Newman against West Florida in 2019. We'll pick off where we left off in that game. Still on a lightning delay here at Irwin Belk Stadium. 7-0 Carson-Newman over Wingate. And we're back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Every day brings new challenges, and those challenges look different for everyone. But no matter what each day looks like, your local energy co-op is here to power every moment. Whether it's at home, in the office, or on the field, AEC is committed to bringing you safe, affordable, and reliable power to get you through the day. We are your local electric co-op, and we are here for you. AEC, empowering every day.
This is Carson-Newman men's basketball alum Taylor Hawkins. I want to help your family secure its financial future. I'm with Modern Woodman Financial Planning, where we touch lives and secure futures. Let Modern Woodman protect your family's financial security through life insurance, retirement planning, and financial services. You can contact me, Taylor Hawkins, at cneagles.com/Modern Woodman. That's cneagles.com/Modern Woodman. Help secure your family's financial future through Modern Woodman Financial Planning.
Hey Eagle fans, check out the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Located in the MSAC Grand Hall, the Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel, from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. The Eagle Shop has all your gifts, gear, and accessories. Can't make it in person? Visit eagleshop.cn.edu. That's eagleshop.cn.edu for all your Carson-Newman clothing needs.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium in Wingate, North Carolina. Adam Cavalier, happy to have you on hand. So glad that you've elected to spend this sodden Saturday night with us here on the Eagles Sports Network. David Needs is here. Andrew Rogers is here. Randy DeCrow and Matt Scalzo are here. We've got our videographers, Ian Johnson and Itzy Ayala in the booth. Everybody's crammed in here, all cozy, staying dry in the middle of a lightning delay. We've already had one 44-minute delay tonight. But there wasn't a drop of rain that fell during that one. This delay started at 7:13, so math tells you that we are 29 minutes deep into this. And this one has been accompanied by a gully washer, a frog strangler. It has poured buckets. There is standing water on the field here at Irwin Belk Stadium. The rain does show on radar that it clears out in the next 15 minutes. But we're hoping there's a strike at 7:35. We have not heard word of a reset of that 30-minute counter. If you get a lightning strike inside of 8 miles, inside an 8-mile radius of the stadium, you go into an automatic 30-minute delay. We have not heard of one happening since the strike at 7:35. So we're 7 minutes into that 30-minute reset. We hope, after last week, Lord, do we hope that there are players on the field at 8:05. But we shall wait and see. It is raining hard. This is the pre-storm before the two tropical depressions that are going in the Gulf start to make their way toward the United States, I think, next week. But a nice cold front blanketing the southeast. Kind of a similar setup to how Helene happened this time last year. But Helene hit the coast as a Category 4. I think, is it Imelda, I believe, would be the name of the next hurricane. It's not supposed to hit the coast that strong. We're talking Category 1, Category 0 Hurricanes. So hopefully the setup isn't exactly like Helene, but a lot of rain throughout the southeast over the past week as a result of this cold front, and it certainly is pouring down here in Irwin Belk Stadium and accompanied by lightning, and that is why we are in this weather delay where Carson-Newman leads Wingate 7-0 with 14:35 to play in the second quarter, and the Eagles have it 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 22-yard line. Now, we've had the opportunity to throw it back to some classic audio. We're going to do that. Pick up in 2019 the opening game between Carson-Newman and West Florida with 8:56 left in the first quarter of a scoreless contest. We go back to 2019. Dawson Hamlin back to punt for the Argos. Desmond Farrell stands at his 10 to receive this kick. Hamlin, a reserve a year ago. Argonauts with the best punt return defense in the country last year. Negative 1.2 yards a return. Farrell lets this one bounce at the 5, and it is down at the 2 by D'Arve Brown. So terrible field position and a great punt by Dawson Hamlin. Carson-Newman takes over 1st and 10 at its own 2. Eagle fans, AEC is your Touchstone Energy Cooperative. It's service you can trust and value you can depend on. Powering Mossy Creek, we are AEC, member-owned and service-driven.
This does feel a lot like last year. Carson-Newman fumbled on its first drive. Last year, I think it was West Florida went minus 14 yards, had to settle for a field goal on their first drive. They were unable to get points off of a miscue from Carson-Newman, and now, if you're Mike Turner and company, you just want to get out of the shadows of your own goalpost, try to get down the field a little bit, and flip field position.
Wimbush and Johnson are the split backs, 2 wide receivers to the wide side left. 1st and 10 for the Eagles from the 2. The Eagles hand off to Toot Johnson on the trap play, right up the gut. Across the 5, he lowers his shoulder up to the 8-yard line for a 6-yard tote for running into the teeth of that West Florida defense, led by Wilcox. So 2nd down, 4 to go.
Well, Carson-Newman's offense looked great on that very first possession up until they got into the red zone. Kind of stagnated once they got down there. Let's see if they're able to use this big field again.
Ball in the middle of the field on 2nd and 4 from the Eagle 8. Give is to Wimbush on a counter play, and West Florida had that one read very well. Miles Meyer in the mix, Brandon Pinnerton in the mix. No gain for Wimbush. Stopped at the 8. So 3rd down, 4 to go, and the Eagles can ill afford to go 3 and out in this situation. Need a 1st down. Westfield split to the short side left, Kelly to the wide side right. Evans option to the right side, pitch to Wimbush. Wimbush has the edge, Hennessy has the 1st down and more across the numbers right side, 20-25, and knocked down by Ferguson after 1st down yardage at the 25-yard line. A 17-yard tote for Antonio Wimbush. He's up to 54 already on the day on just 4 carries.
Yeah, excellent job by the Eagles on that right side. The option is working, and it worked every single play, and they probably would have gotten inside the 2 or 3 yard line on that first possession, but Toot Johnson fumbled. So now can the Eagles protect that football because they're moving it on that option play.
Johnson and Wimbush, the split backs behind Evans. 1st and 10 right hash at the Eagles' own 25. Trapped to the left side on a toss for Johnson, and Bush read that one well. Smacks him for a loss of 2 back to the 23. 2nd down, 12 to go.
Well, that was just unfortunate breakdown there by everybody on the left side of the line. It wasn't just one player getting into the backfield. It was 4 or 5. The Eagles just didn't hold up with their blocks on the left-hand side. Now you're behind the sticks. Let's see if they try to air it out here. They got Westfield to the left-hand side with Wimbush in the slot. I think this is an opportunity to try to get Braxton Westfield's first catch in a Carson-Newman uniform.
McCowan is the lone running back in the backfield for the Eagles. Evans under center. Takes on 2nd and 12. Evans straight 5-step drop. Deep ball over the middle of the field for Westfield. Westfield and over the shoulder grab. He fumbles the football, picks it up at the 25. Westfield takes it the distance. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Westfield mauls Richardson on his way to the end zone, but hold the phone, a flag on the play. The post pattern works perfectly. Evans to Westfield for 77 yards if it stands.
You know what's interesting about that? You look at the replay, that might not even been a catch. If you have the ability to replay, I don't know if that was actually a catch in the first place, but the penalty is going to wipe this one out. curious if they're going to call it on McCarriv or who may be on that right side of the line.
Todd Boyd will wait for his decision on the first penalty of the game that wipes off a Carson-Newman touchdown.
Holding offense, number 82. It's a 10-yard penalty, replay second down.
So, yep, Trevor McCarriv has the hold that wipes Carson-Newman's 77-yard touchdown off the board.
Well, it's interesting because McCarriv didn't necessarily hold. The defender kind of went to the ground, and the way that it looked was as if McCarriv tore him to the ground. McCarriv had just his left hand on him, kind of pushing him backwards. I don't know if that really was a hold at the end of the day. And we remember last year, Carson-Newman didn't get a lot of calls in their favor, and here's the first one. But you see the ability of Braxton Westfield. When that ball was thrown up, I thought no chance. He's getting under that one. But he got under it. He caught it, had the breakaway speed. I think that is an opportunity for the Eagles to get him involved a lot on that kind of play.
2nd and 22 for Carson-Newman. McCowan and Dindy, the split backs behind Evans. 3 wide receivers set. Evans back to pass, pumps, unfurls, right sideline. That's complete to J.J. Lewis, the West Florida transfer, makes a catch against his former team and hauls it in along the right sideline up at the 20 for a 7-yard gain. 3rd down and 15 to go for the Eagles.
Well, 3rd and 15, no Westfield on the field. He's getting a breather after that lengthy run. I think that this is a spot where you probably just run the little screen play, try to pick up a couple yards, see if it opens up. The last 3rd down situation that they had, 3rd and intermediate, they ran a draw and were able to pick up the 1st down. So I think this might be an opportunity to run that screen pass.
McCowan, the lone man in the backfield. Dindy's in the slot. Evans rolling the pocket left. Wants the throwback screen and has it to McCowan. McCowan shuffles his way across the 30, spins, and gets brought down at the 30, short of the sticks by 5 yards. Screen works, but on 3rd and 15, it's Limehouse that makes the stop, and Carson-Newman will be forced to punt for the first time. Still no score with 5:18 to play first quarter.
You know, Drake McCowan, very big, powerful back. If you have an elusive runner, you probably are able to get the first down if he's able to make a man miss, but McCowan just couldn't spin away because Limehouse was the only defender on that side of the field.
Jaden Gardner and Karan Ashley back to receive this Nate Kraft punt. Freshman out of Salem, Virginia. Gets it away with his right boot. Gorgeous kick. Hangs it high. It'll come down to Ashley at the 30. Ashley hit by 1 and dropped by the 2nd in the boundary left side. McCarriv with the stop. We'll step out for a break. No score. 4:46 to go in the first quarter on the Eagles Sports Network.
Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire, for a set of Michelin Defender tires. Michelin is the brand drivers turn to for tire options that deliver a safe, quiet, and comfortable ride. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue, exit 1B, Knoxville. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance, Comfort Tread tires, and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty book for details. Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue.
When Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union opened 85 years ago, more convenient meant just being able to have an account. But today, more convenient means so much more. It means getting quick access to all your banking, make transfers, view real-time balances, and make deposits with our mobile app. Find out how much more convenient it is to be a member at Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com. Moving together through life, upward and forward. Federally insured by NCUA. Message and data rates may apply. Ask for details.
AM 620 WRJZ Knoxville.
Well, a penalty on that punt return, unnecessary roughness, or unnecessary roughing on Givens of West Florida, backs the Argos up to the 15-yard line. 4:46 to play in the first quarter. Still no score. Carson-Newman has moved the ball. 91 yards of rushing, 107 yards of total offense, but a penalty wipes a 77-yard touchdown pass to Braxton Westfield off the board. The Eagles fumble it away when they have it inside the Argonaut 10, and that's why this sucker is still scoreless. West Florida just 7 yards of total offense. Hey, Eagle fans, Domino's is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. When you're hungry, reach for Domino's. Get a large one-topping pizza for $4.99 with your Carson-Newman ID. Domino's is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. So Argonauts take over 1st and 10 at their own 15-yard line. Robles in a pistol this time, and Anthony Johnson Jr., one of last year's rotation backs, is into the game as the single setback. Two wide receivers to the wide side right and one to the short side left. Robles brings the line set. Four-man front for the Eagles. He takes a shotgun snap, hands off to Johnson, picks his way to the left side, and that goes absolutely nowhere. Three Eagles led by Brian Bembry meet him for a loss of 3 back to the 12. Tried to pick his way to the left side of the line, but Johnson, nothing doing there, 2nd and 13.
Well, this is a very experienced offensive line for West Florida. 4 of them are returning starters. The other one's a redshirt senior. Very experienced, a lot of snaps underneath their belt. But right now, Carson-Newman's defensive line, led by that anchor in the middle of Montel Presley and Brian Bembry, are getting the better of the Argos.
2nd and 13, West Florida from its own 12. Three-man front for the Eagles, showing blitzes from the linebackers in the gaps. Bliss takes the shotgun snap, steps up in the pocket, dumps the ball left sideline, and that's over top of everybody, out of bounds for an incompletion up at the 40. All right, that's 2019 Classic Audio, Carson-Newman versus West Florida. Eagles would win that game before West Florida would go on to win the national title that year. We are still in a lightning delay here at Irwin Belk Stadium, although it is a lightning delay that, as long as there are no more strikes, 6 minutes from the clock running out and the field being available for play at 8:01 p.m. It is still rainy. It is still a gully washer. It is still a frog strangler here at Irwin Belk Stadium. And it is still 7-0 Carson-Newman over Wingate with 14:35 to play in the second quarter. So we're going to step aside for a 3-minute break. Return. We should have football, we hope. Knock on some wood on these chairs. Knock on wood. We'll be back to seeing action shortly. Step aside for 3 minutes. Back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser focused on your success.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Hey, folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan, and we're having a fat finger sale.
Gerald, you're having a what?
We're having a fat finger sale. I fat fingered the 4-button and ordered 45 new Nissan white Muranos.
You ordered 45 new white Nissan Muranos?
Yep, sure did.
So now what?
If it'll drive, it's worth $8,500 worth of purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. So bring that sled to Ted, and it's worth $8,500 during the fat finger sale going on now at Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
You're listening to WRJZ Knoxville, Joy 620, FM 102.5 in Knoxville, FM 99.5 in Sevierville, the home of Carson-Newman Eagles football.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium, 14:35 to play in the second quarter, and there are 2 minutes left in a lightning delay. 7-0 Eagles leading the Bulldogs, and Carson-Newman will have it 1st and 10 at the Wingate 22. I'm Adam Cavalier alongside David Needs. David, it's old hat at this point. 2 hours and 57 minutes worth of delays last week against LR, and we're aiming for, we hope, a 48-minute delay here. So 44 plus 48. I'll let everybody else do the math. Carson-Newman is coming out of the locker room. Wingate is huddled up in the tunnel, and both teams have been cleared to return to the field. And, all right, momentum.
Yeah.
Where does it sit in your estimation here, David Needs?
Well, Adam, as you look at the field from our vantage point, you can see where the water is starting to pool a little bit. And one of those spots is where the Eagles are going to have the ball. So you got to make sure that you're taking care of the football here. As a coach, you're going to make sure that you do some things sound. Now, the Eagles were driving when 6 hours ago when we last played football, and so you just gotta you gotta stay with that. You know, one little turnover right here can change this whole game, and there's going to be one of those plays that kind of determines what happens here, because it's not going to be. We saw that with Wingate when they came back from the break and they snapped it over the quarterback's head, because you hadn't been timing it out. And so for the Eagles here, it's just about having Jeff Boschman and your strength staff just really getting the guys ready to go, and in your mind knowing that you're going to play football, even in as you said, in this gully washer.
Gully washer, frog strangler. It's raining hard.
Yes,
and the umbrellas are out. The Weather Channel had the percent chance of rain at the highest at 17% at 10. That entire 17% or whatever area that's supposed to get rain around Charlotte, it's right here in Wingate, North Carolina. 7-0 Eagles, 14:35 to play in the second quarter. And Carson-Newman trying to get its first win here in Irwin Belk Stadium since 2015. Eagles have never beaten Wingate on the road at night, and that includes a 1995 matchup for Carson-Newman at Walter Bickett High School.
Yes.
That was a 7 p.m. kick. Irwin Belk Stadium didn't get lights until 2017, and Wingate's made up for lost time since getting those lights. They play all their games almost exclusively at night, 26-4 at home at night since 2017. So the Eagles trying to put an end to those streaks and spoil the Bulldogs' family weekend here at Irwin Belk Stadium as sheets of rain continue to fall. Looks like there's some pockets of dense fog forming over the lacrosse and field hockey stadium behind Irwin Belk Stadium that we can see in the lights beyond. It is a wet, dank day here in Wingate, North Carolina. It was very pleasant, albeit a little bit humid throughout, but it has turned quite damp here this evening.
And Adam, it's probably some of that rain. When I drove over today, when coming through the mountains, it was pretty thick rain, and then just kind of got, as you went further and further east, it stopped. But coming from the west, from what people in Jefferson City and East Tennessee probably experienced earlier today, is firmly here at Wingate.
Yeah, there is a cold front that has hit the southeast region, and it's here.
Right, it's here.
It is most certainly here.
It's here.
All right, teams have finished their warm-up for our stations. The next break that we will take in the format will be Network Position 6. Again, for our radio stations across the Eagle Sports Network, the next break we take will be Network Position 6. That's our housekeeping for the moment. We appreciate you sticking with us. I hope you're having a dry Saturday night wherever you may be locked in on the ESN.
Adam, not many fans back.
No.
You know, where it was pretty full. There is maybe 10 total fans back in the bleachers. Now, that doesn't mean that they haven't all come back into the game, but there aren't many coming back into the stadium.
Plenty of orange and blue faithful across the way. Not many of them vacated. Why would you? I mean, if you're here, you want to drive home through this? It's 1st and 10, Carson-Newman. Left hash at the Bulldog 22-yard line. Whitson in the gun. Sullins to his left. Whitson brings Griffin in motion, takes the snap. Whitson will keep it straight ahead. Whitson lowers his shoulders and splits the hashes down to the 21-yard line where Ryan Green grabs him around the waist, and then Berthe finishes him off high. It's a 2-yard gain down to the 21. 2nd down, 8 to go.
Eagles want to make sure here you're coming back off this extended break. You just don't want to do anything too flashy, or just make sure that you secure the ball. You got good position here.
Flex bone for the Eagles now from the left hash to the Bulldog 21. Whitson lost the football. It is on the ground and loose. And Mason Carnell was able to pluck it from between his legs and grab it back at the 23-yard line. So the Eagles lose 2 yards. It's 3rd and 10. Wet football.
Yes, wet football, and just didn't get was trying to get it. And again, the referees aren't over top of the ball between the break.
3rd and 10 for the Eagles. Left hash at the Bulldog 23. Carson-Newman, 4 of 5 on 3rd down so far today. Play clock at 15. Carroll out to the short side left. Washington to the wide side right. Whitson takes, option to the left, pitches left Bradley. Bradley has an alleyway and 1st down yardage across the 15. Flag on the play. He's knocked down at the 11. If it stands, it's a 12-yard gain and a 1st down. Klimmer knocks Bradley down. Flag came from the back judge and sailed a ways back to the numbers at the 20.
Yeah, it was one of those on the perimeter. He had a pretty good angle to see it.
Jim Ellis, see what the word is. Holding on the Eagles. So Jeremiah Carroll called for the hold. It does come downfield a bit. So back it up to the 28-yard line. So a 5-yard penalty for all intents and purposes, but it does erase a 1st down, and it's 3rd and 15.
And you got to worry a little bit here, Adam, with the weather the way that it is too. I mean, no easy field goal right here from this spot with a wet turf. You know, so you really got to get some yardage back.
Eagles need the 13. They've got it at the Bulldog 28. Whitson out of the gun, back to pass. Pressured throws, a screen, incomplete to Jaden Sullins. Slips in and out of his hands and falls incomplete at the 25, out at the flat. Bulldogs were coming through, led by Barnes. Eagles fail to pick up the 3rd and 15. And on comes Bennett Smith for a 45-yard field goal. This would match his career long. Kicking from left to right. No wind. Wet field. Wingate sideline lively. Snap back, called down. Smith's kick on the way. It has the distance. Does it have the line? No. Pushed it wide to the right. So Wingate stiffens. 12:39 to play in the 2nd quarter. 7-0. Carson-Newman leads. We break. This is Network Position 6. Back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
There's new fresh ideas on campus. From Chick-fil-A to Maples Coffee to Saborijos, Fresh Ideas has tons of high-quality dining options for whatever taste you may need. Saborijos is open Monday through Friday for lunch and dinner in the Health Sciences Building. Saborijos features all your Mexican favorites, from burritos to nachos to quesadillas to tacos to anything you can think of in a tortilla. Follow Fresh Ideas on Instagram at Carson-Newman Dining.
Tri-Light is proud to support Carson-Newman Athletics. We salute the student athletes who are working hard to make great things happen on the field, in the classroom, and in the world. It takes vision, commitment, and teamwork, qualities we share at Tri-Light. Our mission is to provide life-changing opportunities by building a world-class fiber broadband network. If you'd like to learn more, please visit trilight.net or call us at 833-847-0824.
False start for Wingate. Now a ball snapped on the ground and another flag. And we go in fits and starts here under the rain at Irwin Belk Stadium. Back-to-back false starts on Wingate. One on a tight end. And now one on a Bulldog that Jim Ellis said 65, not on the roster. 1st and 20. Bulldogs from their own 18 after the consecutive penalties. Holmes claps his hands, takes the shotgun snap, gives to Pugh straight ahead. He noses his way into the line of scrimmage. There's a whole host of bodies there. And he gets 3 yards up to the 21 over the right hashes. Jimmy Olarinde, first guy there. 2nd down, 17 to go. Eagles lead 7-0 with 12:18 to play on a rolling clock in the second quarter. After a combined 86 minutes of lightning delays. Holmes, high snap, pulls it in, throws quickly, left side. That's complete to Himes. And the flat left side up at the 28-yard line. He's immediately grabbed by Isaiah Kane. And that's Keithan Washington's number. No, check that. Not 21, that's 24. That's Jerron Blakely. 4 bunched up to look like a 1. Regardless, it's up to the 29-yard line for an 8-yard gain. 3rd down and 9 to go for Wingate.
The problem when you're in the shotgun all the time is you got to get that snap first.
3rd and 9 for the Dogs. Left hash at their own 29. High snap pulled in. Overwhelmed. Sacked by Martavis Mason. Martavis Mason came storming through on a high snap to Elijah Holmes. And for the 13th time in the last 3 meetings between these two teams, the Eagles sacked the quarterback. Holmes planted back at the 19. Loss of 10. Back-to-back 3 and outs for Wingate offensively.
Adam, when you're in that shotgun and the field is so wet, especially in the middle where the ball is, it's really difficult. And Wingate I don't think got a clean snap any of those snaps in that series.
Rivers Teeter back to punt. Gets it back, right leg into it. It's a sidewinder. Meeks points at it as it bounces at the 45. It rolls past him, hidden yardage here for the Bulldogs as they flap it inside the 20. Flailing was Brandon Perry to push it inside the 20 down to the 19-yard line. Eagles not great field position, 1st and 10 at their own 19. First Bank is the official bank of Carson-Newman Athletics and the only place you can get a Carson-Newman Eagles debit card. Stop by any First Bank location to get your Carson-Newman debit card and share your Eagles pride. We'll step aside for a break. 10:30 to play in the second quarter. 7-0 Eagles leading Wingate. Back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer, longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance Tent and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
.10:30 to play in the second quarter. It's a 7-0 lead for Carson-Newman over Wingate, and the Eagles get the football back 1st and 10 under rainy skies at their own 19. Flexbone for Zane Whitson. He takes the snap and will hand off Sullins on a dive to the left, and no room for him there as Cross snatches him at the waist, as does Guy Taylor. And they stop him for no gain at the 19, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, you hope that last series where you were moving the ball and you get hit with a weather delay, Eagles were breaking off chunks of plays here, and you just got to get back in that rhythm again, Adam. And the way that Wingate is playing with a 4 deep secondary, you got a chance to get the ball outside.
Whitson takes a shotgun snap, loses the football on a handoff to Don Bradley on a jet sweep. It's on the ground back at the 9. Whitson was the first guy there, and he is the one to recover it. So a mishandled exchange on a jet sweep handoff. Guy Taylor was bearing down on it, loses 9 yardage back to the 10, and it's 3rd and 19 with the Eagles leading 7-0, 9:33 to play in the second quarter.
Yeah, got to worry. You just got to worry about anything where you take it off the line of scrimmage and you have any kind of exchange like that. We saw Wingate struggle with the control of the ball in the same. You know, you're just not you don't have it very surely.
3rd and 19 for the Eagles, left hash at the 10. Whitson runs option left side and keeps it across the 15. He's up to the 16, and that's it for that. Clemens wraps him up in the boundary left side after a 6-yard gain. But the Eagles go 3 and out. So 1 3 and out begets another. Eagles and Bulldogs swapping 3 and outs after Carson-Newman missed a field goal after having it 1st and 10 at the Wingate 22 before the lightning delay, and since then, both ways, 3 and outs. Grayson Campbell gets off an end-over-end kick that bounces at the 50. Hefty Carson-Newman hop inside the 30. Warner backs off. Campbell flips field position and sticks it down at the 21-yard line, where it is downed by Keithan Washington. So a dandy of a punt by Grayson Campbell. Travels 67 yards. And the Bulldogs have it 1st and 10 at their own 22-yard line.
Yeah, you're just not going to come up and field that. You're not going to take a risk with it being so wet. And so a lot of the punt returners are just letting the ball bounce, and it's causing problems.
Wingate into an ace set under center for Holmes. Pugh, the single setback. Movement for Wingate. False start. There is no 62 on my 2 deep. There's no 62 on the word roster that Wingate sent or on their website. So we're not sure who that is. But 3 net false starts now in the last 2 possessions for Wingate. 1st and 15 for the Bulldogs from their own 17. Handoff goes to Pugh right side. Sidesteps Dedrick McLean, cuts back right across the 20. He's back to the original line of scrimmage at the 22 over the right hashes. Cruz Temple knocks him down. 5-yard pickup, 2nd and 10.
You just can see from Wingate that they're just not happy being in the shotgun and knowing that they're going to do that, which kind of leads you from a passing timing standpoint that maybe you're going to hand it off a little bit more just because of that.
2nd and 10 Bulldogs, right hash at their own 22-yard line. Under center, Holmes gives to Pugh left side. Pugh, good gain. He's across the 30, has 1st down yardage to the 35, and he's upended up at the 37-yard line by Torrance Polk with a 15-yard gain in hand and a 1st down.
Eagles just didn't. It was the first time this game where the Eagles really just didn't have any kind of contain right there. And once they bounced it off tackle, there just wasn't that extra defender there that there had been throughout the game so far.
That is Wingate's first down of this game. 1st and 10 Bulldogs, left hash at their own, spotted at the 36. Ace set for Elijah Holmes. He's under center. Pugh behind him. 3-step drop, back to pass. Going to throw, right sideline, out route, incomplete to Himes. Up at the 48-yard line toward the right sideline. Rich Martin-Melian was in single coverage with him, but Holmes let him a touch too far, and it's 2nd and 10.
So, Adam, the problem you have is that when you are under center, that quarterback has to now take a drop instead of catching it and then looking right away. So he has to get away from the line of scrimmage and look at his wide receiver, which is something he's probably not very, very used to being under center.
7:11 to play in the second quarter. 7-0 Eagles on top. 2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs from their own 36. Handoff to Pugh left side. Pugh bouncing it to the left sideline. He will not get away from Terry Lemon and Caleb Graham. They stop him for a loss back to the 35-yard line. 3rd down, 11 to go. Good pursuit by Carson-Newman.
I thought that they probably got away with one right there because on the edge, looked like Carson-Newman's defender was kind of sealed off a little bit, but they just had their hands around him. But regardless, the Eagles were there to make the play.
3rd down, spotted at the 36, so it's 10 to go for the Bulldogs. Bunch set, 2 receivers tight to either side of the line, shotgun for Holmes. Claps his hands, pulls in a high snap. 3-step drop, pressured, throws, complete in space to Himes at midfield. Himes sprints over the numbers left side and gets down to the 41-yard line where Cruz Temple catches him from behind. 24-yard pitch and catch to Jalen Himes. Hollis hit Holmes as he threw it, but he withstands it and completes it for 24 yards and a 1st down.
Yeah, they were in the shotgun right there, so they kind of realized it's going to be harder for the quarterback to be right there. So almost you got to look here and think maybe, hey, more shotgun plays, probably got to be a little bit more conscious for pass.
Holmes out of the pistol. Claps his hands, pulls in a high snap, lands and gives to Pugh right side. Pugh runs square into Mekhi Brown, who grabs him around his shoulders and rotates him down to the turf, down at the 40. 1-yard pickup, 2nd and 9.
As you go here is the Eagles, what the Eagles are trying to do is just keep everything inside and tight. They're doing a good job. When the weather is bad like this, it's hard for offensive linemen to get pushed because those guys are just kind of holding their ground and creating piles, and it's harder for that running back to cut around those things because the turf isn't as solid for footing.
5:10 to play in the second quarter. Rolling clock, 7-0. Carson-Newman leading. Bulldogs 2nd and 9 from the Eagle 40. Holmes from the gun. Appling to his left. Pulls in the shotgun snap, gives to Appling straight ahead. He runs square into Cruz Temple, and Temple pushes him backward down at the 39-yard line. 1-yard gain for Appling. It's 3rd down and 8 to go for the Bulldogs.
Eagles are rotating their guys in and out of the field to kind of keep them fresh here, Adam. You'd think that most guys are going to be pretty fresh already, after not playing very much. But you want to get after the quarterback here. This is one of those changing plays right here and putting in a situation where they can put it and maybe get the ball back and take one more chance at the end zone here.
3rd and 8 for the Bulldogs. Left hash at the Eagle 39. Trips to the wide side right. Warner to the short side left. Appling to the left of Holmes in the gun. Pulls in the shotgun snap. Blitzed up the middle. Throws. Estranza in and out of his hands. Incomplete over the right hashes. Down at the 32-yard line. Javian Winston and Mekhi Brown were both in coverage. Estranza had it. Wet ball.
Right.
Popped out of his hands. An incompletion. 4th down. 8 to go. Teeter on the punt.
Yeah, Eagles had kind of a delayed blitz, several layers of pressure coming in through the A-gap. The quarterback is sitting there. What Wingate's response has been is to take that guy and have him sit down in the curl because it's an easier throw between the two.
Isaiah Kane inside his own 10 at the 8 on the left hash is to receive this Rivers Teeter punt. Snap is high, pulled in by Teeter. No rush. Gets off a side spinning kick that is caught by a Bulldog at the 5-yard line. Either Perry or Warner. There are 2 4s for Wingate. Brandon Perry, the defensive back, grabs it at the 5, and for a 4th time in 7 punts, spanning back to the Wise game, Teeter has pinned a team inside the 5. So Carson-Newman starts out 1st and 10 from its own 5-yard line, leading 7-0 with 4:01 to play in the second quarter. Eagle fans, AEC is your local electric co-op. Service you can trust and value you can depend on. Powering Mossy Creek, where AEC, powering what matters most. Mario Sanchez is into the game at quarterback. He hands off to Sullins. Good gain across the 10. Lowers his shoulders for first down yardage, splitting the hashes past the 15. And Perry drives him down up at the 19. Good drive starter on the dive for Jaden Sullins, but there's a flag on the play back at the line of scrimmage. Offsides on Wingate. Eagles will, of course, decline that and take the 14-yard Sullins rush. Then a first down.
Yeah, you would think with the Eagles, based on the offense, that usually if it's something just dropped at the line of scrimmage, it usually will probably be against the defense.
1st and 10 Eagles, left hash at their own 19. Sanchez takes the snap. He is hit immediately by Berthe, who read the snap count perfectly, did a Troy Polamalu impersonation, and launched and knocked him down as soon as he took the snap.
Yeah,
loss of 1 back to the 18.
Got to probably change the snap count up here, Adam, and that's hard when you're motioning your motion back to a certain spot, and you got offensive linemen that get in a rhythm too, and so if you do go on 2, a lot of times the one it's going to hurt is probably yourself more so than your opponent.
3:12 rolling clock, second quarter, 7-0. Carson-Newman leads Wingate. Eagles have it 2nd and 10 at their own 19. Double barrels for Sanchez. Takes the shotgun snap. Hand off to Sullins left side, and Berthe again into the backfield. Drops him for a loss back at the 15-yard line. Loss of 4 on that play. 3rd down, 14 to go.
With the clock running right here, you feel if you at least even run it, you're probably going to get down to about 2 minutes before you have to get rid of the ball. You got to just be smart. I mean, you got it backed up in your own end zone. You don't need to do anything particularly tricky. You're up 7-0. A long throw right here could have much more risk than reward.
Sanchez under center in the flex bone. Takes the snap. The ball is on the ground. And Sullins was quick to react. I think he's the guy that will come out with the football. And that'll take us to the 2-minute timeout. So Carson-Newman, hold the phone. Wingate might burn a timeout. And indeed, that is what the Bulldogs are doing. Save a few seconds here, but I mean, the clock's going to stop on the change of possession anyway. So Wingate burns a timeout. 2:05 to go in the first half. We're back to Irwin Belk Stadium after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
In 2025, we celebrate 130 years of Carson-Newman athletics. Over the years, the teams at Carson-Newman have been known for their toughness and Christian spirit. Through the decades, teams and individuals playing at the highest levels have brought recognition for this little school on the banks of Mossy Creek. While we remember the past, we look towards the future. So join the Eagle Club today as we continue to support our athletes and coaches through funding and facilities. Talons up.
Join the Eagle Club today. Visit cneagles.com/Eagle Club.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagle.
Wingate comes after the punt from Grayson Campbell, and he shanks it out of bounds at the 37-yard line. So a 27-yard punt for Campbell, and the Bulldogs will have it 1st and 10 at the Carson-Newman 37-yard line. And while we have a moment, let's send it down to Rayanna DeCrow for more.
Yeah, Yeah, thanks so much, Cav. Just wanted to give you some intel down here as to the fan situation. It seems like most of Wingate's fans have actually cleared out of the facility. The Carson-Newman fans, though, they've stuck around. Wingate's done a really good job bringing up the energy on the other sideline, been chanting for their defense and their offense, but the Carson-Newman fans have responded right back. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks, Ray. 7-0 Eagles with 1:58 to play in the second quarter. Eagle fans, Domino's is the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. When you're hungry, reach for Domino's. Large one-topping pies are $6.99 with your Carson-Newman ID. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. So Wingate, good field position and a chance for the Bulldogs to go 2 for 1 as the rain continues to fall here at Irwin Belk Stadium. Wingate gets the football to start the second half. They've got it 1st and 10 at the Carson-Newman 37 after a shanked punt from Grayson Campbell. 2 timeouts remaining for the Bulldogs. Appling the single setback behind Holmes in an ace set. Single receiver each way. Now Tate into the game. Hand off left side, Appling. He's wrapped up at the waist by Martavis Mason, who suplexes him down at the 35-yard line in the boundary left side. A 2-yard gain brings up 2nd down and 8 to go.
Eagles are sitting there with, you got a minute 30-ish here in the second quarter. Got to make sure that you just don't give up something, a broken play. You've been playing solid defense so far.
Holmes back to pass. Hit as he throws by Mekhi Brown, and it's a fluttering dead duck that lands for an incompletion down at the 15-yard line, 5 yards behind Himes, who was down at the 10 along the right sideline in single coverage with Champ Baker. 3rd down, 8 to go for the Bulldogs, 82 seconds left in the first half. Eagles leading 7-0.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, Adam. When you're running verticals, you got to have a quick release, because if you don't block everybody, then you don't have anywhere to get rid of the ball to.
Appling to the right of Holmes in the gun, 2 receivers each way. Snap back to Holmes, 3-step drop, throws, out route, left side, incomplete to Carlos Estranza. Angling for him down at the 30, but Isaiah Kane was right there to thwart it, and it's an incompletion. 3 and out goes Wingate, and Caleb Bonesteel might take a crack at a 52-yard field goal. Nope, it's Teeter. So Teeter will punt it away with 78 seconds left and try to pin the Eagles inside the 5 for a second straight kick. Kane is back at his 8, set to receive. National Special Teams Player of the Week takes the snap. Teeter checks up the pitching wedge, and this one is into the end zone. Just a little too much sauce on that one for Rivers Teeter. And Carson-Newman will take over 1st and 10 at its own 20 with a minute 11 to go in the first half, and the Eagles leading 7-0.
Little strategy right here, Adam. You got to make sure that you don't. If you run a play, I mean, they got 2 timeouts, so you know that they're going to probably stop it twice, based on what you get on this first play. So this first play needs to be a pretty good one to get a few yards and then be able to move the ball.
They have not set the chains. Was there a flag? Wingate's defense is on the field. They have not put the chains at the 20. Let's see here. So unsportsmanlike conduct on Carson-Newman. Didn't quite hear who it was on. Didn't see anything.
No.
And so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Eagles from their own 10 with 71 seconds left.
And you can't get involved in the little battles, the little jawing battles, the little things back and forth that players can get dragged into sometimes, especially a team like Wingate that is very aggressive.
Carson-Newman is in a formation to kneel down. Wingate has 2 timeouts remaining, so they could stop the clock twice and potentially get the ball back if they want to burn both of them. So Sanchez is going to drop down and take a knee. And indeed, Wingate will quickly call for time.
Yeah, I don't know right here. I mean, yeah, you feel like you're going to, at one point, you're going to get to be able to burn off 25 seconds, but then, I don't know.
Didn't hear Jim Ellis say timeout. There it is. So, and he didn't send the teams back to the huddles. So, I don't necessarily fault Carson-Newman for this decision, given the number of balls that the Eagles have put on the ground. Carson-Newman's fumbled 4 times. Eagles haven't lost any.
Right.
But the last thing in the world that you want to do here late in the first half is put the ball on the ground and Wingate recover inside the 10, and all of a sudden the Bulldogs have a chance to go 2 for 1.
Yeah, you would think that you could probably run a dive, though. I mean, yes, any situation, it could be dangerous here. I mean, the rain has not slowed down at all. But at the same point, yeah, you're probably going to get to a place where you're punting it with 25 seconds left, but based on what your last punt looked like because of the weather too, you got to worry a little bit there too that will Wingate get really good field position.
A lot to consider here. Carson-Newman offense, and let's face it, Carson-Newman too might have been, let's take a knee, see if they go for it.
Right.
That may have been the case. Now the offense is in the traditional flex bone for 2nd and 10. Sanchez will hand off Sullen, spins out of a tackle. Good juke, move to the 15, a stiff arm to the 20, and a flag flies. He's got first down yardage as Perry drags him out of bounds up at the 25-yard line.
I think somebody would look like his head moved a little bit, but who knows?
Legal hands to the face. Carson-Newman's saying that it's on, or backing up as if it's on them. Question 2, where does the penalty come? Did he have first down yardage when the penalty happened? Face mask on the offense. Spot foul at the 19. So pretty much no gain at the end of the day. Redo the down with 58 seconds left in the second quarter. Eagles leading 7-0. So spot it back to the 9.
So you are able to burn off about 6 or 7 seconds at least.
But the clock does stop because of the penalty.
Right.
With 58 seconds left in the second quarter and the Eagles leading 7-0. Carson-Newman breaks the huddle. Flex bone for the Eagles. Sullen's behind Sanchez in the flex bone. Everybody bunched tight to the line. Griffin in motion. Sanchez gives to Sullens, and no running room for him as he's stacked up by Guy Taylor and Manju Berte. A loss of a yard back to the 8. Wingate will utilize its final timeout with 54 seconds left. And so Carson-Newman will run a play. Can he burn 14 seconds before the play runs runs to a conclusion? Answer's yes, but you're probably scoring a touchdown.
Yes, and a lot of times you had those plays that you practice where your quarterback keeps it and runs around the outside, and then if there's any pressure, you slide down inbounds and keep the clock running. The worst thing you can do right here is get tackled out of bounds. And so you want something where your quarterback handles it, and you tell your quarterback as soon as you feel pressure, go to the ground and secure the ball. You can probably burn about 4 or 5 seconds at them for sure, which will get it down to 49 with another 25 seconds. You're probably punting it with about 20 seconds left to go in the quarter, and then you just hope that you can get some kind of long golf roll that will roll up to the green and burn off another 10 seconds and then really force Wingate to kind of almost throw that Hail Mary.
54 seconds left in the first half. 7-0, Carson-Newman leading. Eagles with 3rd and 12 from their own 8-yard line, moving left to right under completely rainy skies here in Wingate. Wingate out of timeouts. Sanchez takes quarterback keeper left side. Sanchez wrestled down by Green in the boundary toward the numbers up at the 9-yard line. 8-second difference, play clock to game clock.
That's good. You can take a delay or call a timeout with literally 0 on the play clock.
That first Wingate timeout at the 2:05 mark certainly does loom large here, though, for the Bulldogs.
It does, because they didn't need it, or they should have called it sooner.
Ashley Ingram, 4, 3, 2. Going to code for the time? Yes, he is. 9 seconds left. Ashley Ingram calls for time. Gives us a chance to remind you, Eagle fans, to check out the Eagle Shop. It is the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles, located in the MSAC Grand Hall. The Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. Visit them online at eagleshop.cn.edu. Adam Cavalier alongside David Needs. We've had 86 minutes worth of lightning delays in this one. Glad that you've stuck it out with us here on the Eagles Sports Network. Carson-Newman's up 7-0 on Wingate in the first half, where weather certainly has been a factor. 9 seconds left. Carson-Newman has to punt. Campbell will boot it away. Wingate comes after it as Campbell gets off a wobbler that bounces at the 40, takes a hearty Carson-Newman roll. The halftime horn has expired, and Carson-Newman can down it. That is the final play of the first half. David Needs 4 fumbles for the Eagles. Not a ton of offense in this one. 118 yards for the Eagles, 36 yards of offense for the Bulldogs, and a lot of that came before the initial lightning delay. These teams have struggled to move the football in the deluge.
Yeah, shotgun snap's going to be really difficult. Anything that where you take the ball off the line of scrimmage at them is going to be tough. You saw Wingate trying to fix that or remedy that with quick sit-down routes in the middle of the field so that the quarterback would be an easy pitch and catch. For Carson-Newman, they got to be able to get the ball outside and not get beat in A-gap with Wingate jumping the snap as a response to that. If both teams can correct those things, maybe you will see more offense. But right now it looks like last week, it's just going to be one of those games where the team that bows up on defense is probably going to be the one that walks away victorious.
Halftime in Irwin Belk Stadium. Eagles lead it at the break over the 19th-ranked Bulldogs, 7-0. Eagle Shop halftime report headed your way when we come back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
There's new fresh ideas on campus. From Chick-fil-A to Maples Coffee to Sabarijos, Fresh Ideas has tons of high-quality dining options for whatever taste you may need. Sabarijos is open Monday through Friday for lunch and dinner in the Health Sciences Building. Sabarijos features all your Mexican favorites, from burritos to nachos to quesadillas to tacos to anything you can think of in a tortilla. Follow Fresh Ideas on Instagram at Carson-Newman Dining.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
You're tuned to Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network. It's halftime. The first half recap comes your way on the Eagle Shop halftime report after 60 seconds from your local station.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again.
At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
It's halftime on the Eagles Sports Network. Highlights, a check of the shopcneagles.com scoreboard, and stats are headed your way.
Touchdown! Carson-Newman! Eagles go for the throat!
Now let's head back to the field. Here's the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
All right, back at Irwin Belk Stadium where Carson-Newman has a 7-0 halftime lead in a wet rock fight with the 19th-ranked Wingate Bulldogs. Not a lot of scoring, not a lot of yards, but stuff happened. And Ray Crows is going to tell you about what happened. And more lightning delay minutes than yards of total offense, it feels like. Ray, how'd we get here?
I mean, and more rain than water drink on the sideline. I mean, what's going on here? I'm soaking wet over on the rain. That's okay. It's all part of the experience here at Irwin Belk Stadium. Happy to be on with you on the Shop Seeing Eagles halftime show. Yeah, just one touchdown. Shane Whitson, a 2-yard run to put the Eagles up 7-0. Take a listen.
Second and goal from the 2 for the Eagles. Ball on the right hash. Whitson under center in the flex bone. Washington slot left. Bradley slot right. Sullins the fullback. Whitson, quarterback sneak straight ahead. Whitson burrowing to the goal line. Carson-Newman says it's a touchdown. So do the officials. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Zane Whitson, 2 yards out on the quarterback sneak. And the Eagles are up 6-0, 4:10 to play in the first quarter. Eagles take advantage of the Wingate turnover and pay it off with Whitson's 2-yard sneak.
Yeah, you heard Adam there talk about turnovers, just the ball being so wet, especially in that second quarter, Matt. I mean, it just kind of was ball all over the place, lots of slipping right through the hands on passes, a lot of fumbles on the snaps, just a little bit crazy out there right now.
Yeah, that's what's just going to happen when you're in this kind of environment, especially in the rain. It's starting to slow down a bit more, but it looks, when you're on the sideline, it's a lot worse than it is. And being in that environment before, it's really tough. And Wingate's gone to some sort of short passes that's easier to complete. They went to a longer pass that was a little high, and that's really hard to come down. Receivers tend to drop their gloves in the rain to get more of a feel on it. But with how slick it is out there, it's going to be really tough to hold on to the ball, and that's why those snaps are so important. You saw Carson-Newman lose a couple, but they did a good enough job to hop back on top.
And lucky for us, I mean, not a lot of fans in the stands, so that's made us privy to, a lot of information that the referees are talking to the players about and whatnot, and it's starting to get a little chippy out there. We heard the referees down there at the very end of the quarter there say, hey, let's keep our mouths shut. We don't need to be talking to each other right now because it's starting to get a little chippy.
Yeah, and this Wingate D-line has been terrorizing the offensive line of Carson-Newman over the last quarter, really, especially with how this game has progressed. It's going to be a ground and pound type of game, and Carson-Newman's offensive line has had a really tough time trying to contain that front four, especially the interior two of Birdie, Cross, Hill, Coulter. Berthe has been basically on every tackle for a loss. I might be butchering his last name, and that's my apology. I'll have to check with Cav on how you say it. But number 99 in blue, he has been on every tackle for a loss. He is just shooting through the A-gap, basically untouched. So that's definitely going to be a point of emphasis for Joe Ray, Ashley Ingram, and this entire offensive line group.
A couple of really bad penalties on the Eagles side of the ball as well that the coaches weren't happy about. I'm sure the players weren't happy about it either.
Yeah, that was one of the first plays out of the long delay. There was a holding call. I believe it was a holding called against Carson-Newman, and Ashley Ingram came storming down the sideline. He was definitely upset with the call, and that really just disrupted that whole drive. There was another one late on a Sullins run. It didn't come back to hurt them, but especially in the wet, it's really tough to get a hold on someone's jersey, and you kind of just start grasping at things, and that's when those holds start to become more imminent.
Well, 5 minutes and 7 seconds 47 yards, 10 plays, and a Zane Whitson touchdown. That's your scoring summary for the first half, and we'll break the rest of the game down when we come back here on the Shop C&N Eagles halftime show. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
AEC is a distributor of Marathon energy-efficient water heaters. We offer 30-gallon to 105-gallon tanks. Marathon water heaters are durable, lightweight, and under warranty to not leak as long as you own your home. Foam insulation allows these thermal storage units to provide long-term temperature control. Marathon's lightweight tank is easier to maneuver and position, and the bowl-shaped tank bottom allows complete sediment drain. AEC, empowering efficiency.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
A check of the Eagle Shop scoreboard is next.
Smith's kick! Buried! Eagles win!
This is the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey folks, Joe Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan, and we're having a fat finger sale.
Gerald, you're having a what?
We're having a fat finger sale. I fat fingered the 4-button and ordered 45 new Nissan white Muranos.
You ordered 45 new white Nissan Muranos?
Yep, sure did.
So now what?
If it'll drive, it's worth $8,500 worth of purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. So bring that sled to Ted, and it's worth $8,500 during the fat finger sale going on now at Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance 10 and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
The Eagle Sports Network is a part of SAC Live, the official digital network of the South Atlantic Conference. SAC Live is the home of all your South Atlantic Conference sports action, including 20 SAC championships. Time to get caught up with some SACtion. Here are the happenings around the South Atlantic Conference and the nation. Let's go around the league with a check of the Eagle Shop scoreboard. Now back to the field.
Well, it was a big week in SAC games. We kind of broke it all down for you initially in the pregame show, but Anderson was visiting with Mars Hill, if I'm correct there. And I do know that Mars Hill did win. Nope, Mars Hill had D3 Mary Hardin Baylor.
Yes.
Mars Hill comes away with the victory there. As for your other games,
a lot of stats aren't currently
trying
up.
to check the status here, but they're
updated
not
for
coming
us.
up. There we go. I got him. Okay. Emory and Henry takes down Anderson 42-13. Man, that offense is rolling for the Wasps right now. Mars Hill defeats Mary Hardin Baylor 21-7. UVA Wise takes down Tusculum 35-21. So Cavaliers get their first win in Saction. Catawba, oh my goodness, 63-23. They take down Southern Connecticut State. I know my Connecticut boy in the booth probably not happy about that one. Obviously, Carson-Newman and Wingate going on right now. And as for LR and Newberry, I would imagine they were also in a weather delay with this tropical depression, as NOAA has put it on my weather app. Newberry's up 7-3 in the third quarter. So, tight game there.
Well, that's a game to certainly keep an eye on. LR trying to bounce back after last week's loss, and they've certainly been banged up. Both their starting quarterback in Kamoni Robinson, their backup quarterback in Wells, I believe it was Batenhausen from last week, and I know there's been other injuries. Songa Yates did not play last week against Carson-Newman either, so the Bears trying to get back into gear. Can't say I'm too upset that Southern Connecticut State lost. I'm not an Owl fan myself back home in Connecticut. But Emory and Henry, you said it, their offense has really started to pick up. They got off to a slow start against Lenore Ryan in that first conference game, but now they've started to find their groove, and that's a scary sight for Carson-Newman. That's next week's opponent, but that Carson-Newman defense has been firing on all cylinders as of late.
Only national game we're keeping an eye on right now is number 4 Slippery Rock and number 8 California, Pennsylvania. They're tied 38-38 in the fourth quarter with 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That's your scoreboard update here on the Shop Sea and Eagles halftime show. We're going to toss it to another break. We come back, the rest of the action. Stay with us. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
This is Carson-Newman men's basketball alum Taylor Hawkins. I want to help your family secure its financial future. I'm with Modern Woodman Financial Planning, where we touch lives and secure futures. Let Modern Woodman protect your family's financial security through life insurance, retirement planning, and financial services. You can contact me, Taylor Hawkins, at seeandeagles.com/Modern Woodman. That's seeandeagles.com/Modern Woodman. Help secure your family's financial future through Modern Woodman Financial Planning.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
Derek Evans, 79 yards on the first play from scrimmage.
You found the home of Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to WRJZ Knoxville, Joy 620, FM 102.5 in Knoxville, FM 99.5 in Sevierville, the home of Carson-Newman Eagles football.
Well, an exciting week for Carson-Newman men's and women's soccer. Both teams pick up wins. The men's, their first against the Newberry Wolves, and the women, with about 40 seconds to go, are up 2-1 on Newberry, at Newberry as well. So 2 good wins for them should they pull it off here in the next 30 seconds. As for Carson-Newman volleyball, just dropped their game yesterday in 3 sets to Wingate as well. And cross country, the women took second at the South Atlantic Conference preview. Really good spot for them. The men took 6th. So exciting news there for them. Back to the football game now, though. I think what's really hit the Eagles hard is their starting field position. This punter, man, he's no joke. 62-yard punt earlier on in the game. He's been lights out.
Well, I don't mean to hop back to happenings around the creek, but men's and women's tennis at ITA Regionals in South Carolina. Maria Del Mar Sardamarti advanced to the round of 16 in Flight A of the Women's Open Singles. Had to give head coach Nate Ganglehoff a shout-out there. But, yeah, field position is going to be the name of the game in this second half with how everything's been progressing.
Well, thanks so much, Matt. We're going to hand you back to David Needs and Adam Cavalier when we come back. This is the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey Eagle fans, check out the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Located in the MSAC Grand Hall, the Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel, from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. The Eagle Shop has all your gifts, gear, and accessories. Can't make it in person? Visit eagleshop.cn.edu. That's eagleshop.cn.edu for all your Carson-Newman clothing needs.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City and Morristown wants to help feed your business. When you're hungry at lunch, show your business card at Domino's in Jefferson City and Morristown when you make your purchase for pickup or delivery to get 25% off the entire order. That's 25% off your order at Domino's in Jeff City and Morristown when you show your business card. Call 865-471-6700 to get a pizza. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
The home run hitter to Dorian Miller, 70 yards.
This is Carson-Newman football on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey, folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan. Is your old car slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, or even wrecked with a bad Carfax? Well, it don't matter. Bring that sled to Ted during our nationwide Fat Finger Sale. I've accidentally ordered too many white Nissan Muranos, so if it'll drive, it's worth $5,500, $6,700, $8,500 for the purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. Ted Russell Nissan with a lifetime warranty on Kingston Pine.
Ted Russell Nissan. We got it going on.
Tennessee residents must pay tax $5.95 fee. All rebates apply. NMSC Finance, one trade per deal.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Back at Irwin Belk Stadium, Adam Cavalier alongside David Needs. There's a lot of moisture in the air. The windows in the press box starting to get a little foggy. Reminds you of the banks of Mossy Creek in a way.
It does.
7-0 Eagles up on Wingate at the break. The Bulldogs do get the football to start the second half. And David Needs.
This is really encouraging.
This has been the definition of a rock fight. You've got less than 150 yards of combined total offense in this one, and a lot of that has been as a result of the weather. But the rain seemingly has stopped falling.
Yeah, Adam, we heard that the rain could be coming back later, and so I know the officials and everybody would like to get this one in. I think Carson-Newman's offense will help that because you run the ball, but you know that it's going to come down to somebody that is not going to be able to handle the ball well, and so you just want to be solid and you want to be smart if you're both teams in that.
Carson-Newman has fumbled it 4 times, haven't lost any. Wingate's fumbled it once, didn't lose that one. Bennett Smith has it teed up. He will kick it off to Estranza or snap, as this one is driven into the end zone and going to be brought out from 6 yards deep. Start and stop move at the goal line. Gets across the 20, spins around, gets up to the 25, and that is where the return comes to a conclusion. Daft move, but it works out to the tune of 1 extra yard for Wingate, bringing it out from 6 yards deep. First and 10 Bulldogs from their own 26.
You just wonder, Adam, I know that you get limited time to return kicks and everything else. That 25-yard line is just such a nice place to start if you don't have to worry about blocking it, and there's so many things that can go wrong by bringing it out.
First and 10 Bulldogs, right hash at their own 26. Holmes takes the shotgun snap, gives to Pugh, bounces it to the right side on a counter, and is brought down by Jacob Madison in the boundary right side over the Founders Federal Credit Union Field logo up at the 27-yard line. 1 yard gain, 2nd and 9.
Yeah, great read, great call right there. Wingate has had a propensity to kind of run it in an A-gap on first down, and so just to come and create that little edge pressure right there and read that zone stretch.
2nd down, 9 to go for the Bulldogs. Right hash at their own 27. From the gun, throw, screen, left side, Himes across the 30, up to the 35, over the numbers left side. Isaiah Kane wraps him up right at the first down marker at the 36. It's a 9-yard gain and a first down to Himes for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, both teams are going to take the easy stuff, and the Eagles kind of gave a little bit of a cushion right there, and so Wingate was able to throw it out there quick and get it out to their wide receiver.
13:56, rolling clock, third quarter, 7-0. Carson-Newman leads Wingate. Bulldogs have it 1st and 10, left hash at their own 36. Holmes from the gun, takes the shotgun snap, waist tight, stands in the pocket, now sprints right, stops, cuts back left, has running room across the 35 and 40. First down yardage to the 45 and 46, and he's knocked out by Cruz Temple with a left hand around his shoulders up at the 47-yard line. 11-yard scamper for Elijah Holmes. Wingate had 2 first downs the entirety of the first half. They have first downs on back-to-back plays and have it 1st and 10 at their own 47. Holmes in the gun. Ball in the middle of the field, equidistant between the hashes. Pugh off of Holmes' left hip. Heim split to the wide side left. Wide side by just a nose. And 2 men to the short side right. Holmes claps his hands, takes the shotgun snap, gives to Pugh left side. Mekhi Brown hits him at his kneecaps and drops him for a gain of a yard up to the 48-yard line. 2nd down, 9 to go.
Eagles did a real good job of reading that one, and Mekhi Brown just was in good position. What I do like about the defense is really squaring up once they get across that line of scrimmage and not giving any crease for the running back to escape.
2nd down, 9 to go for the Bulldogs, middle of the field at their own 48. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Shotgun snap back to Holmes. Stands in the pocket. Going to air. Long. Incomplete. In and out of the hands of Estranza down at the 32. Madison was like a warm blanket wrapping him up. Had his hands outstretched to it. Got it to the football.
Right.
Couldn't pull it in. It's an incompletion and 3rd and 9.
That's a hard completion too, Adam, because you're working towards the ball. The ball's a little bit wet. The quarterback's trying to throw that on, and you can't accelerate the way that you'd like to, even though the range is stopped. The field's still wet. You just can't turn the jets on the way that you'd like to.
And the air looks moist. Trips to the wide side left for the Bulldogs, 3rd and 9 from their own 48. Now 2 to the right with a man in motion. Jackson. Holmes back to pass, blitz from the backside, steps up in the pocket, going to run, has room across the 45 and 40. First down, bounces it to the left sideline, and he's loose. Holmes across the 15 and 10. He is hit at the goal line by Madison, but he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. Elijah Holmes scrambles 52 yards on a broken play to the left sideline and calls his own number to bring the Bulldogs a PAT away from tying this one up. It's 7-6 with 12:14 to play in the third quarter.
Did a good job of applying pressure. You just got to be under control. You got to make sure that as you're coming, you can't seal the other guy off. And so the Eagles created a wide gap in the middle, and the quarterback was able to keep it and go.
Bone Steel on for the point after. Snap back, high snap, hold down. Bone Steel's kick. Whirly-gigging through the uprights. It wasn't pretty, but it is good. Tie game, 7-7. Wingate strikes on its opening possession of the second half with a 6-play, 74-yard drive capped by Holmes' 52-yard rush. We're back to Erwin Belk after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville clearance bin and warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Wingate kicks off through the end zone for a touchback, and Carson-Newman will start out 1st and 10. Red zone 25-yard line, a 7-7 ball game with 12:14 to go in the third quarter. Wingate strikes on a 6-play, 74-yard drive, takes 2:34 off the clock, and Elijah Holmes calls his own number on a 52-yard scamper to draw the Bulldogs level with the Eagles. 52 yards on that run for Elijah Holmes. As many yards on that play as Wingate had on its previous 23 plays. Justin Johnson is into the game at quarterback for Carson-Newman. Zane Whitson has a headset on as Johnson's down in the flex bone. Takes the snap. Johnson, option keeper left side. Nothing doing for him there. He's back to the line of scrimmage. And that is it. Ryan Green and Diego Alvarez with the stop. No gain back to the 25. It's second down and 10 to go.
Hard thing is, Adam, too, now the Eagles have played 3 quarterbacks in this game. That's tough on a center when you have an inexperienced center, and you're trying to get that snap, and each quarterback's a little bit different as you're snapping the ball to them.
Got a double barrel shotgun for Johnson on 2nd and 10, left hash at his own 25. Johnson takes the shotgun snap. Will pitch it left side, Bradley. Bradley gets to the outside across the 30, and he's leveled out of bounds by Torrey Kelly up at the 32-yard line. 7-yard tote on the pitch to Don Bradley. It's third down and 3 to go for the Eagles. Carson-Newman 4 for 9 on third downs, but they've missed on 4 straight third downs.
Yeah, obviously being in that split look from the shotgun, you can get the ball outside. Eagles need to get the ball outside because that's where the weakness is for Wingate.
Washington in motion. Johnson fumbles the snap, and he falls on it. And Johnson able to jump on top of it at the 31. 5th ball that Carson-Newman has put on the turf today in the wet conditions with a new starting center in Lewis Baker with an injury to Garrett Rice. 7-7, Eagles will punt it away after a 3 and out.
Yeah, don't know here. I mean, obviously the idea was, hey, they're going to run some kind of triple option play right there, but that's tough if you don't have the ball in your hand, and then as a quarterback you're trying to get to that position.
Carson-Newman, a late 11th man, runs onto the field in Storm Livesey. Play clock at 3, 2, 1. Carson-Newman going to take the delay of game. So the Eagles will concede 5 yards as a consequence of a late substitution here and give the ball back to Wingate in the 7-7 ball game with 10:19 to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, you usually come off the field and you count your 11, and sometimes somebody gets hurt and the backup needs to be aware, and you're coming out of the defensive horseshoe, and so there's just a lot of factors that are involved right there.
Campbell will rugby punt this one to the right sideline. Warner will watch it bounce at the 42 and hop out of bounds immediately, and Wingate will take over 1st and 10 at its own 40. There's a flag in the middle of the field between the hashes back at the 32. Let's see what Jim Ellis has to say here. Motioned, I think, from the umpire toward Carson-Newman's sideline. Now holding during the return on Wingate. So 10-10 to play in the third quarter. It's 7-7 between Carson-Newman and Wingate. We return to Irwin Belk Stadium after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Every day brings new challenges, and those challenges look different for everyone. But no matter what each day looks like, your local energy co-op is here to power every moment. Whether it's at home, in the office, or on the field, AEC is committed to bringing you safe, affordable, and reliable power to get you through the day. We are your local electric co-op, and we are here for you. AEC, empowering every day.
This is Carson-Newman men's basketball alum Taylor Hawkins. I want to help your family secure its financial future. I'm with Modern Woodman Financial Planning, where we touch lives and secure futures. Let Modern Woodman protect your family's financial security through life insurance, retirement planning, and financial services. You can contact me, Taylor Hawkins, at cneagles.com/Modern Woodman. That's cneagles.com/Modern Woodman. Help secure your family's financial future through Modern Woodman Financial Planning.
10-10 to go in the third quarter. It's a 7-7 ball game between Carson-Newman and Wingate. We had more than 85 minutes worth of lightning delays in this one. A lot of rain that fell in the first half, but the rain has stopped. But there is still heavy moisture, a mist, visible in the air here under the lights of Irwin Belk Stadium. Bulldogs have it 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line after the penalty. From the pistol, it's Holmes. He'll turn and give to Appling left side, and he is snatched in the backfield by Luke Scott at the ankles in the boundary left side over the sack logo. Back at the 26-yard line, a loss of 4. Scott, the VMI transfer, shoots in. It's 2nd down and 14 to go.
Yeah, he's a big and long guy. Adam has a long range. You like that because he just got in the backfield and then was able to really shut that back down because he was in good, solid position.
2nd down, 14 to go for the Bulldogs. Left hash at their own 26. Holmes takes the shotgun snap. Eagles bring 5. Holmes rolling right, pumps. Scott catches him from behind, and Holmes stumbles forward over the right hashes up to the 28-yard line. Scott was the last guy to have a prayer at him. Needed to have it, and did. 2-yard gain brings up 3rd and 12 for a Wingate team that's 2 for 6 on 3rd downs today.
And got to be really careful now with the quarterback running. You get a little taste of success. That kind of gets in the quarterback's mind. Hey, if it's not there, I'm gonna run it. So the Eagles just have to be very careful when they're bringing that blitz that they have somebody left to spy the quarterback because in his mind he's thinking about keeping the ball.
Holmes out of the gun, right hash at his own 28 on 3rd and 12. Takes the shotgun snap, delayed blitz. Holmes steps up. Lemon grabs him from behind with Luke Scott, and they sack him back to the 24. The pressure came from the rear. Holmes dumped for a loss of 4. Back to the 24. And the Eagles' defense rises to the occasion with a 3 and out.
Did a really good job of collapsing the pocket. So the quarterback was thinking about keeping it. Didn't like what he saw downfield, was thinking about running it. But the pocket collapsed, and they had enough guys still sitting inside that he couldn't escape like he did for his long touchdown run.
Rivers Teeter on to punt it away to Cade Meeks. High snap. Teeter has to go up to pull it in. Gets off a wobbler. It bounces at the 45 across midfield and is out of bounds along the right sideline. Should be at the Carson-Newman 49. Carson-Newman sideline fired up. Eagles will have great field position with 8:02 to play in the third quarter in a 7-7 ball game. When we come back, actually hold the phone. We will keep it here as Carson-Newman's offense has already come onto the field. This gives us a chance to remind you that Lisa's Country Kitchen serves the best home-cooked meals that the Lakeway region has to offer. Lisa's Country Kitchen, the official restaurant of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Mario Sanchez back into the game at quarterback. Takes the snap. Option pitch right side, Griffin. Griffin gets a block. He's into Wingate territory to the 45, and he's ushered out of bounds down at the 41-yard line. Javon Mack pushes him out, and it's an 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
Yeah, I've been preaching it and saying it. That getting the ball outside is where the success is, because really what you have is you have 7 guys inside the box committed to stopping the run. When you do get the ball outside, the safeties have to make tackles because the linebackers can't get there.
2nd and 2 for the Eagles. Sanchez keeps it, breaks through a tackle to the 40, sprints between the hashes down to the 38, and is grabbed by Josiah Hill from around the waist and dropped at the 38 after 3 yards and a first down.
Yeah, even in a situation like that, I mean, you got a quarterback that has a little bit of escapability right there and was able to get a gain on that play because it is so slick. Everybody's uniforms are wet, and it's always not going to be easy to bring somebody down.
1st and 10 Eagles, ball middle of the field at the Bulldog 38. Sanchez under center in the flex bone. Takes the snap, straight drop. Sanchez sprints forward. He's across the 35 and 30. Sanchez cuts left to the 20, inside the 15, lowers his shoulders, and gets knocked down by Mack down at the 14. Mario Sanchez gobbles up 24 yards on the ground and moves the chains for the Eagles. 7-7, teams tied, 6:32 to play in the third.
Yeah, just a play out of Wingate's playbook right there, Adam. Went back, didn't see anything. There was nobody left in A gap. The applied outside pressure, and the quarterback was able to keep it. Almost looked like it wasn't called this way, but almost looked like a quarterback draw the way that he didn't have his eyes committed downfield very long.
1st and 10 for the Eagles, middle of the field at the Bulldog 14. Back to a flex bone for Carson-Newman. Sanchez under center. Takes the snap, kept it left side, and that got blown up by Josiah Hill. Hill into the backfield before Sanchez could read anything, and he loses 4 yards back to the 18, 2nd and 14.
Yeah, it's frustrating as a quarterback because the things that you do count on are, especially when you're going to run any kind of play like that, is just making sure that the A gap is protected. That your guards and your centers have you protected so that you can get the ball a little bit outside. Right there, even with Hill's pressure there, the Eagles are going to catch him in a late sub if they just go ahead and snap the ball.
The official had not readied it for play. Now he does, as Sanchez gives end around right side Griffin. Griffin across the 20 and 15. He's inside the 10 and shoved out of bounds by Torrey Kelly down at the 8-yard line. Flag on the play, though. A hold on Carson-Newman. So that erases the end around play to Griffin. Eagles have – this happened after the Lightning delay. Remember, had it 1st and 10 at the 22.
Right.
Had some positive plays, but had them negated due to live ball holds. Eagles settled for a field goal that they missed from 45, and now they're backed up to the 28-yard line for 2nd and 24.
Yeah, and even in situations like this, Adam, where you feel like your kicker normally can cover this distance, there's nothing sure about this.
Sanchez will take and hand off to Sullins on the dive. Sullins pushing the pile forward inside the 25, down to the 23-yard line for a 5-yard gain. We're 5 blue jerseys in the area, led by Collins. 5-yard pickup brings up 3rd and 19 for the Eagles. Need the Wingate 4 to get a first down with 4:35 on a rolling clock, third quarter, in a 7-7 ball game.
If the Eagles can spread them out here a little bit, you think that you could probably get the ball.
Sanchez takes, option to the left. Sanchez crawls forward over the left hashes and is knocked down by Ryan Green over the left hashes down at the 22-yard line. Just a yard. On comes Bennett Smith for a 39-yard field goal to break this 7-7 tie with 4:07 to play on a rolling clock in the third quarter. Kicking from left to right, he missed from 45, kicking this direction earlier in a downpour. The rain has stopped falling, but the field, you can still see how wet it is. Late sub coming in for Carson-Newman is Lewis Baker. Play clock at 6. Snap back, hold down. Smith's kick on the way, has the distance. Does it have the line? It is good. Bennett Smith breaks a 7-7 tie. Carson-Newman had a player shoved down after the play was over in Emil Savage. No flag on the play, but Carson-Newman leads 10-7, 3:38 to play in the third quarter, and we're back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now.
Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan, and we're having a fat finger sale.
Gerald, you're having a what?
We're having a fat finger sale. I fat fingered the 4-button and ordered 45 new Nissan white Muranos.
You ordered 45 new white Nissan Muranos?
Yep, sure did.
So now what?
If it'll drive, it's worth $8,500 worth of purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. So bring that sled to Ted, and it's worth $8,500 during the fat finger sale going on now at Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston Pike.
Ensuing kickoff from Bennett Smith is an end-over-ender that will come down and be brought out along the right side across the 20, the 25, 30. Flag flies And Bash forced out of bounds up at the 39-yard line. While we have a moment, let's send it down to the sidelines and the third or fourth member of our crew, Matt Scalzo. Matt. Block in the back on Wingate.
Momentum really shifted on the sideline after Luke Scott came up so big on that last defensive drive. A tackle for a loss, keeping Elijah Holmes in the pocket when he tried to escape, and then the sack on third down invigorated this sideline. They get 3 points. They're back in front, trying to build off that good momentum.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. Block in the back on the Bulldogs, and so Wingate will start this drive 1st and 10 at their own 12.
I'm going to go on the lecture circuit in the offseason, Adam, and talk about why you don't bring it out from your own end zone, because another instance where something does not happen well.
Pugh to the left of Holmes in the gun. Holmes takes the shotgun snap, gives to Pugh straight ahead. He's hit at the line of scrimmage. Spun around by Terry Lemon, and he falls forward up to the 15-yard line. 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7.
Football is such a game of field position and possession, especially when the ball is wet, the field is wet, and so starting at the 25 and controlling the ball is so key. And so if the Eagles can get back on offense again, up 10-7, you got a chance to really change the complexity of this game.
2nd and 7 for the Bulldogs, right hash at their own 15. Holmes claps his hands, takes the shotgun snap, waist tight, pressured up the middle, throws long left sideline. Himes too far in front of him at the 40, incomplete. Kane was step for step. 3rd down, 7 to go for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they saw last week against Lenore Ryan. That was the successful play with that long fade, for the one touchdown that they had. And so they've really tried to attack the Eagles there. That's a hard throw without the time, and the Eagles have done a good job of sending the blitz in layers and playing some pretty good man coverage on defense.
2:52, stop clock, 3rd quarter, 10-7 Eagles leading. Holmes out of the gun, claps his hands, takes the snap on 3rd and 7. Back to pass, throws, right side, incomplete. There were 2 guys there, Jackson and Estranza, split the difference between the 2 of them. Baker and Kane were in coverage. Regardless, it's an incompletion and a 3-and-out for Wingate offensively.
They tried to go back to their weather-heavy playbook of sitting down and trying to find the soft area. The Eagles have done a good job of kind of just mixing up the coverage so that they really can't get the timing that they need.
Rivers Teeter back in to punt for Wingate. Snap back. No rush. Gets off a boomer. Meek signals for fair catch and pulls it into his chest inside the left hashes at the 40-yard line. Quality kick, a 45-yarder for Rivers Teeter, and Carson-Newman takes over 1st and 10 at its own 40, leading 10-7 with 2:40 to play in the 3rd quarter. Carson-Newman, both teams, offense has been at a premium. 161 yards for the Eagles, 108 yards for the Wingate Bulldogs on a sodden Saturday night at Irwin Belk Stadium. The rain has stopped. We had more than 80 minutes of lightning delays in this one, and that's a big reason why 2 high-level defenses have had the upper hand. Sanchez out of the gun, will pitch it left side. Bradley absorbs a hit in the backfield, but he will not get away from the second man. Loss back to the 35-yard line after the hit by Green and Avilés. Loss of 5 back to the 35, 2nd and 15.
Yeah, the Eagles have gone to that quick speed pitch a couple times, and so now what happened was the defender just went right there. You're setting yourself up for play action pass. The problem is that for the Eagles is they have not been able to seal the edge to give the quarterback any kind of time to throw there, but you have set it up because now the secondary is reacting as soon as you get in the split back shotgun look.
Officials blow whistles.
Somebody hurt?
What's the issue? What's at issue here? I don't see a player down. So Ashley Ingram has challenged that there was targeting on that play. Live, I didn't get that sense.
No.
But we'll see what this officiating crew says after checking the replay monitor. So we'll step aside for a break, come back to Irwin Belk Stadium. There's 2:15 to go in the third quarter. At present standing, the Eagles face 2nd and 15 from their own 35 when we come back with a review and potentially the results after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey Eagle fans, check out the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Located in the MSAC Grand Hall, the Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel, from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. The Eagle Shop has all your gifts, gear, and accessories. Can't make it in person? Visit eagleshop.cn.edu. That's eagleshop.cn.edu for all your Carson-Newman clothing needs.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
You're listening to WRJZ Knoxville, Joy 620, FM 102.5 in Knoxville, FM 99.5 in Sevierville, the home of Carson-Newman Eagles football.
In the middle of an Ashley Ingram-initiated review, as Ashley Ingram requesting a review to see if there was targeting.
Yeah. Can't see them, Adam. They got a probably good look at the monitor, but they don't have this handy lamp like we have to be able to light things up for us.
We stole, I see 3 SAC Coach of the Year trophies for Jackie Kirby. We're in the cross-country coach's office. Doubles as the visiting radio booth. And we appreciate.
We're borrowing.
Yeah, we're borrowing a lamp. Ruling on the field upheld, no targeting. So Carson-Newman will be charged a timeout and lose the challenge. So 2nd and 15 for the Eagles.
Must have felt pretty good about it from his angle. The coaches don't have access to replay up there in the box, so it really is from the sideline.
And that would have been right in front of Ashley Ingram. All right, 2nd and 15 for the Eagles. Sanchez in the gun, Sullins to his right. Griffin man in motion to the wide side right. Sullins sprints out right, going to throw right. Carroll, complete in space, gets to midfield and has first down yardage in the boundary right side into Wingate territory down to the 49-yard line before Collins grabs him from behind and brings him down. 16 yards through the air to Jeremiah Carroll. Mario Sanchez completes his first pass of the day. 2nd pass completion overall. The Eagles have 33 yards passing.
Yeah, in the last game that was over here, I think the Eagles only completed 2 passes. But the good thing is that you do right there is when you are looking at a weather situation like this, sitting down and letting the quarterback get the ball to you is a lot easier than trying to run a route and throw it with timing.
Shotgun again for Sanchez. Takes the snap, gives in around Bradley left side. Bradley strings it out to the sideline, and he's forced out of bounds along the left sideline by Perry. A yard downfield at the 48-yard line. Lot of running for a yard. 2nd down, 9 to go. Rolling clock, 87 seconds left in the third quarter. 10-7, Eagles leading 20th ranked Wingate.
A lot of people may ask, well, why do you keep running the jet sweep handoff right there? Because also it sets up a couple things. The Eagles have play action pass off of this. The Eagles have a couple things where you're going to try and do, and what you're trying to do is widen those defenders so that you can maybe open up the gaps to run the ball.
Eagles go into the flex bone for 2nd and 9, left hash at the Bulldog 48. Sanchez fakes the dive, runs option, pitch to Griffin. A stiff arm in the backfield. He's back across the line of scrimmage, puts the brakes on, stumbles, and slips down on his behind inside the 45, down at the 44-yard line. Thompson applied the pressure that had Griffin pump the brakes and lose his footing, but he does gain 5 yards down to the 43 to bring up 3rd and 4. Eagles started the game 4 of 5 on third downs. They are 0 for their last 6. a respectable 4 of 11 overall, but when you factor in the hot and cold nature, you circle that a little bit. Pistol set for Sanchez. Sullins off his right hip. Takes the snap. Sanchez play fake. Back to pass. Sanchez ducks his shoulders, scoots around, and gets hit a yard in the backfield by Manju Berte over the right hashes back at the 44-yard line. A loss of 1. Eagles will be forced to punt at the end of the third quarter. So 45 minutes are in the books. It's a 10-7 lead for Carson-Newman over 19th ranked Wingate under steamy skies at Irwin Belk Stadium. We're back for the final 15 after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance Tent and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
Carson-Newman sends Grayson Campbell on to punt away to LaRon Warner after a drive stalls out in Wingate territory. Campbell gets off a right-footed kick, but goes over Warner's head, bounces at the 5, and will be downed at the 1-inch line by Keithan Washington. Bounced at the 5, took a high hop, sandwich from Grayson Campbell. Wingate starts out 1st and 10 at its own 1-yard line, trailing 10-7 with 14:52 to play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, a lot of pressure right now on Wingate. You got the ball in the shadows of your own goalpost. Well, no shadows left at this point except from the lights, but you know, you got to be sound here. That when under pressure a little while ago when it was rainy, they went under center. So the question is, do you go from a shotgun and put the ball off the line of scrimmage that far, or do you get under center just to make sure that you secure the handoff?
Andrew Rogers has astutely pointed out a flag that was on the yellow, I think it's lacrosse circle maybe, or field hockey circle. It was blended in. See what the call is. Jim Ellis just finished a conversation with Ashley Ingram.
Yeah, unless you get the first down, Adam, you're not taking
take the result of that punt.
Unless it's some kind of
substitution infraction, 2004 on the defense. That's a 5-yard penalty.
Oh, wow.
2 4s on the field at the same time for Wingate. Wow. So a 5-yard penalty. That is an automatic first down for Carson-Newman. The offense back onto the field.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where the special teams coordinator is not feeling really good right now that you got the wrong guys on the field.
So move it down to the 38-yard line for Carson-Newman. The drive extends. Field judge is bringing in a fresh ball. 14:52 to play in the fourth. Eagles offense back onto the field after the Wingate penalty. Sanchez under center in the flex bone. Takes the snap. Will keep it right side. Sanchez in the boundary down to the 36-yard line before Green wraps him up around the shoulders. 2-yard tote for Mario Sanchez. 2nd down and 8 to go.
Kind of a little bit of a miss right there. And I worried about Mario when after that last play where he was in. He kind of got up a little ginger because he took a solid hit right there. Just want to make sure that he's in good position, kind of favoring that side a little bit.
We haven't seen Zane Whitson since he took a shot on a fumbled ball back in the second quarter. Sanchez pitches left side. Bradley looking to get to the edge. He will not get away from Green, who stops him at the line of scrimmage toward the left sideline at the 36. Third down, 8 to go.
Yeah, in fact, he
lost a yard back to the 37.
And that's what the one thing you don't like is that Eagles are taking a long time to get outside right there because they're pitching it so fast on the edge, and you just want to seal that edge a little bit better before you pitch it.
13:42 to go in the fourth. 10-7, Eagles leading Wingate. Two receivers to the wide side right, Carroll to the short side left. Sanchez out of the gun, will roll the pocket right, look to throw. Ducks, now moves. Sanchez across the line of scrimmage and then grabbed by Berte and Green as he gets down to the 35-yard line. Just a 2-yard gain. Fourth down, 7 to go, and out comes Grayson Campbell again. Can he get a repeat performance?
That would be tough. Oh, no, field goal, Adam.
Oh, wow. Bennett Smith on for a career-long 52-yard try. Haven't had a 50-yard field goal made since Nate Kraft against Franklin Pierce in 2022. Kicking from right to left with no wind. Schoaf to snap. Puts it back. Campbell puts it down. Smith puts it up. Smith. It is good by the tightest of margins. The skin of Bennett Smith's teeth. He pokes it through from 52. And the Eagles extend the lead. It's 13-7. 12:41 to play in the fourth quarter. And we come back to Irwin Belk Stadium after these messages on the Eagles Sports Network.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
At InterDigital, we strive to be a leading provider of cutting-edge digital and marketing solutions. At InterDigital, we want to help our clients find success. Our team of technology gurus work together to ensure InterDigital continues to progress forward as technology advances. At InterDigital, we make technology work for you. Visit interdigital.com for IT support, web development, virtual tours, graphic design, internet marketing, mobile app, and film production services.
InterDigital, laser-focused on your success.
Bennett Smith kicks off an end-over-end kick that will come down to Bash at the goal line on the boundary right side. Bash across the 20, and he is upended at the knees by Freddie Moala. Good stick at the 21 by Moala. Bulldogs take over 1st and 10 from their own 21. Well, Bennett Smith buries the first 50-yard field goal for Carson-Newman since Nate Kraft was good from 52 against Franklin Pierce in 2022. And the Bulldogs get the football back. 1st and 10 at their own 21. Holmes claps his hands, takes the snap, will give to Pugh straight ahead. He runs into a couple bodies now, breaks free. He's up to the 30, still on his feet, pushing. Pugh finally brought down up at the 35-yard line. Hard yardage for Xavier Pugh. Jerron Blakely, Cruz Temple, and Champ Baker all in on the stop, but it's 14 yards and a first down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, you want the Eagles to be a finisher right there, Adam. You want them to sit there and just really wrap up and drive and get that man to the ground. You just can't say, hey, I got my arms on him. The referee's about to blow the whistle. You got to finish that tackle and bring your man to the ground.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs from their own 35. Holmes takes, gives Pugh straight ahead again. Pugh, good head of steam across the 40. He's up to the 43-yard line before he is wrapped up by Terry Lemon, who's shaken up on the play. A gain of 8. 2nd down and 2 to go for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, he's hurting pretty good, Adam. It was writhing on the ground in pain. You hope that that he can get up and move a little bit, but does not look good.
Lemon being tended to by the Carson-Newman Sports Medicine staff. Wingate faces 2nd and 2 from its own 43, trailing 13-7 with 11:45 to play in the fourth when we come back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now!
Federally insured by NCUA.
9-yard completion to Silas Tate out into the flat left side. Wingate picks up a first down. Bulldogs have it 1st and 10, left hash at the Carson-Newman 48, trailing 13-7 with 11:10 to play in the fourth quarter. Holmes from the pistol, Appling behind him. 2 receivers split to the wide side right. Holmes pulls in the pistol, snap, play fake. Drops back to pass, going to throw long, middle of the field. Has Jackson, comes back, bobbles the ball, incomplete. Isaiah Kane knocked it away on the pass over the left hashes down at the 7-yard line. 2nd down, 10 to go. It was a fantastic bobbling effort by Xavier Jackson. He batted the ball in the air, was falling to his backside, pulled the ball into his chest, then Kane swiped at it and dislodged it.
The way that they're moving it back at him, there must have been some kind of penalty here.
There's a flag hidden in the yellow of Wingate's midfield logo. So 10 yards, we're going to guess hold. Didn't hear Jim Ellis make an announcement. So it'll be 1st and 20 from the Bulldog zone 42 now. Holmes out of the gun, takes the high shotgun snap, hands off to Appling straight ahead. He's stood up by Jesse Combs and Martavis Mason. They twist him around after a yard up to the 43. 2nd down and 19 to go. Clock winds, 10:37 to play in the fourth. Eagles leading 13-7.
How impressive has this Eagles defense been the last 2 weeks? 2 of the better teams, nationally ranked teams, and the Eagles have, given up 1 touchdown in each game. Adam, got to credit them and the way that they've been fighting and competing.
Empty set for Holmes. He's in the gun. Trips go to the wide side right. Shotgun snap back on 2nd and 19. He throws. The ball flutters and spirals incomplete down at the 35-yard line. Storm Livesey had the pressure. The closest guy to the football was Carlos Estranza, but it was 10 yards beyond him. Jerron Blakely was in coverage, and it's 3rd down and 19 to go.
Yeah, it's one of those things like I've been preaching all game here. If you're going to line up and no back, you better get rid of the ball really, really quick because you just don't have the time, especially if the defense applies pressure.
10-12, fourth quarter, 13-7, Eagles leading. Bulldogs facing 3rd and 19 from their own 43. Holmes out of the gun. Trips go to the wide side right. Shotgun snap back. Holmes throws quickly. A screen complete to Himes. Himes waylaid from behind by Storm Livesey, who sticks him over the eye of the Bulldog up at the 47-yard line. A 4-yard gain makes it 4th down and 15, and the Bulldogs will send Rivers Teeter on.
Got a good opportunity right here, Adam. You're up 13-7. Any points right now are going to be critical in Eagles' success. So if you can hold on to the ball and move the ball like they did in the first half when they controlled it, and especially in the first quarter, what a great opportunity this is for the offense.
Teeter will boot it away to Cade Meeks, who's back at his own 10, set to receive it. Snap back. Teeter gets his right leg into it, sends a wobbler into the night sky. Meeks signals for fair catch and pulls it in at the 15. toward the numbers right side. 9:22 to play on a stopped fourth quarter clock. There's a flag seemingly after everything was settled down. Heard the whistles blowing late, some pushing and shoving potentially after the fact. And it's on Carson-Newman. Can't hear what Jim Ellis is saying. But an unsportsmanlike on Carson-Newman. The Eagles will have it half the distance to the goal inside their own 10. 9:22 to play in the fourth quarter. 13-7, Eagles leading Wingate. Back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
When you're sick and tired of fast food and need a fresh home-cooked meal, turn to Lisa's Country Kitchen. Lisa's been cooking up her fresh, never-frozen food for the Lakeway area for more than 15 years. Lisa's cares about her customers. You may enter a stranger, but you'll leave a friend. From foot-long hot dogs to juicy steaks, Lisa's has the best food for the best prices.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Personal foul penalty was on Tyrese Willis, according to live stats. And that personal foul has backed Carson-Newman up inside its 10. Eagles with the football leading 13-7 on the number 19 Wingate with 9:22 to play in the fourth quarter. First and 10 Eagles, right hash at their own 7-yard line. Sanchez stays in the game at quarterback. He's got Sullins behind him in the flex bone. Sanchez fakes the rocket toss. It's a reverse to Carroll. Carroll at the goal line, lurches forward and stays out of the end zone. Green nearly caught him for a safety. It's a loss of 6 back to the 1. Second down and 16. Eagles went for the trickeration, didn't fool Wingate.
Yeah, I'm just not sure about that, Adam. I'm not certainly questioning the call. It just in this situation, you gain so much by just getting the ball up the field. You don't want to put yourself in that much more of a bind.
The Eagles bunch in tight. Sanchez is under center. Just a tush push for Sanchez. He gets a yard up to the 2. Third down and 15 to go for the Eagles. Clock winding past 8:30 to go in the fourth quarter, and Carson-Newman leading 13-7. Third and 15 for the Eagles. They need to get it out to the 18-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly have enough speed with Jeremiah and everybody else, but you can get the quarterback outside the pocket and get him the ball too. And so I don't know about the lateral runs, because the lateral runs against a defense like Wingate's, where you got 2 safeties sitting so far back, just creates a lot of problems.
Flex bone again for the Eagles. Snap the football. Official falls down.
He tried to go in there and stop it late because Carson-Newman substituted late, so then Wingate was trying to match it late. And so it should be just a stop play.
And that is what Jim Ellis says. Ball not ready for play because Carson-Newman subbed late. Officials weren't over the ball to allow Wingate to complete its sub.
Right.
Just redo it. Third down, 15 to go for the Eagles from their own 2. I suppose 16 to go because the first down marker is more toward the 18. Long 15, short 16, depending on how you want to look at it. Clock at 7:50 to go in the fourth quarter, and the Eagles leading 13-7. Sanchez under center in the flex bone. Sullins the fullback. Sends Washington in motion. Sanchez will keep it straight ahead, get a little bit more breathing room out to the 4 before Hill brings him down, and that's it.
Yeah, and how looming is that penalty, Adam? Because you at least have the ball on your 15-yard line, and you can be a little bit more sound than what you do. Now you're punting it with your punter almost to the heels of your own end line, and Wingate with a chance to get pretty good field position and really a touchdown away from taking the lead, touchdown and extra point away from taking the lead.
Warner stands at his 40 to receive this Grayson Campbell punt. Snap back to Campbell. Wingate brings pressure. Campbell gets off a side spinning kick that bounces at the 35 and is going to immediately roll out of bounds up at the 39-yard line. So it's a 37-yard punt and phenomenal field position for the Bulldogs. 1st and 10 from the Eagle 39, trailing 13-7 with 7:08 to play in the fourth quarter.
Well, the Eagles defense has been able to dial it up so far this game. Except for a broken play, they've really played a great, solid defensive game. So the question is now, with your backs against the walls a little bit against the wall here, can you make something happen here?
Carson-Newman has 177 yards of offense. The Bulldogs 145, a third of which came on Holmes' 52-yard touchdown scramble. 1st and 10, Wingate, ball left hash at the Carson-Newman 39-yard line. Holmes in the gun, Appling to his right, trips receivers wide side right. Pardon me, that's Pugh to the right. Snap back, play fake, slant, batted, incomplete. The target was Estrons at the 30, but Terry Lemon was running the alleyway and batted that ball into the air at the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, tried to hit the Eagles are sitting there with covering up every man. Now, it doesn't mean that it's man coverage, but they just tried to get that inside release slant, and with Terry Lemon putting his hands up, it really shut that down from the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 10, Bulldogs left hash at the Carson-Newman 39. Clap the hands. Holmes takes, gives Pugh straight ahead. Martavis Mason and Jesse Combs stand him up at the line of scrimmage and bring him down inside the right hashes down at the 38-yard line. One incredibly hard yard for Pugh brings up 3rd down, 9 to go as the Carson-Newman sideline comes to life, trying to protect a 13-7 lead with 6:44 to play in the fourth quarter.
I think it's 4-down territory right here, Adam. I don't think they'll try a field goal from this because you don't really gain anything from it. So I do think it's 4-down territory.
3rd and 9, Bulldogs toward the left hashes at the Eagle 38. Holmes back to pass, steps up in the pocket, going to sling it. It's caught, 1st down yardage for Himes over the flat left side down at the 25. He turns downfield and is brought down by Mekhi Brown down at the 22-yard line. 14 yards through the air for the Bulldogs and a 1st down.
Yeah, I thought there was a hold right there. I mean, your rush guy got dragged to the ground as he was trying to get to the quarterback.
1st and 10, Bulldogs left hash at the Carson-Newman 23, call it. Holmes, screen, right side, Estranza leaps, catches it, and lands for no gain at the 23 over the numbers right side. Isaiah Kane in the neighborhood. 2nd down, 10 to go. 5:40, rolling clock, fourth quarter. 13-7, Carson-Newman leads Wingate.
Yeah, I mean, Wingate's not going to be in any pressure right now. I mean, it comes down to a touchdown, and so they're going to certainly not rush to do anything and give the Eagles as little time left with the ball.
Pugh to the right of Holmes in the gun. Claps his hands. Ball is on the ground. Flag flies. False start on Wingate. False start. I think I heard 55, which is Brandon Hicks, the left tackle. Strongly emphasize think.
Yeah.
So back it up to the 28-yard line for 2nd and 15.
Those yellow numbers with the white outline don't really do a whole lot of favor in even guessing to see what they are.
Well, and Jim Ellis off speakers too.
Yes.
2nd and 15. Bulldogs at the right hash at the Carson-Newman 28. Holmes claps his hands, pulls in the shotgun snap. Blitz, going to throw. Left sideline. It's a jump ball. Isaiah Kane got two hands into it, but couldn't pull it in along the left side of the end zone. Xavier Jackson, the intended receiver. Kane gets credit for a pass breakup. It's 3rd and 15.
Now, in this situation, so you're 3rd and 15. You're clearly in field goal range. The question is in here, what do you call? If they throw it short and quick, then they're going to go for 4 downs. If they go for the home run right here, then it's probably a field goal situation for them.
Third down, 15 to go for the Bulldogs. Right hash at the Carson-Newman 28. Play clock at 5. Holmes points to the right sideline. 2, 1. Holmes claps his hands, gets the snap. Stands in the pocket, going to throw long, middle of the field. Over top of everybody. It's incomplete. Jackson, the intended target. Kane, seatbelt on him. Fourth down, 15 to go. 4:41 to play in the fourth. Eagles leading 13-7. And Caleb Bonesteel on for a 45-yard field goal, kicking left to right from the right hash.
Yeah, as a defensive coach, you kind of get an indication based on what they're going to do. Didn't try and get 5 or 6 yards back, and so that gives you an idea that this was the idea that all along they're going to kick the field goal here.
Bonesteel has made 4 40-yarders this season. This one certainly has the distance. Bonesteel pushed it wide to the right. It's no good. 4:37 to play in the fourth quarter. Carson-Newman 13. Wingate still with 7. Eagles take over 1st and 10 from their own 28. Second miss of the season for Caleb Bonesteel, the MVP of last year's SAC title game when he buried 5 field goals against the Eagles. But he misfires on this one. 1st and 10 for Carson-Newman from its own 28 with 4:37 to play in the fourth quarter. Sanchez in the game at quarterback. He's in the gun. Sullins to his right. Mishandled the exchange. Sanchez falls on it for a loss back to the 26, -2.
Yet, you worry a little bit here, especially with the Eagles, because haven't had a whole lot go right here lately on offense, and so you just gotta be solid here. A lot of miscues, a lot of misplays here, and you're probably a good first down or two away from locking this one up, and so you don't want to just get 3 downs and then force Wingate to use a couple timeouts here. You want to get a couple first downs and put this game away.
Wingate has all 3 timeouts left. Eagles have 2. Sanchez takes option right, pitch right for Griffin. Griffin looking for the edge. He's got it. He's across the 30. He's across the 35. And he's dragged down by Clemens. Not across the 35, at the 35-yard line. So a 9-yard pickup makes it 3rd. And a manageable 3 for Carson-Newman. But the Eagles are 0 for their last 9. 3rd down conversion. Started 4-5. 0 for 9 since they have not converted on a 3rd down after halftime. Eagles have 2 scoring drives that ended in Bennett Smith field goals. That's the difference right now in a 13-7 ball game with 3:20 to play in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 3 for the Eagles, right hash at their own 35. Sanchez brings Bradley in motion. Will give to Sullins on the dive. Sullins pushing forward, but he doesn't have first down yardage. Ryan Green stands him up a yard shy over the right hashes, up at the 37-yard line. Clock inside of 3 minutes to go. 4th and 1 for Carson-Newman. 2:50 to play. Offense staying on the field for the Eagles. 15 on the play clock.
Got to see if they can draw them off sides here, Adam. They probably don't have a play called and just going to go ahead and see if they can get them off sides.
Wingate packs the box. 4, 3, 2, and Carson-Newman is going to utilize a timeout. So the Eagles with 1 remaining. So 2:21 to play in the fourth quarter. 13-7, Eagles leading Wingate. We're back after this on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Dennis with Ted Russell Nissan, your smorgasbord dealer.
Gerald, now what are you talking about?
They have all the hot meat, cold meat, salads, drinks, all the vegetables, and all the desserts. Ted Russell Nissan is just like that.
So, Ted Russell Nissan is now serving food?
No, we're the official smorgasbord Nissan dealer. We got it all. Huge inventory of new Nissans, lowest prices, lowest rates, lowest payments, certified salespeople, extended terms, no money down, free anytime car wash, certified finance managers, no appointment express oil change, Sunday sales and service, certified technician, a free full tank of gas, key change and call. Woo! Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston High.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental Pro Track tires, with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
2:21 to play in the fourth quarter. It's 4th and 1. Carson-Newman's offense is still on the field. For 4th and 1 from the right hash at their own 37. Sanchez takes, gives dive, Sullins, and Sullins cuts loose. He's got the first down and a whole lot more. He's across the 20. He's across the 10, and he is upended inside the 5 by Kelly. Down at the 3. You couldn't ask for a better 4th and 1 play call. Jaden Sullins flips fields. Eagles shaking up on the play. It might be Sully.
And it could be a tired as much as anything else. That was a great run. Hey, the most dangerous play in all of football is the dive, Adam, if you block it right. And Mike Turner would tell you that 1,000 times over, that the dive is still the most dangerous play in all of football.
60 yards for Jaden Sullins. And the Eagles have it 1st and goal. Sullins just in need of a breather.
Yes.
60 yards on that rush. Takes Carson-Newman up to 246 yards of total offense. So an eighth of a sixth of the offense comes on that one play.
So you got 2:07 left. You got the timeout here, the 2-minute timeout. So, you're going to either make Wingate burn a few timeouts here, but touchdown pretty much should seal the game. You should be thinking about a 2-point play, though.
2-minute timeout, so we'll step aside for a break as well. 2nd and goal for the Eagles from the 2 after the 60-yard run by Jaden Sullins on 4th and 1. Back to Irwin Belk Stadium after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
There's new fresh ideas on campus. From Chick-fil-A to Maples Coffee to Saborijos, Fresh Ideas has tons of high-quality dining options for whatever taste you may need. Saborijos is open Monday through Friday for lunch and dinner in the Health Sciences Building. Saborijos features all your Mexican favorites, from burritos to nachos to quesadillas to tacos to anything you can think of in a tortilla. Follow Fresh Ideas on Instagram at Carson-Newman Dining.
Tri-Light is proud to support Carson-Newman Athletics. We salute the student athletes who are working hard to make great things happen on the field, in the classroom, and in the world. It takes vision, commitment, and teamwork, qualities we share at Tri-Light. Our mission is to provide life-changing opportunities by building a world-class fiber broadband network. If you'd like to learn more, please visit trilight.net or call us at 833-847-0824.
1st and goal from the 1 for Carson-Newman. Adams into the game at fullback. Sanchez under center. Brings Griffin in motion out to the right. Sanchez, quarterback sneak, straight ahead. Yes, sir! Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A pair of quarterback sneaks, a pair of field goals, and the Eagles lead 19th ranked Wingate 19-7 with 1:57 to go in the fourth quarter. Sanchez into the end zone from 2 yards out.
Hope that the Eagles are thinking too here, Adam. And really, Wingate almost let the Eagles go into the end zone because you don't do anything if the Eagles have 2 or 3 plays right there, because then you're burning all your timeouts. So now at least you have a 1:57 and you still have all your timeouts left if you're Wingate.
Carson-Newman does have the offense on the field for the 2-point try. Leading 19-7 with 1:57 to play in the fourth quarter.
Safety.
Sanchez in the pistol.
Yeah, safety's going to be tight to the line of scrimmage, so you almost have to get it outside.
Sanchez takes keeper. Sanchez start and stop, powers forward. Sanchez backpedaling into the end zone. The try is good. 21-7. Eagles lead by 14 with 1:56 to play in the fourth quarter. I think the game clock operated. They did. Took a second off the clock there.
Yeah.
Ran a second off on the 2-point try.
I'm sure the guy on the field is going to come back and tell him to put a second back on there, but maybe not.
I don't know that they have noticed yet. 1:56 to play in the fourth quarter. 21-7. Carson-Newman leads Wingate Eagles have held the Bulldogs to 161 yards of offense. This was the nation's 5th highest scoring team coming in, number 1 in the conference in total offensive output. And granted, some of it's been Carson-Newman's defense.
Right.
A good chunk of it, especially in the second half, has been Carson-Newman's defense. Weather has also played a role in this game, and that's true both sides.
Yeah, and here's the thing that you would say too, Adam, is that and Carson-Newman got bit a little bit by this when they played Mars Hill earlier. That you have two opponents that have not been somebody that has really tested you, and so your guys don't notice the speed and everything else. Now the Eagles have to, have been tested and they're ready to play.
Smith strides forward, right boot to ball. He sends an end-over-end kick to Bash at the goal line. He'll bring it out across the 10, across the 20. Bash 25, leaps, flag flies. He's hit midair by Storm Livesey up at the 30.
Yeah, there's going to be so Wingate is shielding and running somebody in the back. I don't know if that's what this call is, but that is it's pretty obvious from where we're standing.
The flag flew as Bash went airborne and was hit by Livesey. It's on Wingate. So back up the Bulldogs. Wingate does have 3 timeouts left with 1:50 to go, but Carson-Newman leads 21-7.
Again, bringing it out from your goal line, field position, 20.
You're a broken record tonight, David Needs.
Well, if I was a mathematician, if I was Kenneth Massey, my stats would be prove me ever to be true at Alton Starks. So,
Pugh to the right of Holmes in the gun. 2 receivers each way. Snap back to Holmes, stands in the pocket, going to sling it middle of the field, incomplete. Bobbled by Jackson up at the 34-yard line. Went into his bread basket and bounced right back out. Brown was sitting back there, as was Richmard Melian. Second down, 10 to go for the Bulldogs with 105 seconds left, trailing Carson-Newman 21-7. Eagles have not won at Irwin Belk Stadium at night. Haven't won here since 2015. Holmes, back to pass, going to send it middle of the field, incomplete. LaRon Warner, the intended target, let him a scotch too far up at the 35-yard line. Melian and Kane bracketing him. Third down, 10 to go.
Yeah, the Eagles are dropping into those lines of sight, so the quarterback, as you run those crossing routes, has to let him clear those linebackers, and when you have to hold it an extra second, sometimes you don't get your feet set because you have pressure, and then that ball's going to go high or go in front of them, and that's what the Eagles are being able to do. Even when they don't get to the quarterback, they're forcing the timing off.
3rd and 10 for the Bulldogs. 100 seconds left, trailing 21-7 from their own 20. Ball on the right hash. Holmes with trips to the wide side left. Takes the shotgun snap, waist tight. Steps up in the pocket, now rolls right. Throws right. Back across his body. It's complete to Carlos Estranza up at the 35-yard line. Isaiah Kane and Drayvon Hollis were right there. It's 15 yards through the air and a first down for the Bulldogs. They move the chains on 3rd down.
Did he get out of bounds? No, he did not.
Clock continues to run when the chains get set. Wingate still with 3 timeouts, not burning one here.
With the late substitution, Adam, got to get that guy off the field here as fast as you can here.
And now Carson-Newman has called timeout as Fortune Woods was a tad late getting off the field, but a ton of time comes off the clock there. 75 seconds left. Eagles 21, Wingate, number 19 in the country, and an unbeaten start to this season, 7. Just 9 first downs on the day for the Bulldogs, 176 yards of offense. Split fairly balanced, rush to pass. It's just been a couple big plays, and the same's true for Carson-Newman. You take out Jaden Sullen's 60-yard rush, take out Elijah Holmes' 52-yard rush for Wingate. Both these teams are sub 200 yards in total offense. Wingate's barely over 100 if you take out Holmes' run.
No, this is one of those bare knuckle brawls that the gentleman Jim Corbett kind of boxing matches that you get, where you just got 2 teams that are just sitting there slugging each other, and just who's going to be standing there at the end of the boxing match. And so far, it's been the Eagles. 21-7. Coach Ingram gambled on that 4th and short, knowing that he had a chance to control the game. Instead of punting it and giving Wingate the ball back up by 6 and just playing that way, took the risk, and now the Eagles are reaping the reward of it.
1st and 10 Bulldogs, right hash at their own 35, trailing Carson-Newman 21-7. Holmes out of the gun. Takes the shotgun snap, chest tight. 3-step drop, slips it middle of the field. Complete on a crossing route. Gets up to the 38-yard line, and that's it before Pettiford is brought down after a 3-yard gain. Second down, 7 to go.
If you'll take it. I mean,
absolutely.
Why not let them run the shallow cross? I mean, if you're going to tackle them in bounds, I mean, they've just lost 15 seconds.
Now 20. Holmes claps on 2nd and 7 from his own 37. Back to pass. It as he throws. It wobbles along the left sideline, complete to Himes in Carson-Newman territory, inside the 30, and Hollis drags him down at the 27-yard line. Think he was kept in bounds, and now Wingate will utilize the first of its 3 timeouts. 36 yards from Holmes to Himes. And the Bulldogs have it 1st and 10 at the Carson-Newman 27-yard line.
Well, you know, the strategy right there, Adam, was, hey, don't try and use any timeouts. Go score, and then even if you onside kick it and you don't get it, then you can force the Eagles to kick it to you or punt it to you, and then you at least have a chance with the timeouts there. Now, because the Eagles have tackled them a couple times in bounds, and with only 42 seconds left, really you're forcing Wingate to burn those timeouts, which is good, because now if you get any kind of onside kick recovery, and you've got a chance to end the game.
42 seconds left in the 4th quarter. Carson-Newman 21, Wingate 7. Bulldogs started this drive back at the 20. They've had a couple chunk plays and gotten it down to the Carson-Newman 28-yard line. 2 timeouts remaining, 42 seconds left, and the Eagles leading 21-7.
Eagles have done a good job of keeping everything in front of you. And that's what you didn't like that last play, was you let somebody get behind you, and you know, it's all right if they catch it right there in front of you and you tackle them or push them out of bounds. It is not okay to let somebody go deeper than you.
1st and 10 for the Bulldogs, left hash at the Carson-Newman 28. Pugh to the right of Holmes in the gun, trips receivers wide side right, single man short side left. Snap back, waist tight. Holmes going to sling it, middle of the field, incomplete. He had Estranza wide open on a post at the goal line over the left hashes, but he had pressure in his face from Jesse Combs. That's on target.
Right.
It's 6. Instead, it's 2nd and 10 with 37 seconds left, and the Eagles leading 21-7 on the road at number 19 Wingate.
Had to lead him too much, and that's because he had pressure. Couldn't throw it to the man into the spot because he couldn't set his feet.
2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs, left hash at the Carson-Newman 28. Holmes claps his hands, takes the snap, waist tight, 4-man rush. Holmes going to throw, middle of the field, Estranza, incomplete. It was back and to the left as he was breaking toward the left sideline, outside the left hashes, and it short hops him for an incompletion down at the 7 with Isaiah Kane in coverage. 3rd down, 10 to go, 32 seconds left. Eagles leading number 19 Wingate on the road, 21-7.
Yeah, it's going to come down to these next 2 plays, Adam, and you know, I mean, there's obviously no field goal here. This is 4 downs. They're trying to run the cross. They're trying to not use any timeouts here so that they get a chance to do something if they do score. But Eagles have been bringing steady pressure and still dropping deep.
Holmes, 3rd and 10, left hash at the Eagle 28. Back to pass out of the gun. Slings it. Right hashes. Has a man. Jackson, complete. Moves the sticks down to the 16 in front of Javian Winston. 12-yard pickup. Wingate utilizes its 2nd timeout. 26 seconds left.
So now it is. Hey, you gotta score if you're Wingate. You gotta get the onside kick, and then you gotta score right away on top of that. And so I mean with the timeout situation, well, once they burned the first one, it was that, because the Eagles are if they get the ball back, is one play away from ending this football game.
Carson-Newman is out of timeouts. Wingate has 1 remaining. 26 seconds left in the 4th quarter of a 21-7 Carson-Newman lead in what has been a defensive rock fight. A combined 25 first downs in this game, favoring Carson-Newman 14-11. Eagles have rushed for 216 yards, but 60 of that, somewhere between a third and a fourth of the total,
right,
came on Jaden Sullen's 60-yard rush that set up Carson-Newman's second touchdown of the day. It has been hard to move the football, but Carson-Newman has controlled the ball. They've possessed it for 37 minutes of this game. And in spite of going 0 for 10 on their final 10 third down attempts, Eagles up by 14 with 26 seconds left. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. Right hash at the Eagles 16. Holmes from the gun, claps his hands, takes the snap. Sprints left, hit as he throws by Livesay, throwing back left corner of the end zone, high pointing it, bringing it in, touchdown Wingate. Jalen Himes tippy toes in on the back left corner of the end zone, and the Bulldogs are a PAT away from making this a 7-point game with 20 seconds left.
Well, if you're Coach Weiser, you got to make sure that you got your hands return team ready to go. You're going to be ready for every situation. You're probably gathering them up right now as you go, because Wingate only has one timeout left, and so it all comes down to the onside kick.
Bone Steel for the PAT try. Snap back, hold down. Bone Steel's kick is on the way, and it is good. 20 seconds left. Carson-Newman 21, 19th ranked Wingate 14. And the Bulldogs will try for an onside kick. One timeout left for Wingate. Carson-Newman is out of timeouts. The Eagles recover. 2 kneel downs.
Yep.
And it's all she wrote.
So they're going to probably kick that line drive, Adam. You got to be ready for that in all situations. If the ball's in the air, you're allowed to fair catch it, so be ready for that. If it once it hits the ground, you got to be there. You got to just make sure that you have that guy to go get the ball. And if you can get the ball and you can get control of the ball, you just got to make sure that you go right to the ground. You don't need to return it. You don't need to do anything. You just need to make sure that you get the football.
Lawson Thorne has it teed up near the right hashes. Carson-Newman has 10 of its 11. Tight to the 10-yard mark. Thorne strides forward, kicks it left to right. It's snagged by Cade Meeks, and he immediately slides down to a knee at the 46. Eagles recover the onside kick. 1st and 10, Carson-Newman with 18 seconds left.
You know, hey, that's why you have that guy right there to make that kind of play. You got the senior that is savvy enough to know, hey, get the ball, go to the ground, and let's get in the victory formation and let's go back home to Jefferson City.
Sanchez will take 1 kneel down for sure, maybe 2 if Wingate burns its second timeout or final timeout. Sanchez drops to a knee. Wingate will not utilize that final timeout. And for the 3rd time since moving to Division II, Carson-Newman has back-to-back wins in the regular season against ranked opposition. Eagles come into Irwin Belk Stadium and get their first victory here since 2015 and their first ever win against Wingate on the road at night. It was stormy. It was a frog strangler. And oh baby, It is a Carson-Newman victory here on the road tonight at Wingate. Final score, 21-14, David Needs. Carson-Newman hands Wingate its first loss in suboptimal conditions.
Right. And if you're the Eagles, you have a reason to celebrate. Hey, you felt bad 2 weeks ago against Mars Hill because you started slow. Against 2 ranked opponents 2 weeks in a row, you really came out, you played defense, and what you did on offense was you didn't put yourself in a big bind where you couldn't come back from it, and then when you needed to play, you got to play. Last week you did, from the quarterback. This week you got it from your fullback, but also, I mean, you got to think about the weapon that is Bennett Smith. To kick a 52-yard field goal really changed the complexity of that game because it was no longer a field drive and kick a field goal. It was drive and have to score a touchdown.
Stick around for the Domino's postgame report for the selection of the premier player of the game. Something tells me he's going to be special. Excellence doesn't happen by accident. The premier team delivers service with pride. Carson-Newman victorious on the road, 21-14 over the 19th-ranked Bulldogs. Eagles hand Wingate their first loss and improve to 3-1 and 2-1 in South Atlantic Conference play. Domino's postgame report headed your way when we come back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
You're not just a customer, you're a member. AEC, empowering voices just like yours.
The game's over, but we're just getting warmed up. The Domino's postgame report hits the air in 60 seconds on the Eagle Sports Network.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
Hurry up, it's time to go.
Oh, sugar, I'm late again. At Knoxville TVA Employees Credit Union, saving you time is what we do. When you sign up for direct deposit at KTVA ECU, you skip the trip and get paid up to 2 days early. Direct deposit is the easiest, fastest, and most secure way to get paid. Learn more at tvacreditunion.com.
Join us now!
Federally insured by NCUA.
3, 1.
This is the Domino's postgame report on the Eagle Sports Network.
EKG Eagles. Largest fourth quarter comeback in school history.
Highlights, stats, a conversation with Ashley Ingram, and the selection of the premier player of the game are all headed your way. The Domino's postgame report is brought to you in part by Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Appalachian Electric Cooperative, we're AEC, powering the Eagles in Mossy Creek. By the Eagle Club, the family of Eagles. By Magaha Electric, providing quality electrical services and products to East Tennessee for more than 40 years. By First Bank, the official banking partner of Carson-Newman Athletics. By Inner Digital, IT support and marketing, laser focused on your success. By Fresh Ideas, a foundation of fresh food and speedy service. By Lisa's Country Kitchen, the best food for the best prices. By Food City,
value every day. By Premier Building Maintenance, delivering service with pride. By Tri-Light, dream big with gig. By Modern Woodman Financial Planning, touching lives and securing futures. By the Mossy Creek Roasting Company, family-owned and operated coffee fueling the Burt Tarr Stadium Press Box. And by the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Now back to the voice of the Eagles, Adam Cavalier.
Back at Irwin Belk Stadium, Matt Scalzo alongside David Needs on the Domino's post-game report. Needs, one final thoughts, any sort of wrap-ups before you hit the road?
Yeah, one of the things that you got to love about Carson-Newman is the willingness to find a way to win. When you have rain delays, when you have situations where you're really tested against that, when you have a great coaching staff, when you have a great strength and athletic performance staff, when you have a great athletic training staff, what you can do is you can get those guys to come out and perform. And the Eagles have showed that 2 weeks in a row. You're sitting in a rain delay. You got to come back and you got to play. It's not the perfect situation. It's not the ideal situation, but the Eagles have been successful. And then when you have to make plays, you're able to rely on the guys that need to make plays, whether that's your kicker or your fullback or your defense all game long. That's been a great thing for the Eagles the last 2 weeks, and particularly this game against a very good opponent.
Well, let's hope next week against Emory and Henry is less eventful in terms of weather.
Yes, and score.
Score, yes. Well, we wish you safe travels on your way back to Jefferson City.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
We'll run you through the scoring from today's contest. It began in the first quarter. Zane Woodson on a 2-yard rushing touchdown put the Eagles up 7-0.
Second and goal from the 2 for the Eagles. Ball on the right hash. Whitson under center in the flex bone. Washington slot left. Bradley slot right. Sullins the fullback. Whitson quarterback sneak straight ahead. Whitson burrowing to the goal line. Carson-Newman says it's a touchdown. So do the officials. Touchdown, Carson-Newman. Zane Whitson 2 yards out on the quarterback sneak. And the Eagles are up 6-0. 4:10 to play in the first quarter. Eagles take advantage of the Wingate turnover and pay it off with Whitson's 2-yard sneak.
Well, following that touchdown, we went into one weather delay and then another, and then it was a long time till we got things going again from Irwin Belk Stadium. No scoring the rest of the first half. It went into halftime 7-0 Carson-Newman. Wingate then jumped into the action. Elijah Holmes on a 52-yard scramble tied things up at 7. The Eagles would answer back. It first began with a premier player of the game's first field goal, Bennett Smith converting from 39 yards away. That put Carson-Newman up 10-7 with just over 3.5 minutes left to go in the third.
Jackson. Holmes back to pass. Blitz from the backside. Steps up in the pocket. Going to run. Has room across the 45 and 40. First down. Bounces it to the left sideline, and he's loose. Holmes across the 15 and 10. He is hit at the goal line by Madison, but he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. Elijah Holmes scrambles 52 yards on a broken play to the left sideline and calls his own number to bring the Bulldogs a PAT away from tying this one up.
Well, there was the rushing touchdown from Elijah Holmes. That really started to shift momentum in favor of Wingate. However, Luke Scott, in my mind, I see this as a turning point. Huge play defensively for him, a tackle for a loss, another tackle, and then a sack on a 3-and-out against Wingate. Leads to a Bennett Smith field goal from 39 yards away. Gave Carson-Newman a 10-7 lead.
Snap back, hold down. Smith's kick on the way. Has the distance. Does it have the line? It is good. Bennett Smith breaks a 7-7 tie. Carson-Newman had a player shoved down after the play was over in Emil Savage. No flag on the play, but Carson-Newman leads 10-7. 3:38 to play in the third quarter.
Cav hit on that chippiness after the play. That was a constant theme throughout the entire game, but one way to silence that is when that third phase of the game starts to rear its head, and that is special teams. We heard Bennett Smith make that 39-yarder. Well, how about a 52-yard field goal? Again, a career-long field goal. Again, this is just D2 football. Some D1 kickers can't even do that. Bennett Smith, through the rain, through all of the adversity, drills it from 52 yards, made it 13-7 Carson-Newman early in the fourth quarter. That invigorated the Carson-Newman sideline.
Schoaf to snap, puts it back. Campbell puts it down. Smith puts it up. Smith, it is good by the tightest of margins. The skin of Bennett Smith's teeth. He pokes it through from 52. And the Eagles extend the lead. It's 13-7, 12:41 to play in the fourth quarter. And we come back to Irwin Belk Stadium after these messages.
Cavs sounded excited. Being down on the sideline for that experience was tremendous. I had my hands on my knees. It felt like I was just kind of leaning closer and closer to the ground to see if it would creep through. And the sideline loved it. Then in the closing moments of the fourth quarter, a very pivotal point in the game, 4th and 1 in their own territory. Ashley Ingram rolls the dice, goes for it on 4th and 1, feeling confident. I feel like they might have had it at 4th and 2. It looked like more in 4th and 1 from my vantage point. But they went to their All-American, Jaden Sullins, and he gets all the way down to the 1-yard line to put this game practically on ice.
Adams into the game at fullback. Sanchez under center. Brings Griffin in motion out to the right. Sanchez, quarterback sneak, straight ahead. Yes, sir! Touchdown, Carson-Newman. A pair of quarterback sneaks, a pair of field goals, and the Eagles lead 19th ranked Wingate 19-7 with 1:57 to go in the fourth quarter.
And that was the play that put the game on ice. Mario Sanchez, a 3-yard rushing touchdown, made it 21-7 with 1:57 left to go in the fourth quarter. Well, it was 19-7 when he found Pater, but then he also went for 2. And again, Mario Sanchez keeps it himself, bullies his way through a couple of defenders, keeps the legs moving, and finds his way back into the end zone, making it 21-7. Wingate would get another score back on a passing touchdown from Elijah Holmes to Jalen Himes from 16 yards away. Made it 21-14, 20 seconds to go. And then, of course, there was the onside kick that the veteran Cade Meeks came up with the recovery, and then the final kneel down from Mario Sanchez put a bow on this top 20 win for the Eagles.
Take one kneel down for sure, maybe 2 if Wingate burns its second timeout or final timeout. Sanchez drops to a knee. Wingate will not utilize that final timeout. And for the third time since moving to Division II, Carson-Newman has back-to-back wins in the regular season against ranked opposition. Eagles come into Irwin Belk Stadium and get their first victory here since 2015 and their first ever win against Wingate on the road at night. It was stormy. It was a frog strangler. And oh baby, It is a Carson-Newman victory here on the road tonight at Wingate. Final score, 21-14. David Needs. Carson-Newman hands Wingate its first loss.
Well, as Cavs hit on it, first loss of the season to Wingate. They dropped to 3-1. Carson-Newman up to 3-1 on the season and 2-1 in conference play. This is the second time since Carson-Newman has jumped up to the D2 level that they've picked up wins in consecutive weeks against ranked opponents. Also the first time they've won at night here at Irwin Belk Stadium. And first time in a decade that they pick up a win on the road at Wingate. First time since 2015, a 41-38 thriller. The prior 2 meetings here on the road, other than the conference championship loss last year in 28-13 final, the other 2 meetings since then were losses by a combined 5 points. They win tonight by 7. Looking ahead towards next week, they have a rematch with Emory and Henry, who gave the Eagles a loss last season, and the Wasps have been kicking their offense into higher gear. That'll be a good contest on the road to next week. Not sure if me and Andrew will be making the trip out there next week. We'll have to see how our schedules move along as we continue to kind of roll through this and hopefully get some interviews coming up with head coach Ashley Ingram in a few moments. But for now, we'll send it to a break, and we'll be back on the Domino's post-game report in a few moments. This is the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey Eagle fans, check out the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Located in the MSAC Grand Hall, the Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel, from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. The Eagle Shop has all your gifts, gear, and accessories. Can't make it in person? Visit eagleshop.cn.edu. That's eagleshop.cn.edu for all your Carson-Newman clothing needs.
Dorm food got you down? Need a home-cooked meal? Then Lisa's Country Kitchen is for you. Lisa's Country Kitchen has been feeding Carson-Newman students for 15 years. Lisa's has a family-friendly atmosphere all day long. From the morning with her $2.99 breakfast specials to dinner with Lisa's fresh, never-frozen steaks. Carson-Newman students get a 10% discount with their student ID.
Lisa's Country Kitchen on Route 92 off Old Andrew Johnson Highway. The best food for the best prices.
Serving East Tennessee for 40 years, Magaha Electric is the perfect choice for all your electrical projects. Magaha Electric specializes in commercial, retail, manufacturing, residential, and industrial contracting needs. Magaha Electric can provide superior service, technical know-how, and realistic budgeting for any size project in a timely, cost-effective manner. Visit MagahaElectric.com for all your electrical contracting needs. Magaha Electric, your East Tennessee electrical contracting source.
Back to the gridiron in 60 seconds.
One play, 80 yards, and the Eagles are on board first.
On the Eagles Sports Network.
Hey folks, Gerald Anderson with Ted Russell Nissan, your smorgasbord dealer.
Gerald, now what are you talking about?
They have all the hot meat, cold meat, salads, drinks, all the vegetables, and all the desserts. Ted Russell Nissan is just like that.
So, Ted Russell Nissan is now serving food?
No, we're the official smorgasbord Nissan dealer. We got it all. Huge inventory of new Nissans, lowest prices, lowest rates, lowest payments, certified salespeople, extended terms, no money down, free anytime car wash, certified finance managers, no appointment, express oil change, Sunday sales and service, certified technician, a free full tank of gas, key change and coffee. Woo! Ted Russell Nissan on Kingston High.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
Welcome back to Irwin Belk Stadium. On a rainy night, it was Carson-Newman picking up another ranked win this season over number 19 Wingate, 21-14, the final. Matt Scalzo with you on the Domino's post-game report. We're going to send it down to the field where Adam Cavalier is chatting with head coach Ashley Ingram following tonight's win.
All right, back on the Domino's post-game report. Adam Cavalier alongside Carson-Newman head football coach Ashley Ingram. Ashley, damp, wet, rock fight. Classic football game, a throwback. Defensive battle. What did you see for Carson-Newman to prevail for a second straight week over a nationally ranked opponent? 21-14 over Wingate with three starters out on the offensive line. Your starting quarterback out. Your second-string quarterback didn't play the second half. Break this one down for me. How'd you pull this one off?
Well, I just told the guys I really couldn't be more proud of them. The fight, the determination, the want to. I told them, I said, I actually, like 2 weeks ago, I had the audacity to question their competitive spirit. So I don't know what that was all about. Maybe I was just having a bad day. But we played without three starting offensive linemen. We're playing guys that really aren't ready to play. We left Teddy at home with a hurt ankle. Zane gets hurt and has to come out. We played Justin Johnson and Mario Sanchez, our third and fourth QBs. What do you say? Wingate they're so tough, they're so physical. Coach Jordan's done such a great job, and I told him before the game, like, they're the program we want to emulate. Defensively, they're playing with grown men. There's not a player in their too deep that was younger than a redshirt sophomore. So that's just a great football team, and for us to find a way on the road under these circumstances really just says so much about our players. But what about our coaching staff? What about our defensive staff, Coach Allman, Chuck Peterson, and our offensive staff, and Tanner, Fleming, all those guys? I mean, just what a job we did.
The play is a 4th and 1 play. Jaden Sullins rips a 60-yard dive that lets you score what amounts to the game-sealing touchdown there in the fourth quarter. Break down your decision to go for it on 4th and 1 from your own 37.
Well, I tell the guys all the time, fortune favors the bold. Well, SEAL Team 8 motto there. I just thought, the momentum of the game, they were going to get good field position. Our defense was playing great, but, sometimes you just got to roll the dice and go for it. And we gave it to our best player, and he made a play.
Wingate coming into this game, Elijah Holmes, the starting quarterback, had completed 30 of his last 37 passes. You keep him below 50%. What did it take? Weather adjacent, I suppose, to make life difficult for a Wingate team that was 5th in the country in scoring offense.
Well, Coach Allman, Coach Goss, our defensive coaches had a great plan for one. Our defensive front and Cruz Temple coming, he was under duress all day. Our guys were relentless in their pressure. Luke Scott, just showed up big. Mekhi Brown shows up big. And then obviously we did a good job on the back end, but just pressure. And they couldn't run the ball. And so it made them sit back in the pocket and throw the ball.
For a second straight week, a game is pockmarked by a couple of lightning delays. You went through it last week. How did you handle it differently this week with it being a little bit earlier in the game?
Well, my initial thought is I hope we have lightning storms next week and just keep this thing going. We just, we got in there. It was a long delay, so we talked to them, and we were humming before we went in. Yeah. I think Coach Jordan did a better job getting his guys ready to play. We weren't ready. We were in scoring position here, and we just kind of botched it and had got the ball down inside the 10, I think, and had a holding penalty.
Yeah.
And then ended up, missing a field goal. So we just kept playing and kept battling, and our guys, I just can't tell you how proud of them I am.
You fumbled the ball 6 times today. I'm sure that sticks in the craw a touch, but you didn't lose any of them. How much of that do you chalk up to the conditions?
Well, you have conditions. You have a backup center, and you have multiple quarterbacks play, so that's part of it. But it really can't happen. That's how you lose football games. So we're not gonna make excuses. We can't do that and be able to win.
Bennett Smith becomes the first kicker since 2022 to make a 50-plus yard field goal, a 52-yarder for him to go along with another 35-yarder. What'd you see from – yes, he did miss one in a strong storm, but what'd you see from your kicker with the 2 that he did poke through?
Well, he may be, and I think I've already said this, he may be the most improved football player on our team. He is a legitimate weapon now. He's great on kickoffs. He's kicking the ball out of the end zone. The one he missed, the ball probably weighed 30 pounds. Yeah. That was tough, and then he makes that play. He's been awesome.
Defensively, you alluded to Cruz Temple, but a whole lot of guys got pressure on Holmes tonight. How valuable is it to be able to bring it from so many different locations?
Well, it's shows Coach Allman's creativity and our defensive staff's creativity. It shows you we got different players that can make plays. And then again, the fact that we could stop the run and we could pin our ears back and go rush the quarterback is a big part of that.
You dry off another massive road game. Emory and Henry beat Anderson earlier today, so the Wasps are a one-loss team. They play host to you at Fred Self Stadium next week. What do you do to have to improve from this one, knowing that, again, broken record this month, the road doesn't get any easier heading to E&H?
Right. No, they have obviously a very good football team, an experienced team, as good a secondary as we'll play all season. We'll have to play well on both sides of the ball to have a chance to win up there next week.
Ashley, pleasure as always. Congrats on a big one on the road against the 19th ranked team in the country.
Thank you.
It's Carson-Newman head football coach Ashley Ingram. We roll on the Domino's postgame report. Chats with Mekhi Brown, Bennett Smith, Jesse Combs, Jaden Sullins, all headed your way. Back after this on the Eagle Sports Network.
In 2025, we celebrate 130 years of Carson-Newman athletics. Over the years, the teams at Carson-Newman have been known for their toughness and Christian spirit. Through the decades, teams and individuals playing at the highest levels have brought recognition for this little school on the banks of Mossy Creek. While we remember the past, we look towards the future. So join the Eagle Club today as we continue to support our athletes and coaches through funding and facilities. Talons up.
Join the Eagle Club today. Visit seeandeagles.com/Eagle Club.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
We love to cheer for our home teams, like the Eagles. It means more when we're rooting for the people we know. Did you know Tri-Light is your home team internet provider? We're right here in Jefferson City, serving the people we know with our ultra-fast, ultra-reliable fiber broadband network. And we'd love to serve you. Learn more at trilight.net or by calling 833-847-0824. Go Eagles!
More player interviews and stats come your way in 60 seconds when the Domino's postgame report continues on the Eagles Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance 10 and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sale.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
We return to Irwin Belk Stadium on the Domino's postgame report. Matt Scalzo with you. 21-14 the final. Carson-Newman picks up the win. We head down to the field where Jesse Combs is chatting with Rihanna DeCrow.
Down on the field here with Jesse Combs, I mean, it was such a good game for the defense, gave the offense a lot of momentum, a couple big stops down the stretch there. I mean, how were you guys able to do it?
I feel like we wanted it more than them. We had an unfortunate rain delay, but we came out with energy, and yeah, like I said, we wanted it more than them. So.
And how important was it for you guys to give that energy to the offense late in the game?
Very important. I mean, we give them the ball back, and they do their thing. We just play hard for them. They play hard for us. Yeah.
Couple weather delays in a row now. How are you guys able to maintain that focus, come out of the locker room, and do your thing again?
Yeah, well, with the weather delays, we're used to it. So it happens in practice. It's second week in a row it's happened. So, I mean, we expect it to happen sometimes. So, but when we go in the locker room, we keep the energy up. We come back out with energy, and we're able to get it done.
This is sort of the gauntlet of the season as you look down the line in a couple weeks to those big games and, you know, the SAC championship. How big is this win right now?
It's a very big win, especially with them beating us last year here. And we just feel like we felt like we needed to get it back, and we did today, and now we're focused on next week's game.
Jesse Combs, Rihanna DeCrow, here on the Eagle Sports Network. Back up to you, Matt. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. We're going to send it back down to the field with you. Makai Brown down alongside Rihanna DeCrow on the field.
Good. Here on the Eagle Sports Network with Makai Brown. I mean, such a great game. Number 19 team in the nation. You guys take them down. What were you seeing?
What was I saying?
Yeah.
You know, they had a lot of good plays.
that we just took away. We took away the run. We made them throw the ball a little bit. They couldn't complete passes. We got a pick on the opening drive that really boosted the momentum. So that was a good thing.
Especially, you know, in those third and fourth quarters, the defense came up with a couple really big stops that helped the offense march back down the field. I mean, just how important was it for you guys to band together?
It's very important. We got a saying, bend, don't break. As long as we don't break, we'll be good as a defense, and we'll give the momentum to the offense.
How bad did you guys want to give that momentum to the offense out there tonight?
I mean, sometimes when the offense starts flat, you know, we got to give them life and things like that, third downs, 3 and outs. We got to get them to that. So,
you guys suffer a tough loss against Mars Hill, but 2 ranked wins in a row. I mean, how good is this team feeling right now?
Very good, very good. It's good to be back on the winning streak, you know. Tough loss. We don't dwell on it. We just learn from it and keep going next game.
Makai Brown, Rihanna DeCrow, here on the Eagles Sports Network. Back up to you, Matt.
Thanks, Rihanna. We're going to send it to a quick break, and then when we come back, Bennett Smith and Jane Sullins chat with Andrew Rogers here on the Eagles Sports Network.
Domino's Pizza in Jefferson City has deals for Carson-Newman students. Bring in your valid student ID when you order for pickup or delivery, and Domino's in Jefferson City will give you a steaming hot large one-topping pizza for $4.99. That's a large one-topping pizza for Carson-Newman students for $4.99 at Domino's in Jeff City. Call 865-471-6700 to order. That's 865-471-6700. Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles.
Every day brings new challenges, and those challenges look different for everyone. But no matter what each day looks like, your local energy co-op is here to power every moment. Whether it's at home, in the office, or on the field, AEC is committed to bringing you safe, affordable, and reliable power to get you through the day. We are your local electric co-op, and we are here for you. AEC, empowering every day.
This is Carson-Newman men's basketball alum Taylor Hawkins. I want to help your family secure its financial future. I'm with Modern Woodman Financial Planning, where we touch lives and secure futures. Let Modern Woodman protect your family's financial security through life insurance, retirement planning, and financial services. You can contact me, Taylor Hawkins, at seeandeagles.com/Modern Woodman. That's seeandeagles.com/Modern Woodman. Help secure your family's financial future through Modern Woodman Financial Planning.
This is the Eagles Sports Network. Back to the field after 60 seconds from your local stations.
Hey folks, Jordan's with Ted Russell Nissan. Is your old car slipping, dripping, skipping, rocking, knocking, or even wrecked with a bad Carfax? It don't matter. Bring that sled to Ted during our nationwide fat finger sale. I've accidentally ordered too many white Nissan Muranos, so if it'll drive, it's worth $8,500 for the purchase of any new in-stock white Nissan Murano. Ted Russell Nissan with a lifetime warranty on Kingston Pine.
Ted Russell Nissans. We got it going on.
Tennessee residents must pay tax $5.95 fee. All rebates apply. NMSC Finance. One trade per deal.
Bob Bell here for Fleet Tire. Drive safer longer when you visit your local Michelin dealer, Fleet Tire on Woodland Avenue, with a set of Michelin Defender tires. Based on internal wet braking results versus Goodyear, Assurance Comfort Tread tires and third-party wear test results versus Continental ProTrack tires with Eco Plus. See manufacturer's limited warranty for details at Fleet Tire, Woodland Avenue. As a matter of fact, when it comes to service after the sale of your tires, they take care of you at Fleet Tire.
We're back on the Domino's post-game report. Matt Scalzo with you from Irwin Belk Stadium. 21-14, the final. Carson-Newman picks up the win. Second straight win over a ranked opponent. We'll now send it down to the field with Andrew Rogers, who talked with Premier Player of the Game Bennett Smith, who was 2 for 3 on field goals, including his career long of 52 yards. First 50-plus yard field goal made since 2022 and 10th all-time in Carson-Newman history.
It's Matt down here on the field with our Premier Player of the Game, Bennett Smith, as a sophomore kicker drains 2 field goals, a career-long 52 as well. That propels Carson-Newman to a ranked win for the second straight week. Bennett, let's talk about your first kick. You missed your first kick, 45-yarder. May have been raining regardless. Missed it wide right, come back to make 2 more field goals, and certainly the 52-yarder went a long way in this game. Talk about your ability to overcome the initial miss and regroup and knock down 2 big ones in this win.
You know, we're facing adversity, little rain, little wind.
but as a kicker, you just got to wash it and move on. Coach Duncan says you're only as good as your next kick. So just to be able to bounce back and be there for my team was big.
Your 52-yarder, I think it was probably only good from another yard or so, just barely got over top and in between the uprights. What did it take on that kick to put a little extra juice on it, maybe a little bit more of a line drive than usual to get it through the uprights?
Just Shof and Grayson having a great snap, great hold, and then just knowing that football is going to be wet and heavy. You're going to have to get everything of it, and I had to watch that one the whole way in to make sure it went in, but we got it done.
You mentioned the rain and it being wet in this game. Had to go through 2 more delays today. You went through that multiple times last week. How did last week's experience benefit this team, having to do it, not wanting to do it obviously 2 weeks in a row, but having to do it 2 weeks in a row and to be able to overcome it?
Yeah, I think we're the most rain delayed team in the country. Even all week in practice, we were facing rain delays.
Yep.
So I think that worked in our favor.
What are you most impressed with this group so far? It seemed like the offense was shaky at times. Defense came through, and then when the offense needed to make a big 4th down play, it did. What impressed you the most about the overall performance of this team to come on the road and get a win?
Yeah, defense is playing lights out. They have for us all year, and then offense just facing injuries, down 2 quarterbacks, and to be able to pull this one out with our 3rd and 4th string quarterback is huge.
Going on the road, continuing a road stretch into October with Emory and Henry. How do you continue to carry momentum that this team has been building with back-to-back really good wins?
You just got to have a good week in practice, not get caught up in the win, but stay motivated and get it done next week at Emory and Henry.
All right, congrats on your career-long 52-yarder and the win.
Thank you.
That's sophomore kicker Bennett Smith. Matt, we'll send it back upstairs.
Thanks, Andrew. We're going to send it back down to you in just a moment's time with Jaden Sullins, the star B-back for Carson-Newman. 102 yards on the ground, including that 60-plus yard run that put this game basically on ice and led to a QB sneak for Mario Sanchez to cap off a huge win for Carson-Newman through this tumultuous night of rain, lightning delays, everything you wanted and more in this 21-14 win. Back down to the field with Andrew Rogers and Jaden Sullins.
All right, back down here on the field, Andrew Rogers with senior running back Jaden Sullins after Carson-Newman's touchdown win on the road against ranked Wingate. Jaden, your run at the end of the game basically seals this thing off, a 60-yard run on a 4th down and 1. Walk me through that play. It seemed like they had the A-gap shut down, and you went right and obviously had a big gaping hole to get all the way down to the goal line. What did you see as that ball was handed off to you in a clutch moment?
Well, they stacked the box and had the linebackers in every single gap, and so we ran a play that instead of diving inside where everybody else was, we kind of ran off the edge, and Don Bradley made a really good block on the edge. He got outside of him and just took it the rest of the way.
In this game, you were playing down a couple of offensive linemen, had a couple of young guys making their first career starts. How was this group able to overcome that and get younger guys to step up throughout this game to be able to move the ball and win this game?
Coach Ray and Coach Ingram do a great job. They're really good coaches on the O-line. So whether it's the ones running, the 2s, 3s, we trust those guys to make their blocks, and they're always ready to step up. So I'm really proud of those young guys for stepping up.
Certainly the weather conditions made things difficult offensively at times. A lot of balls were on the ground, but I don't think you lost a fumble in this game. You recovered maybe 1 or 2 of those balls on the deck. How are you able to not allow those misfortunes pay off for them to get short fields?
So we always practice balls on the ground. Like, we don't want that, but then again, we practice covering fumbles, and so it rained, and good for us because we run the ball most of the time. Yep. So I could have played to our advantage, but those balls on the ground, we got to fix that, but at the same time, we do things to practice it with the balls on the ground, we cover it up.
Another 100-yard plus performance for you. Obviously, more than 50% of that came on that last run. What did you like about your game on the ground? It seemed tough sledding at times, but when you were able to find some space and hard yards, you were able to do so. What impressed you the most?
They're a good team. We had a really good game plan, so, you just got to hit it up in there sometimes, and you got to get those tough, hard yards. And I feel like up until this point, I wasn't hitting it as hard as I could. And this game, I knew it would be tough. It'd be a Cincinnati championship, but I knew this game I needed to hit as hard as I could, and that's what I did.
What kind of win does this do for this team? Obviously, last week was an impressive win against a ranked Lenore-Rhine team. That was through a couple of delays and at home, but to come on the road, what kind of future can this do for this team to get a win like this?
It's going to give us a lot of momentum. It's a really good team. They're ranked 20th in the country. They beat us in the state championship last year. And so I feel like if moving forward, this is going to give us a lot of momentum against Emory Henry next week. But we'll celebrate this win tonight, and then we're going to move on because we gotta beat Emory Henry next week.
All right, congrats on the win.
Sure, thank you.
That's fullback Jaden Sullins. We'll send it back upstairs.
Thanks, Andrew. We're going to send it to another break, and then when we come back, we're going to give my final thoughts, run you through the SAC scoreboard, and then say so long from Irwin Belk Stadium. See you on the other side of this break on the Eagle Sports Network.
Hey, Eagle fans, check out the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. Located in the MSAC Grand Hall, the Eagle Shop has all your Carson-Newman apparel, from brands like Nike, Columbia, and Comfort Colors. The Eagle Shop has all your gifts, gear, and accessories. Can't make it in person? Visit eagleshop.cn.edu. That's eagleshop.cn.edu for all your Carson-Newman clothing needs.
We love to cheer for our home teams, like the Eagles. It means more when we're rooting for the people we know. Did you know Tri-Light is your home team internet provider? We're right here in Jefferson City, serving the people we know with our ultra-fast, ultra-reliable fiber broadband network. And we'd love to serve you. Learn more at trilight.net or by calling 833-847-0824. Go Eagles!
There's new fresh ideas on campus. From Chick-fil-A to Maples Coffee to Sabarijos, Fresh Ideas has tons of high-quality dining options for whatever taste you may need. Sabarijos is open Monday through Friday for lunch and dinner in the Health Sciences Building. Sabarijos features all your Mexican favorites, from burritos to nachos to quesadillas to tacos to anything you could think of in a tortilla. Follow Fresh Ideas on Instagram at Carson-Newman Dining.
A check of the Eagle Shop scoreboard is next.
Smith's kick, buried, Eagles win!
This is the Eagle Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture, and for 49 years I've been blessed to lead our family business. Now it's time for me to retire, and my sons Nick and Alexander have big plans for Braden's. Save 50 to 70% off retail on our $12 million of inventory during this historic event. If you ever wanted to own quality furniture, rugs, or patio, rush to our Turkey Creek store or our Maryville Clearance 10 and Warehouse. Stores reopen Friday, September 12th. And as always, thank you and enjoy the sales.
This is Marty Blakely and Dean Craig, former teammates for the Carson-Newman Eagle football team and FCA directors here in the East Tennessee area. This year, Fellowship of Christian Athletes is the title sponsor for Carson-Newman Eagle football broadcast.
Playing at Carson-Newman was a life-changing experience for both of us. It's a privilege to present this life-changing message of Jesus Christ to coaches and athletes all across our area. Tune in each week to WRJZ to catch the exciting action of Carson-Newman Eagle football.
We return to Irwin Belk Stadium on the Domino's post-game report. Carson-Newman, 21-14 win over number 19 Wingate, second consecutive week with a win over a ranked opponent for Carson-Newman. Matt Scalzo with you. We're going to run you through the SAC scoreboard from this afternoon and this evening's contest. It began with Emory and Henry picking up a 41-32 win over Anderson. That is who the Eagles will see next week on the road. Then Mars Hill got a 21-7 win over Mary Hardin-Baylor, D3 team that went to the NCAA quarterfinals a year ago. UVA Wise in the battle of the two bottom teams in the SAC this season, and against Tusculum, the Cavaliers picked up their first win of the year, 35-21 over the Pioneers. Both teams now sit at 1-4 and 1-3 in SAC play overall. Catawba wins by 40 against a team from up north. Southern Connecticut State makes the trip down to North Carolina, and the Catawba College Catawba Indians pick up a 63-23 win in that contest. Elsewhere in North Carolina, in Hickory, Lenore Ryan looking to bounce back after last week's loss to Carson-Newman. They get their star quarterback, Commodity Robinson, back, but it was not enough. The Newberry Wolves pull off the upset 20-17 with a last-second field goal to drop Lenore Ryan its third game of the season. And that is all the section from today, along with, of course, Carson-Newman's 21-14 win that you listened to tonight over Wingate. As we look around the rest of Mossy Creek from today, the cross-country team at the South Atlantic Conference preview. Men's team took 6th in that, and the women's team came in 2nd. In soccer, both teams were in North Carolina at Newberry and both picked up 2-1 wins. Carson-Newman men's soccer picking up its first win of the season, and then the women's team in the nightcap also got a 2-1 win. In tennis at the ITA Fall Regionals down in Sumter, South Carolina, Alex Post advanced to the round of 32, but he would drop that match and he would be eliminated from the top flight singles bracket. Maria Del Sardamarti also was in action. Mar would advance to the round of 16, but would eventually fall, ending her run. Her and Kira Backe are in the finals of the doubles Flight B bracket that is a chance for players to compete, but does not count in the run towards the ITA Cup. Looking ahead to this week, well, it's Emory and Henry week. Literally, not just because of the football team, but elsewhere on Mossy Creek. On Tuesday, there's women's volleyball at home, 6 p.m., taking on the Wasps, and then a doubleheader in women's soccer and men's soccer on Wednesday. Men's soccer kicks off at 5 p.m., women's at 7:30 at McCowan Field, both matches against Emory and Henry. And then on Friday, cross country's at the Georgia Tech Invitational, and then women's volleyball heads on the road to South Carolina where they will take on Anderson. And it all concludes next week on Saturday. Swimming will head to Indianapolis for a little regional action, or a little invitational action. And then at 1 p.m. on the Eagle Sports Network, Adam Cavalier and David Needs will bring you the action from Emory and Henry when Carson-Newman looks to avenge last year's loss to the Wasps and get their 3rd straight win and really finish out this gauntlet of SAC play to begin conference play this season. Heading into their bye week, they're going to look to finish strong against the Wasps. So that'll do it tonight from Irwin Belk Stadium. A special thanks to our entire crew: Adam Cavalier, David Needs, Andrew Rogers, Ian Johnson, Itzy, myself, and Rayanna DeCrow all around the field. We'll say so long from Irwin Belk Stadium. Carson-Newman picks up the 21-14 win and improves to 3-1 on the season. We'll see you next time on the Eagle Sports Network.
You've been listening to the Domino's Postgame Report on the Eagles Sports Network. Today's game has been brought to you in part by Appalachian Electric Cooperative. We're AEC, powering the Eagles in Mossy Creek. By Domino's, the official pizza of the Carson-Newman Eagles. By the Eagle Club, the family of Eagles. By Magaha Electric, providing quality electrical services and products to East Tennessee for more than 40 years. By First Bank, the official banking partner of Carson-Newman Athletics. By Inner Digital, IT support and marketing, laser focused on your success. By Fresh Ideas, a foundation of fresh food and speedy service. By Lisa's Country Kitchen, the best food for the best prices. By Food City, value every day. By Premier Building Maintenance, delivering service with pride. By Tri-Light, dream big with gig. By Modern Woodman Financial Planning, touching lives and securing futures. By the Mossy Creek Roasting Company, family-owned and operated coffee, fueling the Burt Tarr Stadium Press Box. And by the Eagle Shop, the official store of the Carson-Newman Eagles. The executive producer of the Eagle Sports Network is Matt Pope. Producers Adam Cavalier, Andrew Rogers, Ian Johnson, J. Noora West, Rayanna DeCrow, and Matt Scalzo. I'm staff announcer Ernie Anderson. A special thanks to Carson-Newman and University President Dr. Charles A. Fowler. Stay tuned to these stations for information on our next presentation of Carson-Newman football. In the meantime, visit cneagles.com for recaps, highlights, and interviews from today's game. This is the Eagle Sports Network.